6 friends, 1 storm, and by morning, one of us will be dead. This is the last night at the villa. We came to celebrate 20 years of friendship, of history, of secrets we promised were buried long ago. Alexis insisted on everything being perfect: the sprawling Spanish villa, the endless wine, the carefully curated memories of who we used to be. She's always been the one in control, the one we orbit around, the queen bee. And the rest of us? We play our parts. The workaholic who can't switch off, the people pleaser who never says what she really thinks, the observer who sees far too much, the one who drinks to forget, and me, the peacekeeper, holding it all together. At least, that's what I tell myself. But from the very first night, something feels wrong. The laughter is too sharp, the silence is too long, the glance is loaded with things we're not saying. And Alexis? She's unraveling. The storm rolls in fast, trapping us inside the villa as the power flickers and the air thickens with tension. Old wounds resurface. Carefully hidden truths begin to crack through the surface. I thought that would be the worst of it. I was wrong, because on the last night, I wake up on the cold stone floor of the wine cellar. The door is locked. There's a knife in my hand. And Alexis is lying beside me, not moving, not breathing. The others are pounding on the door when they find me. Their faces, fear, shock, and something worse, certainty. They think I killed her. But I know I didn't, which means one of my friends is lying. One of them locked me in that cellar. One of them left me there to take the blame. And as the floodwater begins to rise, cutting us off from the outside world, one truth becomes terrifyingly clear. We're trapped in this villa together, with a killer, and before the storm passes, they might decide to finish what they started. Chapter 1. Polly. Now. I hear the voices before the darkness blinks into light, before the blobs of color coalesce into faces, before features click with familiarity. Even then, it takes a handful of heartbeats before my scrambled brain can make out the words being spoken. What have you done? What have you done? Why, Polly? I've known these 4 faces my whole adult life, but have never seen them so pale and urgent. Apart from once, many years ago. The thought makes my heart thud. In turn, my head thumps, so hard I can feel my heartbeat in the roof of my mouth, which, feels as if it is filled with glue. I take several goes at swallowing, moving my tongue around to try to get some saliva flowing, but still I can't speak. Everyone is talking at me, shaking their heads, biting lips, crying. Is what they're seeing that bad? What's happened to me? My thoughts are wobbling and waving as if they're drowning at sea. I work my mouth again and finally manage words. Wet. Am I in a puddle? The whole of my back feels soaked and uncomfortable. My eyes widen, trying to get them to take in more of my surroundings and make the jumbled puzzle pieces come together. There is sandy yellow rock above me. A cave. I'm in a cave. A memory flares. I'm furious, arguing with... The memory fades. Like lightning, illuminating momentarily, blinding, disappearing. I don't know what that memory means. There's no context for the images. But with it comes more understanding of where I am. There's a smell of fruity, good-quality wine in the air, and I can see racks of bottles against stone walls. I know. This isn't a cave. It's the wine cellar beneath the holiday villa we're all staying in. That's right. We're on holiday in Spain. To my right and left, I can see wine barrels of varying sizes stacked on top of one another. The knowledge gives me a grounding I haven't felt since my eyes opened. This is definitely the wine cellar, a sort of cave beneath the house that's been made into a room. But I still don't seem to be able to make sense of why I'm here. I close my eyes again, try to think. Where there should be memories, there is only blackness and confusion. I don't understand how I got here, on the ground, in a puddle of water. Annie's angry voice makes me open my eyes again. Is that all you've got to say? Look around you, Poll. What did you do? How? She tucks her curls, dyed a brilliant red behind her ears, her dark skin ashen in the pale orange light from the chandelier. Annie's always the one who craves information, the digger who finds out everyone's secrets, whether they want her to or not. She looks scared and confused, and her deep brown eyes keep flicking to the right of me, as if pulled there against their will. There's time for answers later. The water's rising. We need to get Polly out of here. We'll call an ambulance and the police. Catherine's voice is firm. Bossy boots, as usual. What about? Selin's voice is as hesitant as ever. This information about the people in front of me, my friends for over 25 years, comes to mind easily. So how come I can't access what has happened to me since? I think for a few beats. I remember arriving here. Everyone had got here a couple of hours earlier because they travelled together. Alexis had been irritated by my catching a later flight, but tried to hide it, bless her. Then, that's it. There's nothing until I open my eyes just now. Why? Catherine's voice interrupts my thoughts. We'll have to carry Polly. And what about Alexis? Is that Nick speaking? The bouncy, chaotic party girl who brings joy to any gathering is currently biting the inside of her mouth and looking like she might bolt at any second. Where is Alexis? I ask. My voice is croaky. Everyone looks to my right again, to the ground. What can't they keep their eyes off? I try to roll my head, to see, but lack the strength. We shouldn't be moving anything or anyone.
We should call the police, says Selin. She isn't talking to anyone. She only has eyes for the spot on the ground. Why has no one answered my question? Finally, I gather enough strength to move my head towards where everyone keeps looking. No. Alexis. My oldest friend lies beside me in a pool of blood that's soaking into the waterlogged sandy floor. Shock and a jolt of adrenaline lend me the strength to prop myself up on my elbows. The room tilts and sways. I groan and close my eyes until the swimming stops. When I open them, Alexis is still lying lifeless, Bambi eyes wide open to stare unseeing at the ceiling, one arm flung out towards me as if to point an accusing finger. Between us is a knife, its blade stained with blood. What happened? Who did this? I gasp. You tell us. There was only you and Alexis in here and the door was locked from the inside. Nick's voice is grim, but it trembles. Wait, what? That can't be right. Strength runs from me as quickly as it came. I slump back. My head hurts so much that I can't think, and when I feel the back of my head, there's a lump the size of a golf ball. Someone must have done this to me. Was it Alexis? But why? Tears leak down my face as I stare at the rock ceiling above me, trying to think through the pounding of my head and the blood red that fills my vision every time I close my eyes. I don't remember anything, but that flash of an argument between Alexis and I, that has to mean something, right? Wait a minute. Where did that thought come from? Was it really Alexis I was arguing with, or am I just assuming it must be, given that I'm lying beside her dead body? Her dead body. At the thought, a deep sob blurts from me. She can't be gone. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Alexis has been murdered, I whisper. Why did you do it, Polly? Asks Annie. What the hell happened? Selin and Nick speak in rare unison. Did I do this? I'm not capable of murder. Am I?
Chapter 2. Polly now. We're sitting in the Castilian Villa's winter lounge, a spacious room filled with comfy cream armchairs and matching sofa, a round card table and chairs in one corner, a piano in another. Along one wall stand tall, dark wood bookcases, all kinds of novels of every genre and games for every age. There's even an open fireplace and a pile of logs ready for the far-off winter months. The atmosphere is oppressive, pushing down on my head and body so that breathing is hard and my ears feel like they need to pop. My concussion is making it sound as if there's a storm outside, a constant hammering of rain and roar of wind so strong that the villa seems to shiver, and me along with it. But a storm in July in Spain? Impossible. The flooring is terracotta tiles, adorned with a large red and white silk rug. Dark wood beams stripe across the white ceiling and down the red walls. Everything about the room is cozy and relaxing. It's completely at odds with the small knot of women gathered in here now, crying and scared. The six of us, Alexis, Selin, Annie, Catherine, Nick and me, came to the wonderful, glamorous villa on the mountains just outside Madrid to celebrate Alexis's 40th birthday. Now we're mourning her.
The walls are the same color as Alexis's blood, I think. My stomach lurches. I'm sitting in one of the armchairs. My friends had to half carry me up the steep stairs from the wine cellar to the main house. Each step made my head pound so badly I almost passed out again. Even so, they'd paused at the door to show me the big, heavy key sitting in the lock on the inside, and bits of wood on the floor from the broken lock after they'd battered the door open so they could get in. Then I had lost consciousness again, waking on the sofa. Every time I close my eyes, I see Alexis lying beside me, lifeless, eyes staring, unseeing. But memories of the day prior to me coming round stubbornly refuse to appear.
I didn't do this to my childhood friend. I can't have done. She was the one who befriended me on my first day at primary school after I moved to the area when I was just 6 years old. Her friendly smile, the warmth of her arm around my shoulders as she told me not to worry because she'd be my friend and show me where everything was. I remember it like it was yesterday. I can't believe I'll never speak to her again. The thought pulls loose a memory. I'll never speak to you again. I never want to see you. Alexis looks like she's been slapped as my furious words land. The shock of the memory, of my inexplicable anger as it shoots through my body again, sends my heart racing, makes me gasp. Tears gather and tumble down my cheeks once more. I can't get my head around it, I say out loud. You really can't remember anything? Catherine asks. She goes to run her hand through her black hair, then remembers it's in a bun. Celine, who has been pacing, stops to hear my answer. Nothing. It's a lie, but the way everyone is glaring at me instinctively makes me protect myself. What the hell would have made Alexis and I fall out like that? There's no way we'd have argued so badly that I'd... come on, I'm not a killer. I'm not even an angry person. There has to be another explanation. Everyone starts talking at once. What's the last thing you remember? Why did you lock the door? Or did Alexis do it? Did you see anyone else down there? The more they shout, the more my mind swims. I didn't. Someone must have attacked us both. A stranger who broke in, or... You were in a locked room. Like, the key was on the inside of the door, Polly, says Nick, explaining it as if to a child. I think of the cellar. There's only one door into it, and there are no windows. So that means only one way in and out. And it was locked from the inside. I saw the key in the door myself and the busted lock. Catherine finishes my thought for me. Yeah. It was either you or Alexis that must have locked you both in. Alexis is dead, so that only leaves me with the answers. Shut up! Annie throws her head back and shouts. Enough talking! Has anyone called the police yet? Heads hang, feet shuffle. Then we need to do that. You speak the best Spanish, says Nick. She's pulled a bright crocheted blanket off the back of the sofa and draped it over her shoulders. Her teeth are chattering from shock. Are you okay? I ask, concerned. No, I'm bloody not. I'm getting a drink. Anyone else want one? She holds the blanket around her and pours herself a massive brandy. That's got to be a triple. Annie gives me a guilty look, then turns her back to everyone as she dials the emergency number. I'm going to be arrested. For murder. For killing my best friend. I wouldn't do something like this, I say desperately. I've never hurt anybody or anything deliberately. I even let that spider live in the corner of the bathroom for months. You all told me to kill it, and I refused. Remember? Celine sits on the arm of the chair and gives me a gentle hug. None of us think you did it, she says. We're all just trying to get our heads around, well, you know. I don't understand what happened. Don't worry. The police will come and sort this out. Justice will be done. Her normally tanned olive skin is several shades paler than usual. Nick takes a massive swig of brandy, then glares at the glass. I can't taste a thing. Bloody shock, it does some weird things to people. She would know about that more than most of us, unfortunately. Life hasn't been kind to poor Nick. Hola, says Annie, her back still turned to us. She's got through to the police. How long will they take to get here? Will there be sirens blazing and flashing lights when they arrive? Will I be handcuffed? Pushed face down on the bonnet of the car like in American films? I swallow, thinking.
The blank space where memory should be.
The single snapshot of me shouting that I never wanted to see Alexis again. The locked room with only she and I inside it. My head drops to my hands. I can barely speak through the wave of tears. If I did, I've got to face the music. But why would I? Nick's mouth twists, and she gives an apologetic shrug. I'd guess it's because of the money that... Hola, ¿hay alguien ahí? ¿Alguien puede escucharme? Annie repeats, almost shouting. Even though she's speaking Spanish, her Essex accent comes through. She's pressing her phone against her ear and turning this way and that. She holds it up, staring at the screen, in the universal signal for... No service? Asks Catherine. Annie shakes her head, sending her tight red curls bouncing. Do you have any? Everyone pulls their phone out and checks, even me. None of us has a single bar. Annie keeps jabbing at the phone, harder, more angrily, as if her impatience will make it spring into action. It must be, maybe it's the storm, says Celine. It does sound like it's absolutely bucketing down. Celine walks over to the landline phone, which rests on a small, spindle-legged occasional table. Her lightweight, wide-legged denim dungarees swish with each step, loud in the silence. She picks the phone up, listens, looks at us, her worried eyes huge, shakes her head. I can't hear anything. Does anyone else want to check? Always doubting herself, even over something as simple as hearing a dialing tone. Okay, things are never as bad as they seem. No one panic, says Catherine. Oh no, that'd be stupid, says Nick, still nursing her brandy glass. Her voice drips with sarcasm. Our friend is lying downstairs stabbed through the heart. Our other friend almost certainly did it, and we can't call for help. Don't panic, anyone. Everything's just peachy. Catherine's face is screwed up like she's chewing a wasp that isn't going down without a fight, but her voice is slow and careful. What I was going to say is... We can hop onto the house's Wi-Fi and maybe email for help, or do it through social media or something. Good old Catherine. She always keeps a level head. We all stare at our phones again. There's no Wi-Fi signal either. Annie throws her hands up in the air and lets them fall against her thighs with an audible slap. Try your laptop, Catherine. She does. It's no more use than anyone's phone. Selin turns the modem off, counts to 30, then turns it on again. We wait. Quiet. Anxious. A minute slides by. The red light doesn't change to green. There's no way of contacting the outside world. There's no help coming. The blanket falls from Nick's shoulders, and she starts to wail. Selin, so petite, hugs her Amazonian friend and shakes with sobs too. Annie and Catherine join them. They all cling to each other, while I sit in the chair, too stunned to think, too dazed to feel. We can't call the police. There's no one who's going to rescue us from this horrific situation. What are we going to do?
Chapter 3. Day 1 of the holiday. The Spanish sky was absolutely cloudless, the sun beating down so that even in the tiny shorts and vest top she was wearing, Alexis was comfortably hot. Even the breeze that stirred her long, honey-coloured hair, she paid a fortune for the caramel and honey highlights, determined not to end up a brassy blonde, felt as if someone were gently blowing a hairdryer at her. The girls were gathered around Alexis, gushing about the villa, suitably grateful to her for her generosity, as they should be. Girls, she thought. She still called them that, even though they were all turning 40. The gang had known each other since the trainer bra and braces phase of their lives, through heartbreaks and settling down, children, and some of them were already comparing notes on perimenopause. Sod getting old. I'm staying young forever, Alexis decided. Every birthday from now on is going to be my 40th. Look at this place. Gorgeous location, massive rooms, private swimming pool. Nick was jumping up and down as much as her platform sandals would allow. Look at that view, said Catherine, barely glancing at it. Alexis pretended to take it in. The jagged line of mountains that surrounded them, the glare off the pool, the high white walls that gave them total privacy. She should have been giddy, but she felt as if she was holding her breath, waiting. She let the enthusiasm of her friends smooth her worries away. Frowning was so wrinkle-forming, and stress was bad for the digestion and complexion. It was the start of their week away. Laughter, champagne, no responsibilities. "How the hell much have you spent?" Annie demanded. "Bloody hell, Alexis. You know we're meant to get you gifts for your birthday, not the other way around." Alexis smiled as hard as her Botox allowed. Adulation did that to her. It was an addiction, and one she'd do anything to feed. She had sorted the whole cost of hiring the luxury villa for a week, and for all the little treats that were in store. It was the least she could do, she reasoned, and the only payment she wanted was for everyone to show their gratitude. "There's a private chef coming for my birthday too, and a DJ. It'll be our own personal party." She needed this, what with everything that had been going on lately. The proverbial was going to hit the fan eventually, once she got back home and people found out the truth, but there was breathing space yet for a bit of fun in the sun with her oldest, greatest friends. It wasn't a sound that made her look around, it was a movement. The electric gates were swinging silently inward. Alexis took a moment to appreciate them. She loved those vast blocks of solid brushed metal that softly reflected the dazzling sunshine, giving everyone absolute privacy behind the high walls of the villa. The way they moved effortlessly was such a status symbol that they almost gave her goosebumps, even if they were only hers for a week. The figure walking through those gates was less impressive, though. Polly was bright red, sweaty, her hair a mess. She was limping slightly in her cheap white plastic sandals. The big bag across her body was clearly heavy, making her sag and pulling at her thin cotton dress, which was purple and had cheery yellow flowers splashed across it. Polly's neckline gaped to show raw skin where the strap of the bag had rubbed. Behind her, she pulled a massive suitcase that bobbed along, occasionally bumping into her heels like a snapping dog. The little wheels rolled over the drive with a defiant roar. Polly caught sight of Alexis, gave a tired wave, and plonked everything down with a thump and a huge sigh. "Hey girl," she smiled. "You made it. Finally." Alexis threw her arms open as wide as her grin, trying to hide her irritation at her best friend. All people had to do was pay for the flights, because she'd covered everything else, and she had made it clear that everyone should catch the same flight. Not much to ask, surely, because she'd arranged transport for them all. A stretch limo, no less. The girls had appreciated her pushing the boat out, and they all toasted Alexis with the champagne provided. But typical Polly had done her own thing and missed the grand kickoff to the holiday celebrations. Polly's hug was warm and genuine, even if it was a bit sticky and smelly, and Alexis instantly let her grumpiness evaporate into nothing. But she couldn't help demanding, "Where on earth have you been?" Polly ran her fingers through her mousy brown hair. Alexis was horrified to notice there were actual grey hairs at her friend's temple. She was presumably trying to make herself more presentable, but instead made her fringe stick up like she'd been electrocuted. "My flight got delayed and, Selin, I'm so glad you made it. I've barely seen you lately." Selin's wave was sheepish, her shoulders up under her ears. Polly soon enveloped her in a bear hug, though. "Don't go disappearing on us again, okay?" "That makes it sound much more, dramatic than it was. It was just a couple of months," Selin replied, her voice soft as usual. "Not dramatic, just annoying." Alexis laughed, shoehorning herself back into her rightful place as the center of attention. For as long as she could remember, it had been the 6 of them together. They went to the same secondary school, and she had noticed that friendships made at that age either disappeared once everyone left or lasted a lifetime. None of them had moved away from home for longer than 3 years, apart from Polly, and she'd come back about 10 years ago. So when Selin had dropped off the face of the earth for a couple of months recently, it had been markedly, worryingly odd. But then, that pretty much describes Selin. She'd always been weird, especially since, "Hey, everyone's crowding around Polly to say hello, and no one's taking any notice of me." Alexis tried to shake off her irritation, but a quiet tut escaped as she watched. Catherine was shaking her head and laughing despairingly. "How did you get here? You look like you've walked the whole way from Madrid." "We came in a stretch limo. Aircon and champagne. Pretty perfect," said Nick, as she hugged Polly. "Didn't think it was going to make it up this last hill. A stretch limo around these tiny roads and up mountains. Madness." She caught Alexis's eye and grinned. Alexis forced her beam to widen further. "If you thought that was too much, just wait until you find out what else I have in store for you this week," she announced. "I've got big plans for you, for all of you. I'll show you your room, shall I, Polly? Is that okay?" Selin wasn't asking Polly. She was instinctively looking over at Alexis, still treating her as the team captain, a hangover from when they were in the school's netball team together. Deferential. That might make things easier when the time comes, thought Alexis. Despite more than 20 years having passed since they left school, and all the experiences they'd shared since, they still slipped into the old pecking order when they were together. Had they really changed that much? Alexis wondered. The main thing that had bonded them back then was being in the netball team together. Representing the school often involved travel around the country, sometimes overnight. The PE teacher was Mrs. Hills, and her husband, although not a member of staff, often stepped in as minibus driver when the school's netball team had matches that were outside of the county. That enforced time together as a team had brought them closer, and they'd automatically started hanging out together at school and outside of it. With all that shared history, they had an unbreakable sisterhood that had stood the test of time. There were so many secrets between them, many confided in whispers in hotel rooms, things they had vowed never to share with anyone else. Later, after leaving school, living near each other helped keep the friendship strong. Even partners and children coming along hadn't eroded what they shared. It couldn't. Not when they knew so much about each other that no one else could ever know. Selin took Polly's hand. "Coming? After I've shown you to your room, I'll take you around the whole villa. Honestly, it's wonderful. You won't want to leave." Perhaps we won't. Alexis had aimed for joking, but to her own ears, her laughter felt a little too forced. If something went wrong, if they had to stay, it wouldn't be of their own volition. She waved her best friend away, hoping she wouldn't notice. "We're going to have fun together," she told herself. "We're all going to have so much fun. One last time."
Chapter 4. Day 1 of the holiday.
The Castilian villa was impressive. Selin took Polly through the front door, which led to an inner courtyard that was open to the skies. The rest of the house was built around that square, which had huge old columns and was filled with plant pots and comfortable sofas and chairs. It even had a fountain. Apparently this is called the Summer Lounge. Lovely name, isn't it? There's a winter lounge over there. Selin pointed to one of the doors that led off from the courtyard. "But we should get you upstairs. Want a hand with your luggage?" "Oh, that's really sweet of you, but I'm fine." Selin nodded to herself, a small smile on her face. All these years had passed since they were at school together, and yet the pair of them fell in naturally with the way they always were and always had been. Polly was so used to doing things on her own, a little bit apart from the crowd because of her family troubles. Do we ever really change? She found herself wondering. Shook herself. She certainly hoped so. She was trying hard to be someone different and alter her fate. Selin took hold of Polly's bag anyway, and together they struggled up the stairs, along the gallery corridor that looked down onto the courtyard, and off to Polly's bedroom at the back of the house. There were 6 bedrooms in all, so no one had to share, and each was named after a fruit tree that grew in the garden. Polly's was Fig, and was the smallest and least luxurious of them all, as she wasn't there when everyone had run breathlessly through the building like teenagers, calling dibs on their own rooms and laughing. Even so, it was beautiful. There was a double bed, and folded across the bottom of it was a woolen blanket in primary colours, just in case it got chilly in the evenings, hard to imagine in the 34-degree heat of the day. Terracotta tiles on the floor and white walls helped to keep it looking and feeling cool, and the huge contemporary painting using every shade of orange imaginable hung opposite the bed. It was like looking straight into the sun. I'm in cherry. Annie has pomegranate. Nick is olive? Yes, olive. And Catherine is apple, said Selin, her soft voice filling the lull in conversation as Polly looked around. Alexis is in Madroño. Is that a tree too? Never heard of it. It's the emblem of Madrid, I think, and it translates as strawberry tree, which is weird because its fruit looks and tastes nothing like a strawberry. Sorry, I sound like I've swallowed a guidebook, but I've been doing some reading up on the area. Did you know the village has a grand square with an actual secret tunnel? Really? To where? Out into the hills. It was something to do with smuggling or bandits or something. By the way, just a warning, but I think you're in someone's bad books for not getting the same flight as everyone else. Celine kept her tone light, but felt her face involuntarily crinkle with worry. Well, Alexis will live. I'm here. That's the most important thing, even if I am a tiny bit late to the party. Got some catching up to do by the look of everyone. Polly made a gesture with one hand as if drinking. Most people, anyway. Why didn't you get the same flight as the rest of us? Celine pressed. It's not that big a deal, is it? Alexis seems quite put out. Polly sighed. Right, I'll apologize to her. But there was a shift I needed to cover at work, plus the flight was just a bit cheaper, to be honest. I'm on a different flight home too. She doesn't know yet. Is she going to blow her stack? Was she joking? Alexis was going to lose it big time if everything didn't go her way. She'd always been like that. No, I'm sure she'll understand, Celine lied. Come on, let me show you the rest of the place. From the corner of her eye, she watched Polly as they walked. She'd seemed tetchy when asked about her flight.
It could be that she was just hot and tired after the journey, of course, but it usually took a lot to get Polly to be snappy. She was always upbeat, or tried to be, even when she was really up against it. Did she have something else on her mind? Her discomfort made Celine, who was leading the way, babble to cover the awkwardness. Usually, Celine would have said that, much as she loved all her friends, she probably felt most relaxed with Polly, because they had always been outsiders, a little different from their friends and slightly out of step with the rest of the world. Unlike the others, Polly's family didn't have money. At school, she'd always had to keep her nose cleaner than the other girls, because she was the one most likely to have the finger pointed at her otherwise. Celine had found herself an outsider when all that horrible business had happened, and it had ended up being Celine who people suspected. The memories were crowding in from all those years ago, making Celine feel anxious and awkward, and wishing she'd never agreed to come. But she tried the breathing exercise she'd recently learned in therapy, and reminded herself that she was in control of her reaction to situations, no one else. She refused to get sucked back into the past, no matter what she'd seen on the flight over. Her insecurities were making her imagine things in photographs that weren't really there. They were impossible. I am in control. I am. They made their way downstairs again. Celine could see that, just like she was giving side glances of concern to Polly, her friend was doing the same to her. That was what Celine loved about Poll. She always wanted to make people happy. Back downstairs, Celine felt jollier by the time she pointed around the summer lounge to various doors that led off from it. There was the large kitchen with its terracotta tiles and vast range, and shining copper pots and pans that hung from the walls. I hope no one expects me to cook, Polly quipped. A dining room with an impressive trestle table, big enough to seat 20 comfortably. We'll be dancing on that later then. In the winter lounge, Polly took in the beautiful warm red walls, the color of an intense sunset, the chandelier, the big fireplace. Nice, cozy. Shame we won't get any use at all out of it. Too busy sunning ourselves, Celine nodded. From outside came the sound of conversation and the tinkle of water from the fountain. In the distance, a cockerel crowed, the call drifting from the outskirts of the village on the breeze. Alexis has really pushed the boat out. It's absolutely gorgeous here. We're so lucky. You know, I've been manifesting hard for a change of luck, and perhaps this is it. This place is amazing. There's even a cave, Celine said. You're joking. That's creepy. But Polly laughed as she said it, clearly not creeped out at all. It's not too bad, actually. It's used as a wine cellar. Apparently a lot of houses in this area have them dug beneath their home. I know, I sound like I swallowed a guidebook again, but reading the information pack that comes with the villa was interesting and, well, easier than making conversation with everyone. Things a bit awkward. Polly looked sympathetic but unsurprised. Just a bit. Where did you disappear to, Celine? Once was bad enough, but twice. Why didn't you reply to anyone's messages? Instead of answering, Celine opened a wooden panelled door
covered in black metal studs that looked like every other door leading off the summer lounge. But instead of a normal room, there were rough walls that sloped downward. Polly's face. She looked as surprised as Celine had felt when she saw it just an hour or so earlier. "That's got to be the most civilized entrance to a cave I've ever seen," said Polly. They went down the steep, narrow stone steps. They're 18th century, you know, worn in the middle from all the years of people's tread, to the bottom.
"Where it really is a cave," Polly breathed. The stone walls were rough, the floor fairly smooth, and despite the cave's ceiling also being rock, hanging from the middle of it was an ornate black metal chandelier which cast a soft orange light. There were no windows, and no other way in or out apart from via the door at the top of the steps. It was like somewhere the Phantom of the Opera would hang out. 5 huge wine barrels were stacked up at the bottom of the stairs, 2 on top of 3. On 3 walls were low wine racks filled with bottles of red, white, and sparkling wines. They're mostly Spanish, I think, and some are local. Apparently the region is well known for its wine. There's a sharp sommelier's knife somewhere. Ah, there it is, on top of that barrel. So we can pretend like we're professionals and cut the seals with the knife rather than just rip them off. With our teeth. They laughed at a memory from their 20s when they'd got into the habit of doing just that. And open the bottle with the corkscrew bit, rather than hack at it with a pair of scissors. Right, all this is included. That's quite trusting of the owners. We could drink the place dry. Well, I get the impression the fee is enough to cover that, from the way Alexis has been talking, said Celine. As she spoke, she played with the cladder ring that she had worn since she was 16. The silver band on it was wearing thin, and the heart held between 2 tiny hands was covered in little scratches and scars. But it meant the world to her, because it had been a present from her first boyfriend, Chris. Yeah, Alexis is pretty excited about this week. She's been talking about it non-stop for a couple of months. They exchange eye rolls, full of affection for their demanding diva host. Alexis could be self-obsessed and had an easily injured pride. But underneath that confident front she showed the world, she was loyal, generous, fun. She'd also been determined to create a better life for herself and her child, and she'd done it through sheer hard work, even after having her heart shattered. "Are you okay?" asked Polly. "Have you resolved whatever was going on?" Her mousy brown hair swung as she turned her head to look at Celine, her eyes questioning, then landing on the cladder ring that Celine was twisting. Celine felt her feet move before she could stop them, taking the tiniest step back from scrutiny. For once, she fought the gnawing nerves and made herself speak up. Well, as much as she could. "Me? Oh yeah, of course. I've never got over Chris and everything. I realized something needed to change, so I took some time to sort my head out." "And it helped?" "Kind of. It made me realize cutting myself off from people who love me was stupid. That I couldn't deal with this alone, and I need you all, and I'm seeing a professional too, who has really helped me." "Celine, that's great. It's so healthy. If you want your chakras cleansed, I can recommend a great crystal woman who has worked wonders for me." "Oh, maybe." Celine wondered if Polly could tell she was lying. "Do you ever think about the party?" "Alexis's? It should be fun. Knowing her, she'll have pulled out all the stops and it'll be an Oh, you don't mean the one planned for the end of this week? You mean the other one?" Polly's sigh was sharp with the inevitability of the conversation. "The one where Chris died." "Not really." Celine instantly backed off, berating herself for making things awkward. "Ignore me. I'm being silly, as usual." She gave a little laugh to lighten the mood. The fact was, the therapy was helping, but then on the plane over something had happened that had got her all stirred up about the past again. Celine had seen something that made no sense at all. That was impossible. She made a decision. She needed to sneak another look at Annie's phone and find that photograph, so that she could stop worrying and know for sure that what she had seen had been all in her head. Chapter 5. Polly now. The air in the winter lounge feels heavy, charged with the knowledge that we can't call the police because no one has enough mobile signal to make a call to the emergency services
or send a message, and even the house's landline and Wi-Fi are down. Alexis is downstairs. Even as I think that, the horrifying image flashes in my mind of her lying lifeless, her chest covered in blood, her unseeing eyes staring, and her finger seeming almost to point at me. What are we going to do? What can we do? We're all reacting differently to the horror of seeing our friend stabbed to death, all dealing with the shock in our own way. Nick is drinking and keeps exploding with sudden bouts of swearing and sobbing that disappear just as quickly. Annie is angry, which has always been her way of punching through difficult situations. Whenever a tear dares to tumble down her cheek, she dashes it away impatiently, as if furious with her eyes for betraying her real emotions. Catherine has gone into practical mode to distance herself from what she's feeling. Her eyes are wide in her pale face, and she keeps checking on everyone in a way that suggests if she stops, she might fall apart. Selin has withdrawn into herself. She's curled up in the corner of the room, her arms wrapped around her legs, tears leaking slowly but steadily down her face. And me? I'm numb, confused, my mind too scrambled to deal with all the information it's trying to process. I decide to start with something easier than my best friend's brutal murder. Outside, the wind shakes trees and howls through the eaves. Rain hammers against the glass like it wants to smash it. Hold on, I'm still playing catch-up, I say. I'm really confused. Why don't we have phone service or Wi-Fi? Surely we can just get to a payphone, or someone can walk to the village or something. Outside, the howling reaches new heights. And what is up with this weather? We're in Spain, right?
I'm not remembering that wrong, am I? You should take a look outside, suggests Catherine. It's bloody terrifying. She stares at me as if in challenge. I mutter, seriously, under my breath, but manage to pull myself up to stand, and by holding onto the back of the sofa, I shuffle along to the window and it looks like Armageddon out there. The patio furniture is being blown around the courtyard. There are massive puddles that look like they're going to join forces soon, and the high winds are making the trees bend in ways I've never seen trees bend before. What the hell is happening? I whisper. Catherine stands beside me. She shakes her head so hard that her elbow-length black hair, which is pulled back and piled high in a loose bun, wobbles. I take it you don't remember the red alert weather warning we received a couple of hours ago. She thrusts her phone at me. On the screen is a text message. We all got one of these emergency warning texts this morning. The storm is bad, interrupts Nick. It's scary. Rip the tiles off the rooftops. Go out there and you die type bad. Okay? Her eyes are almost bugging out of her head. She takes another slug of brandy. Catherine shrugs. Couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah, that text basically means this storm is life-threatening. So it's not surprising that we've been cut off, but Annie trails off. She's the only one of us who can say more than hello, goodbye, and thank you in the lingo. And that's only because she did GSCE Spanish back in the day. On the local news, they were calling it a once-in-a-lifetime storm. Unprecedented was the word used on English sites, I think, says Selin quietly. She looks like she might be sick. So we're trapped here until the storm ends, I check. Claustrophobia starts to rise through me, a suffocating, panicky feeling. No escape, just the five of us, and Alexis downstairs. Nick's words sound harsh, but her chin is trembling. What a party. That's enough. Nick, says Annie, I know you're in shock, but that's enough. We're all terrified. None of us feel good about any of this. Apart from maybe whoever killed Alexis. As a therapist, you'd agree with that, surely, Annie. So, Polly, are you happy? Do you feel good? Selin jumps up. Hey, Nick, it's just unnecessary. It's unfair, you know? She was the only one in the room with Alexis, shouts Nick, and she's got motive. Are you serious? Asks Selin. Wait, I want to hear this, I say. What's my motive? Why would I kill her? Because she ripped you off. Nick. Annie's voice is a low warning. Enough. But I give a snort, dismissive. That's not possible. She wouldn't do that. Oh, she would. You really don't remember. Stop, barked Annie. We need to tell her as little as possible about the holiday. Why? Nick and I ask in unison. Because you might not know what a real memory's surfacing,
And what is your imagination creating false memories from what others have told you? Once again, everyone descends into shouting over each other. I put my hands over my ears. This time it's Catherine who manages to calm everyone down by saying that we need to make a plan. Tearing into each other isn't going to help, she says. Polly, how is your head? It feels like it's splitting in two. And still no memories? I shake my head, instantly regretting it as nausea washes over me. Celine looks at me concerned. There's some paracetamol in my bag upstairs. I'll go get it. Good idea. Annie, you check her over, says Catherine. You're the closest we've got to a doctor. We need to know if Polly's going to be okay, or if she needs to go to a hospital. Annie's eyes roll hard. A first aid course doesn't make me an expert, she mutters, but she kneels beside me and has a look at the back of my head. Meanwhile, Catherine starts to lay a fire because she's worried about me going into shock,
and seems to think that keeping warm will help because she's sure that's what they do in films. There's a lot of blood, Annie pronounces, but head injuries always bleed a lot because there's more blood vessels on the surface. Her fingers are gentle, but still make me wince. Big old lump you've got. Without an X-ray, who can say how serious it is? You've got a pretty bad concussion, though, I'd say, but I'm no expert. Your pupils look even, which is good news. I frown, but don't ask why. I'd rather not know. Is the head injury the reason why I'm not in raging hysterics at what is happening? My best friend in the whole world is... For a minute, I actually can't speak, overwhelmed by loss. Surely I should be crying so hard that it shakes me to pieces. That's more likely to be shock, Annie says. Grief is a weird, complex thing, and everyone reacts differently. But the way you're reacting right now, pretty normal, given the screwed-up state of things. Also, the fact you can't think straight or see straight probably isn't helping. It might take a while for your memory to return, but it will. She pauses for a second. Well, probably will. As we talk, Catherine finishes piling screwed-up pieces of newspaper into the fireplace and starts balancing kindling on top. I hope it does, I say. I want to know who did this to Alexis, to me. Whoever did this needs to be caught. What if it is you? Annie's voice is gentle. You need to prepare yourself for that, Polly. She's right. How can I, though? I've no idea how to brace myself for the knowledge I might have taken a life, let alone my best friend's. Yet there were only two of us in that locked room, and from what Nick says, I have a motive. Logic, my head, the evidence, it all stacks up. My heart, though, knows it can't be true. If only I could remember what happened. Do I really want to remember? The thought pops up, and there's no suppressing it once it's made itself known. Honestly? Yes and no. I'm so scared of what my memory might hold. But I need to know. For Alexis. Even if I learn something about myself that will horrify me forever. Whatever I did, I'll have to live with the consequences. I have to know. I rub at my forehead, trying to massage some sense into my thick skull. An idea flares. Could you hypnotize me? Catherine's back stiffens. She is gazing at the log in her hand and not moving. You lot have a very weird idea of what I do for a living. Annie sighs and plays with the small blue cubic zirconia stone that glitters from a stud in her nose. Hypnotherapy is specialized. I don't do it. I'm just a common or garden therapist, remember? Ah, right. Sorry. I'm just desperate to shake something loose, you know? Just a few hours ago, we were all sitting around that table, playing cards to while away the hours of miserable weather ahead of us. And now... But everyone is staring at me, all except Catherine, who seems mesmerized by the pile of kindling she's just lit. How come you remember that? Asks Celine. I falter. I don't know. It was just there, suddenly, without me even realizing. There's suspicion on their faces. There's no need to look at me like that. It's got to be a good sign that little bits and bobs are coming back to me. Polly, what happened in the cellar? Asks Celine. Come on, I have to know. She's so insistent, more than I've ever heard her before. I don't... Yeah, you don't remember. Nick slams her glass down. Brandy sloshes over the sides and puddles onto the coffee table. How very convenient. When something awful happens, you remember it, believe me.
I remember every trauma that's ever happened to me as if it's in 4K Ultra HD, mate. I want to stand, to hug her or fight her, or even to run away. I'm not sure, but I'm too weak still. Nick, you've got to believe me, I didn't hurt Alexis. At least I don't think I did. There's a noise, a guttural cry from somewhere deep in the soul.
Caswin is hugging a log to her and finally sobbing. Alexis, oh God, Alexis. She rocks back and forth. Annie, Celine and Nick rush forward, embracing her in a scrum of tears. I slide off my seat and join them, the desire to hold them all giving me strength. For some time, none of us speak. We just grieve. Now that we've started, we can't seem to stop. Nick plants a kiss on my forehead. Sorry for being a dick, she sniffs. I'm just scared, and it's making me lash out. I know you could never hurt anyone, let alone your mates. As for who the hell would stab Alexis through the heart, and then try to kill you too? I go cold. I hadn't thought of it that way. Too busy worrying that I might be a killer. Now it's been said, it's obvious. If I didn't murder my best friend, and in the depths of my soul I can't accept that I could, then not only did someone else do it, but they tried to take my life too. Why though? I ask out loud. What did we do to make ourselves targets? Annie looks at me, her expression slowly hardening with certainty. There's one thing I can think of. 6 women on their own? I know exactly what we've done that's put a target on our backs. You know too, Polly. You said it yourself earlier. I did? What did I say that has Annie pulling an expression like a conjurer who has realized they've accidentally sawn their glamorous assistant in half? Chapter 6. Day 1 of the holiday. Poor Polly, thought Nick. The best rooms had already gone, the champagne was flat, and there was hardly any food left after they'd all feasted. But if she'd got the same flight as everyone else, it wouldn't have been a problem, and so far she'd brushed off any questions about why. She looked a bit awkward too, nibbling on a canapé. Nick walked over. Enjoying the scraps? Yeah, I did hope there'd be a bit more to eat. I'm famished. Here, I brought you an apple and a couple of oranges from the kitchen. There's a food delivery arranged for later, apparently, and if you get really desperate before then, there's always the garden. It was full of fruit trees. She'd spotted olive, apple, fig, pomegranate, cherry, and even almond so far. Polly tucked into the apple and gave a grin of gratitude that barely hid what she was chomping on. So come on, Spill. Why are you so late? You know Alexis will give you the 3rd degree later. I know. It was a work thing I couldn't get out of. She looked at the ground, almost embarrassed. One of those high-powered meetings at the old people's home? No, don't pull that face. I'm only joking around. It's just that Alexis has covered pretty much everything, and all she's asking is that we get the same flights here and back. Doesn't seem much as payment for all this, does it? Alexis was covering the cost of the massive villa, with its huge pool, high up in the picturesque mountains surrounding Madrid, herself, and footing the lion's share of the food and drinks tab too, all so she could have her favorite people around her as she celebrated a milestone birthday. Nick was due to turn 40 herself in a few weeks, but a bucket of KFC in front of the telly was more her style these days. Polly flicked away an imaginary crumb, suddenly silent. Nick felt mean for raising the subject with Polly, who didn't have a selfish bone in her body, but staying quiet wouldn't have sat right with her either. Better to be upfront about things. Most things. Polly was still chewing silently on her apple. Finally, she broke. I had to do a shift. I couldn't afford not to do it. I was just explaining to Celine about how the flight I got was cheaper too. She's already told me Alexis isn't too impressed with me being late. Nick opened her mouth, and for once hesitated and thought about what she was saying, instead of just blurting something out. Are you doing okay? Financially? Polly shrugged and nibbled the apple's core. Mate, I know it can be embarrassing talking about money, especially serious money struggles, even to friends, Nick said. All you have to do is ask. You're a sweetheart, girl, but you don't need to worry about me. For a second, her eyes looked suspiciously sparkly, though. The subject was clearly making her mate uncomfortable, so Nick dropped it. She looked around at the other women. She saw Celine standing on her own, nibbling her thumb and staring at everyone. I did close the door, didn't I? I'll just go and check, Nick heard her mutter to herself. Typical Celine, always second-guessing herself, double-checking the things she'd done.
hardly surprising given her past. So everyone's had a big catch-up without me. Polly had swallowed her massive mouthful of apple at last. At the airport, on the plane, in the limo, by the pool, you've missed all the goss. Get me up to speed then. Let me think. I'm planning on getting Celine drunk at some point and getting to the bottom of her ignoring us all. Maybe she just wanted to be alone. I sometimes think she finds us a bit overwhelming when we're all together. Fair point. Rob, Nick's husband, nicknamed them the Coven. Annie's started divorce proceedings. Nick nodded towards their friend, who was tucking curls the colour of a postbox behind her ears as she walked towards the birthday girl, Alexis.
She's going through with it then? Polly grabbed Nick's glass of champagne and took a swig. Don't mind, do you? Woman after my own heart, said Nick. Help yourself. Anyway, Annie says there's no going back. She doesn't love him anymore, and you know what she's like when she makes up her mind about something. No shifting, Polly agreed. Yep, Catherine is on the verge of landing some mega deal or other. The same one she's been going on about for months? Or different? Nick rolled her eyes. Don't ask me. She looked over at Catherine, gangly yet glamorous in a navy shirt dress with white buttons, hair piled into a messy bun. Generally, she was more likely to be seen wearing black trousers and a black polo neck, like a female Steve Jobs, but the Spanish heat had forced her into something lighter. She was pretending to listen to Alexis, while actually peering down her long equine nose at her phone and scrolling. What about you then? Asked Polly. Any news? The group of friends were all in touch with each other constantly via their WhatsApp group, phoned each other all the time, and met up together at least every couple of weeks. But the question was as automatic as saying hello to start a conversation. Although admittedly, it had been a good 6 months, maybe more, since all 6 of them had got together. Sometimes the logistics just didn't work out, which is what made Alexis's do all the more special. My biggest problem right now is that the contractors still haven't finished the bloody kitchen extension. Polly made that noise like a horse and put her hands on her hips. Girl, it's been months. It's the Sistine Chapel of kitchens. Nick took a slug of champagne and looked around again. She knew she spent money like it was going out of fashion, but life was too short to be a tightwad. Why go for pizza or a bucket of KFC when you could go to the Ivy for lunch instead? Alexis looks the same as ever, Polly said. She never changes, both women said in unison and laughed. Do you reckon she's had more work done? Yeah, don't answer. She clearly has. Now spill. What's your gossip? A new man in your life? Me? Said Polly. No, I'm fine just the way I am. Nothing to report. She spoke so quickly and with such vehemence. Well, if she was hiding anything, whether it was money troubles or something else, Nick would wangle it out of her by the end of the week, or possibly the end of the day if they all drank enough champagne. She drained her glass and started a slow jog towards the pool. Oi, Nick, you're not going swimming with all that jewellery on, are you? Polly shouted after her. What? It's just a couple or 5 necklaces and some bracelets and, she laughed now, several rings on every finger. You're so weighed down with gold you'll sink. Well, you can all dive the wreck for treasure then. Nick gave a warrior cry as she ran, fully clothed, towards the pool and dive-bombed into it. A huge splash followed, and a wave of water sprayed over everyone. Chapter 7. Day 1 of the holiday. Nick had pulled herself out of the pool, everyone laughing at her as she stood dripping in her crinkled clothes, the Spanish sun rapidly drying her out. Bloody loony, Annie thought, smiling fondly. Nick had been through so much over the years. Would Annie herself be so resilient now that her own world was breaking apart? But this trip was not the time or place for such thoughts. It was a time for celebration and friendship and all that crap. So, you've all enjoyed the amazing champagne on the journey here, said Alexis, holding court. And tonight, to recover from the journey, I've booked us all massages and beauty treatments, so we get a pamper. A ripple went through the 5 other women. That's amazing, Alexis. You're really spoiling us, said Polly. What are friends for? She replied. Yeah, but it's your birthday. We should be treating you. Alexis dismissed Polly's comment with a wave of her hand. On the night of my birthday, she broke off while everyone cheered.
I've got a Michelin-starred chef coming to cater for us and a DJ, so that our last night in this villa really is one to remember." More cheering followed. "And don't forget that we've got mad cool in 2 days' time." It had been years since the women had been to a music festival together. That was more the territory of Annie's teenage kids. There was only a year between Billy and Tamsin, and they were always off with their friends to events. But Annie was really looking forward to it. There were loads of bands playing from her era when she was young. Alexis was excited too. She curled both hands under her chin and did little bunny hops, something she had done since she was a teenager whenever she was happy or excited. It was about time she outgrew the habit. What was cute in a 16-year-old was weird in a 40-year-old. Annie studied her old school friend with the eye of a therapist for a moment, rather than as a friend.
Alexis was emotionally stunted, Annie concluded. She had never considered it before, but Alexis was still that teenager she had first got to know, the one who had always tried to get her parents' attention with outrageous behavior, only to receive gifts from them rather than the love she craved. The only difference was that now she put the Alexis show on for the world, wanting everyone to love her, while simultaneously confusing materialism and grand gestures with affection. The thoughts made something shift uncomfortably inside Annie, and she stopped. She didn't want to analyze Alexis. "I've got gifts!" Alexis shrieked, hopping about some more. "Each of you has a goodie bag, bitches!" They all hollered at the tops of their voices. The champagne had definitely helped them loosen up, and who didn't like receiving gifts? "Seriously, this is too much, Alexis," said Polly. She shifted from foot to foot, suddenly looking uncomfortable. Annie felt it too, despite the alcohol coursing through her. "Hey, how about we do your gifts now too?" said Selin. Alexis wrinkled her nose and shook her head. "You can give them to me on my birthday, but right now, this is a celebration of us all being together. Here." There were 5 soft leather tote bags on the floor, which Annie hadn't noticed before because they'd been partially hidden by the sun loungers. Now, Alexis handed them out, calling each woman forward, each name met with a cheer. Annie joined in, determined not to look like a miserable git. "Now open them!" Alexis clapped her hands together. Everyone dived into much oohing and aahing of delight. Annie couldn't believe the generosity. There were all kinds of luxuries inside. A watch with a mother-of-pearl face surrounded by glittering crystals, expensive body and face products, a hair mask, even some local honey and coffee. "Everything is either a product from or made in Spain, including the leather bags," said Alexis. "I didn't know they grew coffee in Spain."
"Well, it's actually from Gran Canaria, still Spain, but a bit of a fudge for this goodie bag. It's too nice to miss out. You drank some when you arrived, actually, Nick." "Ooh, that was nice. Certainly woke me up after all the booze on the flight and in the limo." Annie dug further into the bag. She found a bottle of perfume, some fancy chocolate truffles, and, folded at the bottom, something cerise pink and shiny. She shook it free. It was a satin bomber jacket in the brightest shade of pink imaginable. Across the back, in diamante, was written, "Alexis's birthday bitches." Down the left sleeve, also in diamante, was Annie's name. She looked around. Everyone had got the same. "Nice, subtle," said Nick, laughing. "That's me. We'll all match when we wear them on my birthday," said Alexis. "And on the flight home. Look, I've got one too." Hers, of course, also had a glittering crown on the back. "There'll be no missing us in these," said Polly. "Brilliant idea." Annie cocked her head at Polly, who usually only wore the type of clothing that came with a label declaring it organic or fair trade or some such. "Really?" she murmured quietly out of the side of her mouth. "It's a bit tacky, don't you think?" "No. Well, maybe, but it's fun. Ignore me, I'm just being mean." "A bitch," Polly laughed, pointing at the wording on the jacket. "Exactly that." The diamante looked so cheap, though, especially considering how flashy everything else about the break was, and how excited Alexis was about everyone wearing them. But if that was what Alexis wanted, then everyone would wear the jackets with big smiles on their faces and have fun. Annie tuned back into the conversation. "And wear them on the flight home together too. We'll look great. The whole birthday bash gang together," Alexis was saying. That was the second time she'd said it in the space of a minute. so she was clearly determined they do just that.
Annie sighed and poured herself another glass of champagne, thinking that an entire week of enforced gaiety might be more than she could handle. But she definitely wanted to make it a holiday to remember. She had something really special planned for Alexis that no one would forget. Polly seemed to read her mind. She put her arm through Annie's and gave it a conspiratorial squeeze before whispering, "Where's the harm in making her happy?" Annie gently butted heads with her. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Hell is being locked in a room with your friends'? We'll see how small this massive villa feels after a few days together." Chapter 8. Day 1 of the holiday. Annie and Polly had had their massages and then their mani-pedis while sitting in the shade of one of the many trees in the garden. The others were all inside, being pampered in one way or another. Annie took the opportunity to find out what was going on with Polly. She always tried not to analyze friends, but sometimes she couldn't help her therapist training coming to the fore, and she had noticed Polly was secretive lately. "You look great. You've lost so much weight. Almost too much," Annie thought, but she didn't want to put her friend's guard up. "What's with the transformation?" she asked. Polly fluffed out her caftan around her, as if trying to cover herself. Her armful of bangles jangled like an orchestra of cymbals falling over a cliff. "Just healthy eating," she said, then changed the subject. "I can't believe you and Mark are getting a divorce. You must really need this holiday. Girl, are you okay?" Polly was so sincere. Sometimes it made Annie want to slap her. Before answering, Annie adjusted her white chiffon shirt and white wide-legged trousers so they wouldn't get too creased on the lounger. It bought her some time to compose herself. How was she doing? She was angry, betrayed, hurt, exhausted from all the sleepless nights. She wanted to scream and rage at the world and warn everyone that, as much as they thought they could plan their lives, it was impossible. The most awful things were those people didn't think to prepare for. The fact that blood tests with her GP had confirmed she had started perimenopause and might have another 10 years of symptoms wasn't exactly helping her to deal with everything. Still, it explained her flashes of rage, where she felt she could kill someone one minute and want to sob in their arms the next. The hot flushes that had her waking up in sheets so drenched that she sometimes wondered if she'd wet the bed, and the bone-weary exhaustion that could make her want to do nothing but sleep for days on end. When she got back from holiday, she had an appointment to discuss HRT. "I'm fine, considering," was all that Annie said. "I just realized we didn't love each other anymore." She hesitated. Opening up wasn't easy for her, even with someone she'd known since she was a kid. "I thought I was going out of my mind, imagining things." "Been there, but we are not broken. They are." Polly's hand was warm over Annie's, the squeeze as gentle as the smile in her eyes. It made Annie feel braver. I suspected him for a while, but believed him, and my insecurities, when he told me I was imagining things. What a cliché. So I hired a private detective and the rest is history. So he was having an affair? Was the private detective a he, or was it a woman? Oh, was it a woman and she did a honey trap? Nothing so dramatic. By the end, Mark had been so obvious. All respect for Annie had clearly gone, as his lies went from opaque to transparent. She suspected he was also drinking again, probably with her. Annie had stayed with him all through his years of alcohol dependency, helping him to climb back onto the wagon every time he fell off, because she understood it was a disease. But cheating on her? No, that was unforgivable. Ugh, it's so awful, isn't it? That betrayal. Polly had been cheated on herself years before. Honestly, I'm more bothered about losing my eyebrows than I am my husband. Look, can you keep this between us? Everyone will find out eventually, but I'd like to have time to process first. Annie turned to Polly, her smile quick and as cold as the condensation running down the outside of her glass of orange juice. Well, she's a cheap, tacky bitch. I know you know exactly what I mean by that from your own experiences of being cheated on. Anyway, how is work going? Are you still enjoying yourself at it's a residential home for the elderly, right? Polly's nod sent her ponytail bobbing. It's really lovely. Some of them have such natural talent, but have never really drawn or painted before.
Until now. I've only been there a little while, but wow, their progress is incredible. It's wonderful to see some of the residents with dementia finding a way to express themselves too. Sounds rewarding, but the pay must be pretty poor. It's enough, just. Annie stayed quiet, knowing Polly wouldn't be able to resist filling the silence. She leaned forward. Okay, seeing as we're sharing secrets, I'll admit I'm a bit skint, but I'll be fine. You know what I'm like. I'm always fine. Polly laughed with a forced edge. I could lend. Polly waved a hand and shook her head in a way that ended the conversation. So, what the hell did you mean about your eyebrows? Annie's laugh was a sharp bark. Bloody perimenopause. Honestly, no one tells you that everything changes, absolutely everything. I can't sleep, I'm constantly anxious, I'm struggling with my weight, and even my eyebrows are thinning. A clap stopped her mid-rant. Catherine had appeared. I found a giant Jenga. Anyone up for a game? Loser has to do a forfeit? Good old Catherine, always the fun organizer. Even Celine joined in, though Annie couldn't help noticing the wide berth she gave her. Perhaps it was for the best, Annie smirked, given all Celine knew. Alexis lay in bed that night, unable to sleep. She should be enjoying herself, but there was a growing sense of unease, a burning in her solar plexus, although it could have been acid reflux from all that champagne and rich food. Everyone thought being this kind of next level came easy to her, because she'd always been that way. They didn't see the effort it took, or how much it meant to her. They didn't know the sacrifices she'd had to make. Even now she lay in bed worrying. There was a nagging sense that already something was going wrong with her carefully laid plans, that a single thread in everything she had painstakingly woven had already frayed and snapped, but she couldn't see where it was, and it could just lead to the unraveling of it all. The villa was perfect. The girls were having fun, their gifts had been given out, the week's celebrations in place, the flights home were booked. It was all going to happen as it should. Still, she worried. Alexis pushed down the unease and told herself it was just a silly overreaction to one of her suitcases going missing. She could have sworn both had been taken off the carousel by the limo driver, and he had been responsible for taking everything up to the rooms. Yet one of her cases was missing. The driver, when she'd called him to check that he hadn't left a case in the limousine, had assured her that everything had been removed. Bags go missing all the time on flights, she told herself. Annoying, but totally normal. Everything was perfect, just as it should be. Perfect took a lot out of her, though. The problem with everyone thinking she was always strong was that it got harder and harder to show weakness. To show anything less than her battle-ready self, and instead display who she really was. And so, Alexis had become, without ever realizing it until this moment, a cliché of herself. She shifted onto her side, thumping the pillow, the thought making her uncomfortable. She could feel herself hiding in that armor so much she had become trapped inside it. Sometimes it felt as if she was screaming inside, but no sound escaped. She had built her own prison cell. The armor, that false bravado, was what had got her into this mess in the first place. I'll talk to Polly. She'll understand. She'd forgive me anything, Alexis decided. Or maybe Annie, because she's more sensible. But no, she'll analyze me. Nick? No, not her. I still feel weird troubling her after, well, what happened? Celine? Sweet, useless Celine? No. Catherine? Definite no-no. Although, maybe.
I wouldn't have to tell her everything, just the relevant bits. Maybe. She twisted in bed again. I'm sure they'll all forgive me, eventually. She turned to her other side, unconvinced. Better to stay quiet, to go ahead with everything just as planned, ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and all that. Comforted, she closed her eyes and drifted to sleep. Chapter 9. Polly now. The storm rages outside, but inside the atmosphere is oppressive. We stare at each other, wide-eyed, waiting for someone to say something, for Annie to explain why she thinks this horrific crime has happened to Alexis, to me, to us all. What did we do to make ourselves targets? I whisper, as if scared of the answer. We've barely stepped outside the villa, adds Nick. We're women alone, says Annie. Her voice is vibrating with anger.
We don't need to do any more than that in this world, do we? Just existing is enough for some men. She loves to rage against the patriarchy, always has done. For once, none of us are telling her things aren't that bad because, what if they are? Polly, you're the one who said it first a couple of minutes ago, adds Annie. Her eyes are fever bright. You suggested that someone had broken in, a stranger. It's the only thing that makes sense. So, there's a loony stalker bloke in the house or something. Is that what you're saying? Says Nick. She is almost 6 feet tall and has broad shoulders, but looks shrunken, cowering in that crocheted blanket nicked from the back of the sofa. We all glance around, scared. We don't know that, says Catherine. Although, what other explanation is there, other than Polly? Okay, but who? We've barely seen anyone, Nick says. There was that bloke who was staring at Polly when we went into the village, says Annie. Weirdo. I gave him what for, remember? I do, actually, says Nick. He looked quite scared of you. So he should. Perv. He couldn't take his eyes off Poll. I remember, I say. Really remember or pretend remember? Asks Catherine. Because according to Annie's instructions, we shouldn't be having this conversation in front of you. We're risking planting false memories. Yeah, nods Annie. Sorry. No, I properly remember. It was in the village shop, the one that sells trinkets. It was weird. I wrote it off as someone a bit socially awkward, but could it have been more? Could that random man have become fixated on me? My hand went to the necklaces around my neck, which warded off negativity. Doubt it. But, you know what Alexis can be like, says Nick. Her throaty voice, usually quite sexy, sounds raw. Her Essex accent, like all of us, sounds stronger the more upset she becomes. Look, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but did she pick anyone up while we've been here? She loves a random shag. Hey, snaps Annie. Victim blaming much? Come on, we have to consider it, shouts Nick. And anyone else too. Fess up. Have any of you had a holiday fling with someone that might have got a bit intense? Again, we all exchange looks. Again, we're all blanks, shaking our heads. There's an uncomfortable sensation in my stomach, but that's probably because it does sound like victim blaming. I can't say, I say, but you lot know how bad I am at keeping secrets. You'd have noticed if I was having a holiday fling. Actually, says Catherine, and clears her throat, I did see Alexis arguing with someone. He looked like her ex. Which one? The dodgy one, Antonio? At the time I thought it was just a delivery guy. Wasn't he a gangster? Snapped Nick. No, I say, stirred to defend my dead friend. And whatever he was into, it was something Alexis didn't want anything to do with. It's the reason she dumped him. Exactly, says Nick. If he's dodgy, it might be a case of, if I can't have you, no one can. Celine speaks quietly. I always got on with him. He made me laugh. I don't even know for certain it was him. Catherine frowns. Nick groans in frustration. So which was it? Antonio, or just someone making a delivery? I don't know. They were quite a way off. It was just a vague thought at the time. Well, if it was Antonio, that's surely some serious stalker action, right? Following her here on holiday? That's mental.
Trust Alexis to get a stalker. Annie stands with her hands on her hips in a Superman pose. All she needs is the cape. Look, none of us need to have done anything to draw someone's attraction. Stalking doesn't work that way. It's the only logical explanation, though, right? Catherine chews her lips, thinking, and then slowly inclines her head in agreement. The explanations are, it was Polly. Eyes slide over me and then uncomfortably away. It was a random stranger. Various noises of agreement. Or it was Antonio. It's got to be one of those last two options, I say. I may have amnesia, but there's no way it could have been me who attacked us. Catherine's hand is on my shoulder, weighing it down. We all know you're not capable, but there's the problem of how someone locked you and Alexis in while somehow leaving the key on the inside. I don't think you did it, she adds quickly. Her lip is looking raw from chewing. I just don't get how anyone else could. Nick looks uncomfortable. Not 5 minutes earlier she'd apologized for suspecting me, and now she looks as if she's changing her mind again. You are the only feasible explanation, mate, because of being locked in the room. Like Catherine says, none of us believe it can be you, but we've got to be logical. She shrugs, and it almost makes her lose her balance.
There's not much left in that brandy glass she's clutching. The only problem is, there is no logic to this, says Annie. Murder isn't a sensible choice, it's a violent explosion. But maybe you're right, Catherine. It would be stupid to discount anything right now. Every possible explanation should be considered, even those we don't want to. The more we talk, the more we go in circles. The more questions we ask, the fewer answers we seem to find. Our pool of suspects has expanded beyond that initial conviction that I'd killed Alexis, thank goodness. But even as we think of more suspects and scenarios, we fail to eliminate anyone.
Our circling arguments are a whirlpool that threatens to drown us in confusion. We're so out of our depth. The more questions we ask, the more we realize we can't find the answers. No one can look me in the eye. Only Celine is shaking her head, but it seems more like the reflex of a caged animal than a real denial. You're very quiet, I say. What do you think? She visibly squirms under the scrutiny. It just doesn't. I'm trying to make sense of. Celine, mate! Nick talks over her. She's slurring. You and me, we've been through some crap in our time, yeah? We've both lost people under traumatic circumstances, yeah? And we know that we absolutely cannot fall apart. We need to be a bit practical. But even as she's saying it, she's starting to shake her head, and the tears start falling, along with the swear words. Sod it, I can't. A deep, shaky breath. We need to be practical. We can't fall apart. Not yet. Not until the police come. Because once we start crying, we won't stop. We won't. Nick, having lost her train of thought mid-drunken rant, looks around to see if anyone else can find it. Catherine clears her throat, but it's Annie who jumps in and speaks. Look, forget the whole locked door conundrum for a minute. The most likely scenario is that a man did this, not Polly. And if there's a madman here, we need to find out, says Annie. Pure anger seems to be holding her together. Oh my God, what if he attacks another of us? What if he wants to kill us all? Nick wails. The wind picks it up and echoes it 10 times louder. He's already gone for Alexis and Paul. Who's next? I shiver. It can't have been me who did this, despite the memories that burst into my thoughts like lightning then disappear. So Annie's right. Someone must be out there, waiting to pounce, wanting to pick us off, one by one. Chapter 10. Day 2 of the holiday. Celine lay in bed, her balcony doors thrown wide open to encourage a breeze into the room. The air was hot and still. Birdsong drifted in, along with the faint sound of a church bell ringing far off in the distance. Far louder was the sound of bickering coming from several doors down. It was going all night. What the hell is it? Catherine's voice carried through the walls. It sounded like she was standing in the corridor. Annie's voice replied, sharp, stern, unapologetic. It's a white noise app. I can't sleep without it. Well, I can't sleep with it. You're going to have to do without it, or wear headphones, or… No chance, unless you want to be on holiday with someone homicidal through lack of sleep. Annie, you can't have that blasting out all night. I need to be sharp if I'm going to land this deal. You shouldn't be working while we're here anyway. Morning, by the way. It sounded like Nick had appeared now and joined the argument. Celine sighed and pulled a pillow over her head. It wasn't enough to muffle the increasingly loud argument. Come on, Nick. It must have disturbed you too. Your room is on the other side of Annie's. You know me. I could sleep through an explosion. Celine could imagine Nick's impish grin as she boasted about her legendary snooze skills. Once, when they were away for a netball event, the hotel had a fire alarm go off in the middle of the night. When Nick hadn't appeared, Mr. and Mrs. Hills had panicked, thinking something had happened to her, but she'd just slept through the entire thing. Outside, the arguing continued. Can't you get some sleeping tablets or something? Catherine demanded. I already have some, but they don't make much difference. You're not supposed to bring stuff like that into the country, are you? That was Nick talking. Smuggled them here in my bra. So, sue me. Catherine launched into a monologue about how Annie could have been arrested and got them all in trouble if she'd been caught. She was such a stickler for the rules. Celine kicked at the sheets covering her, considering whether to go out and play her usual role of peacekeeper.
She didn't really want to, as she was trying to stay away from Annie and the sound of a door rebounding off a wall. "Can someone tell me why the hell you're all talking so loudly at this ungodly hour?" Alexis had joined the argument now. With a sigh, Celine rolled out of bed and headed out of her bedroom to try and bring some calm to the situation. The rest of the morning and well into the afternoon passed peacefully enough. Annie had agreed to use Celine's nighttime headphones, which had speakers in a headband, so that it was possible to sleep in them. Celine liked to drift to sleep listening to an audiobook, but it was a small sacrifice if it meant Annie and Catherine got to sleep peacefully. There was a bit of a discussion in the morning about their plans for the day. Celine had fancied doing some exploring of the local area, as there were several places she wanted to visit. Polly liked the idea, but Nick had said she didn't want to do anything cultural that felt like a school trip. And Alexis had announced that she just wanted to chill by the pool and get a tan. Her vote was, of course, the most important, and so everyone had gone with her suggestion. Several peaceful hours had been spent together. Annie's head was stuck in a book, one of those murder mysteries she loved. Catherine stayed outside for a while, but after lunch on the veranda, which was shaded by vines growing over a roof of open timbers, she went to her bedroom because she couldn't see her laptop screen properly in the sunshine, and really needed to get this report finished. Polly was in the shade of a couple of huge umbrellas, patiently trying to teach Celine some yoga moves by the side of the pool,
accompanied by the calming stridulation of grasshoppers and crickets and the sound of birdsong.
Nearby, one of the fountains in the garden tinkled gently. It was so peaceful that Celine almost stopped thinking about the photograph on Annie's phone. Almost. She felt torn in two, pulled in one direction by her desire to step into the future and finally start living freely, and pulled in the other by the past that she was still struggling to move on from, despite her best intentions. She kept thinking about the photograph she'd seen on Annie's phone, or more specifically the background of it. A candid moment accidentally captured not long before Chris had died. She'd only been able to see it for a moment before Annie had come back from the loo. There'd been no time to study it and see if the impossible was real. Polly distracted her from her thoughts. She was trying to get Celine into what she called a crow pose or something. "It's easier than it looks. It's not about strength or flexibility so much as balance," said Polly. She placed her hands flat on the ground, then her knees on the backs of her arms, and lifted her feet up until she balanced perfectly on just her hands. Nick, on a nearby lounger, burst out laughing. "Oh yeah, that's dead easy. I do that all the time." Nick had never done a day of yoga in her life, but seemed to be thoroughly enjoying watching Polly and Celine and giving a running commentary. Alexis joined in too, having quickly tired of trying to do the yoga moves once she realized it was harder work than she'd thought. "I'm all slippery from sunscreen," she pouted, slathering more on. "Want a top-up?" She waggled the bottle at Nick, who indicated she'd got her own Factor 15 with her. The two women were having a competitive tan-off, both determined to get the deepest shade in the fastest time. Celine toppled to one side as she tried and failed to do the crow pose. She shaded her eyes with one hand as she looked across,
listening to Nick's instructions. "Move your hands wider apart." She was about to try when she paused. "You look like you're really catching the sun, Alexis. You might want to get in the shade for a while." "I'm wearing Factor 30, stop fussing." Polly met Celine's eye and pulled a sympathetic face. "Shall we have a swim instead?" she suggested. "I'm going for a siesta," announced Nick. "If we're going out on the lash tonight, I need to catch up on my beauty sleep. No obvious jokes, please." Everyone agreed it was a good idea and drifted inside. Celine woke from her siesta to a terrible scream echoing through the villa. What the hell? She threw back her sheets and raced over the terracotta tiles, so cool under her warm feet. By the time she reached the gallery balcony, several others were there too, looking at each other across the square void above the courtyard. Another shriek. It came from Alexis's room. As one, they ran towards it and pushed open the door. Nick was last to arrive. "Is someone being murdered?" she said, only half joking. "Look at me!" Alexis wailed like an ambulance siren. She was the color of a cooked lobster,
apart from glaring white skin where her bikini straps had been. "Oh my God, weren't you wearing any sunscreen?" gasped Nick. "Factor 30. I don't understand." "You should have listened to Celine," said Annie. "She told you to get out of the sun." Alexis had insisted on sitting out all morning and afternoon, slapping on her sunscreen instead of coming into the shade like the rest of them. You've kind of only got yourself to blame," Celine said sadly.
Chapter 11. Polly now. The fear of someone out there, lurking in the villa, waiting to harm us, is visceral. My arms, I realize, have wrapped about me to stop me shivering, and I notice Nick's teeth are chattering against the rim of her glass as she drinks more brandy. Celine is still in the corner of the room, curled on the floor, with her arms hugging her knees, and can't seem to take her eyes off Annie, who is pacing furiously. She reminds me of a mouse watching a cat, hoping not to be noticed. Was that how Alexis felt in her final moments? Trapped and terrified and unable to escape. If I'm the one who did this to her, will she come back and haunt me? Even though I keep telling myself it can't have been me, even though I feel it in my heart, I look around in fear and horror at the thought of seeing my friend's ghost pointing to me. What was she and I arguing about? What would have made her so furious with me, and me with her? I don't usually lose my temper. I'm more the type to bottle my feelings up, absorb the negativity, decide it's not worth the hassle of confrontation. Maybe I'm more like my parents than I care to admit. How much jail time had they served between them? No, not possible. Anything but that. The thought has me reaching out towards the drinks cabinet. "What are you doing? Are you reaching for that knife, Polly?" Catherine's voice is far sharper than the butter knife that I now notice is resting on top of the cabinet, probably left there by Celine or Nick, the most untidy of our group. I whip my head around to look at Catherine, to tell her she's crazy. My head goes woozy, and the room looks like one of those bad 80s special effects that were so popular on music videos. You know, the one where someone moves and leaves a trail behind them of paler versions of themselves. Just breathe. I give an uncertain laugh as everyone freezes and stares at me. None of them trust me. Not really. "What? I wasn't." Do you think I'm going to butter you to death?" Their stares hurt me, and I blink back sharp tears. But I'll win their trust back, I tell myself. Catherine shrugs. The others have gathered around her, all eyes on me, the common enemy again. I'm just asking a simple question. She picks up the round-tipped knife herself, fake casual, and moves it out of my reach. Annie is already tutting impatiently and swearing under her breath before exploding. Enough nonsense! We all agree the most likely scenario is that a stranger has attacked Alexis and Polly. "I wouldn't say agree," mutters Nick. At the same time, Celine speaks quietly. Despite them being locked in a room with only one exit and no windows. She frowns as if trying to work out the puzzle, throws me the strangest look that seems to be trying to drill into my skull, then shakes her head. Annie waves her hand, dismissing everyone's words. It's got to be someone else, and they could well be here still, especially with the weather so bad. The rain obligingly hammers against the window, and the wind rattles the roof tiles. So what do we do now? We can't call the police, or email or text. There's no way of contacting the outside world, right? There is one way. Catherine's voice cuts through. We all turn to her. I'll walk to the village and raise the alarm. We need to get help. We can't deal with this on our own. Somebody's got to deal with this situation. With Alexis, it's only 3 miles. 5 pairs of eyes turn to the nearest window, and we watch one of the patio tables fly across the courtyard. It's mad out there, says Celine. It's mad in here, says Nick. Polly, can you remember anything at all about what happened? Asks Catherine for the millionth time. She shifts her stance to plant her feet wider, looking more confident now she has a plan of action. I give the slightest shake of my head and wince. You can barely keep your eyes open. You're in so much pain, says Catherine. You need a doctor. And that's another reason for one of us to get to the village. I don't mind going, honestly. It's a good idea, but I don't think we should split up, says Annie. If one of us goes, all of us go. There are some murmurs of agreement and some fearful glances downward.
No one wants to admit it, but none of us want to be left here with our friend's dead body, or the potential murderer, says Nick. Alcohol has made her even blunter than usual. I put my hand at the back of my head. That bump's bloody massive. It's the size of a tennis ball. I'd nod in agreement, but it hurts too much to do it. Around me, the talk starts to get practical. I drift out of it. All I can think of is Alexis, my best friend, my oldest friend, just lying there on the floor in a pool of blood. Suddenly, it all just comes crashing in, and the tears make me wipe out. My crying sets everyone else off, and for a good few minutes, we are once more united in grief. "Who is going to tell Jordan?" I whisper through the tears. Oh, how could I not even have thought about him?" gasps Selin, grasping her hair with both hands and pulling. Catherine reels back as if slapped, while Annie and Nick stare into space, their mouths open but no words coming out, trying to comprehend and failing completely. Alexis's 11-year-old son has shot up recently. He's as tall as his mum now, and it won't be long until he's towering over her. Then it hits me all over again. Alexis will never get to see her son look down on her and make jokes about her being short. Poor kid. He's like an orphan now, Nick says at last. Maybe his dad will come forward and take responsibility, says Selin. Annie and Catherine both snort dismissively. Even I can't help joining in. You could maybe take him on, Nick. If there's no stipulation in the will, that is, I say, the idea coming from nowhere. She straightens, nods. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
A kid about the place. For a second her voice catches, but then sadness turns into a smile that is too broad for the occasion. Seeming to realize, she quickly hides it. Of course, Jordan might be a child still, but he'll probably have his own ideas about who he wants to live with. I'd gladly look after him, but we'd need more than just love to sustain us, and my finances are pretty dire. Another flash of memory has me gasping, reeling, Alexis's face pushed into mine. After all the help I've given you, you do this. I never want to see you again, you ungrateful bitch. Remembering hurts like a punch to my head. I double over, but try to push through it, wanting, needing to know more. There's nothing. Had the issue between us been money? Nick had seemed to hint that before being warned to stay quiet by Annie. There's no doubt I'm in massive financial trouble, but there's no one to blame for it but myself. Silly decisions based on too much hope and not enough facts, that was my trouble. Alexis had done so much to help me. The enormity of the loss of my friend is dizzying. I sway, knees giving way. Many hands seem to be holding me up. I'm surrounded by concern and cursing. What the hell? Are you okay? She can't walk anywhere in this condition. I'm brittle and exhausted from all the tears, from every muscle being tense with grief and fear, let alone having this concussion and amnesia, but still I pull myself up. We need to get help. For Alexis. For Jordan. A unison of nods. For Jordan, 4 voices agree. I can't believe it, says Selin. I just don't know how it could have come to this. This ain't real, adds Nick, giving an almighty sniff and rubbing her eyes with her knuckles. But stuff it, let's get on with it. God helps those who help themselves, and we need to get away from whoever the hell killed Alexis, because we might be next. Chapter 12. Day 2 of the holiday. While Alexis wallowed in a bath of cold water to soothe her sizzling skin, the rest of the women had decided to walk to the nearest village, almost 3 miles away, in order to buy enough aftersun to sink a ship. It had given them an excuse to get away from Alexis's complaining, and also afforded the opportunity to see some lovely scenery. The mountains towering above them, the forests that were a mixture of pine and oak clinging to the slopes, the long grasses that grew when the woods faded away, and several babbling streams that ran down the steep mountainside. It was gorgeous, but a 6-mile round trip in England was quite different from doing it in the heat of Spain, and now they'd made it to the shops, no one fancied the return journey. We're getting a taxi back, decided Nick, taking off her hat and fanning herself. The village itself was picturesque. Gorgeous Castilian buildings painted in soft colours surrounded a central square that had a small market. After wandering around some stalls for an hour or so, Polly suddenly announced, "We should get some natural yogurt while we're here. And some bananas. I love yogurt. Banana and a bit of honey for breakfast," said Annie.
Oh, no, the yogurt is a great skin soother if you have sunburn. Typical Polly, knowing a natural alternative to a chemical solution. Okay, it's mean and petty, Annie said, but Alexis's lobster body looks hilarious. That is seriously going to hurt. She might end up with sunstroke, said Catherine. Honestly, even with factor 30 on, she shouldn't have been sunning herself all day long. She was asking for trouble, like you said, Selin. The group drifted towards the supermarket. As Polly pondered types of yogurt, Nick nudged her. Aye, you've pulled. Don't be silly, Polly tutted. It was true, though. The muscular man, in his mid-20s, with a neck tattoo of a skull, followed her as she scurried into the next aisle,
almost as if she was hiding. Annie marched over. "Can I help you?" she asked, bristling. He looked at her, eyes wide as if in shock, seemed about to say something, thought better of it, and retreated. Polly gave her a funny look. "You weren't interested in him, were you?" Annie asked. "You up for a holiday fling?" Catherine laughed. "No." Polly pushed her hand through her hair, and Annie noticed again how thin she looked. She really had lost a lot of weight lately. Couldn't she afford to eat properly? Then again, people often dieted if they'd got their eye on someone. Perhaps Polly had started seeing someone recently. There was laughter from the other side of the shop. Nick was pretending to ride a straw donkey she'd found. The shop owner didn't look impressed with her antics. "Don't worry, I'm buying it," she said, talking loudly, because she didn't know a word of Spanish. Then she pointed and held up 2 fingers. "And I'll have 2 of those necklaces too, please." Annie and Polly drifted over to join them. "Ooh, that's nice," said Polly, looking at the circle of pure white stone that was strung onto a black leather thong. "It's local stone, apparently," said Nick. "Got me and Rob 1 each." "Ah, his and hers. You 2 are too cute," said Selin, smiling. Then her expression clouded and she muttered, "Did I buy pate? I'm sure I did. I am sure. Aren't I?" She had to dig through the whole basket to double-check, finally finding it at the bottom. When she straightened, something caught her eye. "Oh, they've got mussels. Shall we have some tonight? I could do paella." Annie slung her arm around her. "Good plan. As long as you're the one doing the cooking. Otherwise, I say let's book a restaurant." Good old Selin started cooking as soon as they all got back to the villa, a little after 6 p.m. Meanwhile, Annie helped Alexis slather herself in yogurt. Alexis, though still feeling sorry for herself, had calmed down a lot. In this heat, "I might turn the yogurt into cheese," she giggled even as she winced. Polly was right. This does feel good on my poor skin. Thanks for going into town for me. It's a lovely place, isn't it? "Have you been here before?" asked Annie. "Just a sec, I've missed a bit on your back." There. If Annie hadn't been touching Alexis at the time, she might have missed Alexis freezing for the barest moment. "Oh yeah, a while ago. I hope the food's ready soon, I'm famished." "This place belongs to someone you know, right?" Annie couldn't resist prodding for more, now she'd noticed Alexis's discomfort. She loved to uncover secrets. "I forgot." "That's what I said." She tossed her long blonde hair. "Right, let's go nag Selin." "So who is it? Anyone I know?" Her friend gave her a look and flared her nostrils. "Do you know anyone with this much money?" "I don't think so." "Ooh, my stomach just rumbled. I think it's the smell of the yogurt." Alexis strutted off, leaving Annie forced to hurry to catch up. Down the corridor, along the balcony that surrounded the summer lounge courtyard below, and then down the wide stairs and into the courtyard. The fountain babbled gently as their footsteps echoed on the stone flooring. "Tomorrow I'll cook," Annie insisted. "Consider it my gift to you." Annie wasn't the most emotionally articulate person in the world, which was why people tended to be surprised when they found out what she did for a living, but she believed actions spoke louder than words. Cooking a meal was her way of showing love. Selin was the same, which Annie knew was why she had volunteered earlier. When the 2 women entered the kitchen, they found her making a paella and necking as much white wine as she was flinging into the huge pan as she chatted with Polly. Polly was sitting on the counter like a child, swinging her legs as she spoke. While Alexis was assured that the food would only be about 20 minutes, Annie wandered over and sniffed. "That smells amazing." She waved her hand over the pan, breathing in the aromatic steam. Can I help with anything?" "We've got it covered," said Polly.
We, said Celine, smiling. Well, I chopped up a handful of herbs, and I've drunk a lot of wine. True, you've really helped me with the wine, Alexis laughed. I'm going to the wine cellar. Want me to fetch another bottle for you too? Both women cheered and waved their glasses in the air. Actually, I'll come with. I might move to something sparkling, but I'm not sure what I fancy, said Polly, hopping down from her seat. Alexis linked her arm through Polly's. Something bubbly sounds perfect. It's a celebration after all. Nick wandered in, looking lost. So this is where everyone's hiding. I'm out there on my Todd. No, Catherine? Alexis asked. Is she in her room again? Right, go and get her, even if you have to drag her out. Nick mock saluted. If there's dragging, you can do it. Hey, remember that time you two almost had a proper physical, smack each other around fight over… Actually, what was it over? A bet over who could score the most goals in 3 minutes. Celine's voice was quiet but certain. You and Catherine were always betting against each other at school, remember, Alexis? Oh yeah, said Polly. Hey Nick, I wanted to ask, how much was that necklace you bought? It's so pretty. I'm tempted to get one myself. Didn't look. Hang on, let me check the receipt. Nick felt around her pockets, then fetched her little bag from the summer lounge and searched inside that. Nah, I can't find it. We could go back tomorrow, or whenever. Polly chewed her lip, then said she probably couldn't afford it anyway. Annie decided to check the price herself, and if it wasn't too much, she'd buy it as a little gift. It didn't take a genius to guess her friend was a bit strapped for cash. Hey, could someone do me a favor and lay the table, please? Celine asked. Alexis and Polly said they would.
Once they'd fetched Catherine, Nick said she'd rather face the wine cellar than Catherine's wrath, despite her discomfort of small spaces. The three clattered out. Annie and Celine were alone. An awkward silence stretched between them. Celine looked like someone trying to work herself up to saying something, her mouth twitching with almost formed words that didn't make it out. Is everything… Annie began at the same time Celine spoke. Can you stir this for a minute, please? I'm, just nipping to the loo, then I'll lay the table. Annie watched Celine hurry from the room and smirked. Celine definitely didn't want to be left alone with her. How funny. Annie would give her some time and space, though. It would all come out in the end. Chapter 13. Day 2 of the holiday. Alexis leaned her arms on the glass table in the outdoor eating area of the patio and enjoyed the cooling effect. After she'd eaten, she'd had a quick shower to get rid of the yogurt, which had started to stink, and instead slapped on aftersun and a heavy-handed spritz of opium before rejoining everyone outside. She'd been wearing the same fragrance since just after that house party 25 years ago, the one that had changed everyone and everything, and made her want to reinvent herself as a different person. The Yves Saint Laurent adverts, with Sophie Dahl draped naked, had looked so daring, and the perfume seemed to represent everything she wanted, a life of excess on all levels. In that respect, she hadn't changed one bit. She shifted slightly, moving her skin to a different part of the glass as the bit she'd been leaning on had warmed up. The sun had set, although Annie joked that Alexis was red enough to rival it, but fairy lights cast a magical glow on everyone and brightened the scene. They were woven into the vines which grew over the open beams above her, creating shade during the day and a sense of a roof without it being closed in. Further out in the garden, there were solar lights everywhere. Around the corner she knew, but could not see, the cobalt blue lights that lit up the pool area both above and below the waterline. The memory of what she'd got up to in that pool the last time she'd been here gave her delicious goosebumps for a moment. Antonio had whisked her to the villa a couple of times when they were dating. He was great at the grand gesture. Jewelry, glamorous weekends away, fancy restaurants. Dating him after losing Hitesh, though, had made her realize there was no comparison. Antonio was like the men she'd dated before her marriage, and she didn't want to go back to that pattern of men who, like her parents, showered her with material things, but never gave her real time or love. That didn't mean she hadn't had fun with him, though. He was a huge slab of a man, 6 feet 4 inches of solid muscle, like some kind of Roman sculpture you'd see in a museum. And, as she'd often giggled to her friends, he was more than in proportion. Their eyes had goggled
as her hands got further and further apart to illustrate. Now, she looked over at Nick, who, for once, was quiet. Alexis gave her a prod with her foot. "Sup, faceache?" Nick's reply was a glare. "You're not still moody about getting stuck in the wine cellar, are you? I'd have thought you'd love it down there." Nick turned to fully face her. "So you're admitting it was you?" "For goodness sake, it must have been the wind that slammed the door shut." "What wind?" Nick licked a finger and held it up. "There's barely a breeze. Someone locked me in there." Alexis and Polly had heard her hammering and yelling when they came down the stairs from Catherine's room, which had been empty. Catherine had appeared in a swimsuit, a towel wrapped around her, just as Polly unlocked the cellar door. Nick was crying and had looked like she wanted to kill someone. "What's the big deal?" Alexis sighed. "You can't be claustrophobic down there, surely. It's massive." "I've told you. It's because it's not a proper room. It's like a cave hewn from the rock that the villa stands on." Nick had a mouth with what Alexis had always described as a natural trout pout. Now those generous lips started to tremble. "It's like I could almost feel the weight of the earth above pressing down on me." Alexis put her hand out, eyes full of sympathy as she rubbed Nick's arm. "It was just a silly accident. Don't be melodramatic." "Thanks, mate," said Nick sarcastically. Alexis flopped back in her seat and cursed as the metal of the chair hit her back, making her sunburn flame. "Well, look at me. I'm not making a big deal of what's happened, even though tonight was supposed to be the start of my birthday celebrations. I'd booked a lovely restaurant in town and picked out a gorgeous scarlet one-shouldered sundress with a split up the thigh that I was going to wear. It'd match your face," Nick said. "Bitch," Alexis said affectionately. Nick actually cracked a smile. "And you're right. It's the perfect shade of red for my face and body now." This time Nick chuckled. What Alexis didn't admit was that she'd arranged for a local to give her an impromptu, operatic-style serenade of happy birthday at the restaurant and a birthday cake covered in sparklers, just in case none of her friends had thought to arrange something special for her. Instead, she was forced to stay in because she looked such a state. It was just a small fry complication, though, compared to what else could go wrong this week. She was always desperate for money. You could never have too much of it, especially as a single mum. And why waste years slogging in a bank or stacking shelves in a shop like normal people? She wasn't normal. She was better than that. Work smart, not hard. That was her motto. Make money fast, spend it well, and move on before life dragged you down. It was a shame the acting and modelling had never quite taken off. No one ever understood why. People were always so shocked. "You should be a star, Alexis," men told her. Friends said it. Even her parents, who'd called her diva since she was a child, had always insisted she was destined for something bigger. Special, not ordinary. But by the time she met Hitesh, all that was over. She'd just quit some crappy job Catherine had given her and had no idea what to do next. Then she bumped into him, literally, at the supermarket, almost ran him down with her trolley. Hitesh wasn't her type. Not on paper. His teeth were a little too big for his mouth, his belly pressed soft over his belt. But when he looked at her, it made her heart squeeze. It was like he couldn't believe his luck that she was with him, and not just for sex. He liked talking to her. They would spend hours on the silliest subjects. Her son, Jordan, soap operas, the way her feet ached in heels these days. He'd promised he would love her no matter what, even if she lived in ugly flat shoes. And for once, Alexis had believed it. Finally, she'd found something that filled the emptiness. A family. A man who adored her. Her fairy tale. And then he'd gone and got himself killed. She was still angry with him for that, still furious. He'd only gone out to walk the dog. When the animal scratched at the front door alone, whining, Alexis had known instantly. She couldn't bear to look at it after that. The dog's eyes were too sad, too full of grief she couldn't carry. She had it rehomed. It wasn't fair on either of them. After losing Hitesh, she needed money again. She always needed money. An advert popped up on social media for a job working from home, selling something called Clean Green Sheen, cleaning products that reckoned they were good for the environment. She ordered a box and began flogging them. The company was new, and she was smart enough to get in at the ground floor. She'd been brilliant at it, going door to door, persuading women to buy. But she realized quickly the real profit wasn't in sales, but in recruitment. Get others to sell under her. Build a little empire. She rose through the ranks. For a while she was flying. That was when she roped Polly in. Polly had come to her in tears, broke and desperate. Alexis had suggested clean green sheen. She hadn't known it was a pyramid scheme. Honestly, she hadn't. If she'd known, she would never have dragged Polly in. It wasn't her fault Polly had been stupid enough to spend her entire savings on stock. If she'd mentioned it was the last of her money, Alexis would have told her to use half. Sensible. But by then Alexis was already sleeping with Antonio, one of the directors, and he tipped her off about the police sniffing around, warned her to be careful. She couldn't breathe a word of it to Polly. If word got out, others would panic, and Antonio would know it had come from her. So yes, Polly had lost everything. She'd been left with boxes of unsellable product, broke and humiliated. Alexis had been clever, though. She'd made sure Antonio gave her a nice bonus before the whole thing collapsed. They got out just in time. Lucky, yes, but luck was something you made for yourself. She did feel guilty, but not too much. After all, she was sharing her good fortune with her friends by bringing them to the villa. Without Alexis, they'd all be sat at home in the drizzle-laden English summer, bored out of their minds. No, Alexis thought firmly, sipping her wine by the pool. Nobody had anything to complain about, not a thing. Of course they might if something went wrong with her plan. Her friends would be furious. But if she got away with it, a huge grin split her face. She sucked the last of her bright pink cocktail through a straw, then leaned over and cranked up the music. "Let's get this party started, bitches!" she screamed. They roared their approval. The naive fools. Chapter 14. Polly now. Catherine takes hold of the black metal door handle that is almost scroll-shaped, but pauses. "Everyone ready?" she checks. She's answered by 4 determined grunts of agreement. Nervous tension fills the air as we brace for the physical onslaught of the horrendous weather and the possibility of confronting more than just that. Annie is brandishing the poker from the fireplace. "No one's taking us down without a fight," she'd warned when she picked it up. We're dressed in bright yellow anoraks that we found after searching inside the cupboard in the winter lounge. Celine had remembered seeing something in the welcome pack about coats for rainy winter weather, but no one could have envisaged preparing for what's happening outside. We'd thought the worst thing that would happen would be dealing with a spot of sunburn, like poor Alexis. Catherine turns the handle, then pushes the door open. It's snatched from her hand by the wind and smashes against the wall with a bang. The force, so sudden, so violent, makes me try to squeal, but the air pressure snatches my cry away. Despite the waterproofs, we're thoroughly soaked in seconds, the rain dripping uncomfortably from my hair, down the back of my neck. Even my eyelashes and the end of my nose have their own little waterfalls. We take a few steps into the middle of the summer lounge, the glorified open-roofed courtyard, sheltered on all sides by the building around it. Our feet splash through the deep puddles, which are starting to join together. If this carries on much longer, the villa might flood. The wind wails again. If it's this bad here, what the hell is it like once we're truly outside? A roof tile shatters on the ground beside us, and Annie yelps, grabbing her ankle. Her hand comes away with a smear of blood on it. She's been cut by some of the shards. She links her arm through mine, looks around, as if checking for someone watching us. My skin prickles. Is Alexis's killer nearby, waiting for us to come closer? Will he attack those in front, who are already forging through the main door into the front garden and driveway? Or will he pick off those at the back, me and Annie? My heart is pounding, my lungs burning, and we've barely started the walk to the village. Arm in arm, we step through the door that takes us from the courtyard to the outside proper, bodies bowed. The wind is a screaming force, trying to push us back inside. It takes all my strength just to put one foot in front of the other. I open my mouth to swear, but the wind seems to suck the air from my lungs, leaving me gasping. For a moment, the wind's howling grows stronger, and and I see Catherine, in front of me, stagger to one side as if drunk. I am frozen in place, one foot raised, but unable to push my leg forward because the force of the wind is so strong. I cling onto Annie, and it takes everything we've got just to stay upright. It feels like someone's trying to rip my face off, Annie shouts. The rain is coming down so hard, it stings as if someone is throwing handfuls of tiny pebbles at me. I wobble, sink to my knees. "Polly!" Annie tries to pull me upright. "Leave me!" I shout. My vision is darkening around the edges, and over even the roar of the unprecedented weather comes the pounding of my own pulse, getting louder and louder. Nick turns, sees our struggle, tugs at Catherine and Selin, who both stop halfway down the path to the gate. Nick bends and gets me to my feet with the help of Annie. My legs are wobbly as a newborn lamb's. "Get me back inside, then you all go on," I shout to make myself heard. Another gust buffets us. We lean into it until our bodies are at 45-degree angles to the ground. When it eases momentarily, we all stumble. "We can't leave you," shouts Annie. If Alexis were here, she'd never go out in this weather. It would ruin her expensive blow-dry. I smile at the memory of my perfectionist friend before I catch myself.
Catherine leans closer so she can be heard, gestures between herself and Selin. "We'll carry on. Fetch help." "In this," screams Annie. "It's suicide. You can't do 3 miles in this weather." "We need help, because, mate, I'm telling you now, I cannot deal with this." Nick's tears join the rain running down her face. "Okay, okay," Annie shouts so hard to be heard that the veins in her neck bulge. "Nick, you stay with Polly, and the rest of us will go to the village." I nod, groan, and cling to Nick harder. Annie says something I can't catch, and there's lots of dramatic gesticulating between them all. It's like watching a silent film. Selin and Catherine begin to move away, while Annie and Nick help me back towards the winter lounge. It's hard work, but we get there eventually. Shivering despite the heat from the fire, we all strip off our sodden clothes and sit in our underwear, with various blankets and throws wrapped around us. Annie makes me lie down and stuffs cushions under my feet until they are higher than my head. Nick even tucks the crocheted blanket she seems to have become attached to over me. It takes me a minute before I gather my strength enough to speak. "Annie, I thought you were going with Selin and Catherine." "Thought I'd better stay in case you needed me," she replies shortly, looking at me and then looking away. Her shoulders are rounded now that her anger has deflated, and she's fiddling with that nose stud of hers. I've known Annie most of my life. I know her moods almost as well as I know my own. And right now, she looks guilty. If I could only remember what had happened down in that cellar, how guilty would I look, I wonder. Chapter 15. Polly. 6 years ago. Polly's run of bad luck had started just at the point where life had finally felt solid. She'd bought a house with her boyfriend after they'd saved up hard and borrowed as much as they could. "Everyone does it," said Simon. "No one ever loses on property. It always goes up in value. And interest rates have been low for years and years, and I don't see that changing." Polly gave a happy thumbs up, keen to finally have a bit of stability in her life and someone she could rely on. But the next year, everything had changed when the pandemic hit and the world went mad. Her work as a freelance set designer for theatres dried up completely. Simon, an actor, had lost his job when the production he was playing the lead in was closed down. It took a long time for the theatres to recover from the pandemic years, by which time Polly and Simon had split up over their constant rows about money. They had to stay living together because neither could afford to move out, and the interest rates soared, making their finances so tight the pips squeaked. The monthly repayments had gone up by over £600 on the mortgage, and then there was the gas and electric, both of which had gone up by £100 a month. Everything was suddenly so expensive, and neither Polly nor Simon was earning as much as before. They'd no choice but to sell. By then the house was in negative equity. "Surely if we can just hold on a bit longer, things will settle down," said Polly, ever the optimist. "Don't be stupid. This is the new normal. We've got to cut loose while we can," Simon snapped. It was the perfect storm. They sold the house at a massive loss,
and Polly and Simon lost everything. Polly tried to make ends meet, tried to drum up as much work as she could as an artist and set designer. But there simply wasn't as much work out there for people like her, and what little there was paid lower rates than before.
She didn't tell her friends how broke she was. Although they knew that she had sold the house, they all assumed she'd made a bit of money and thought she was sorted now. She didn't invite them over to her place, though, a tiny bedsit where the bedroom was a sort of balcony with a mattress on it over the top of her lounge and kitchenette. Instead, she'd go to theirs or meet them in the pub, pretending to drink vodka and tonic, but actually just have the tonic in order to save money. Telling them she couldn't stay long so that she didn't have to buy rounds she couldn't afford. She did manage to find a permanent job, working with old people in residential homes. Seeing them express themselves through art brought her such joy. It wasn't well paid either, but at least it was steady. But she could barely afford to eat after paying her bills. The weight dropped off her. Still, she didn't admit the extent of her money woes to friends. They lived in such a different world to her that she suspected they wouldn't understand anyway. They all had good jobs, and partners with good jobs, and parents who had a bit put aside for retirement and emergencies. Polly had nothing and no one. She'd been raised by her gran, who'd had precious little money but a lot of love. She had passed away when Polly was in her early 20s. Her dad had died of a drug overdose years before, and her mum was inside for murder now. She'd glassed someone in a pub while off her face drunk and had severed their artery. The final straw came when she had to move out of the bedsit to a new place because her landlord had kept suggesting an alternative payment system to her, sex for rent. She wasn't that desperate. Of course, he hadn't given her back her deposit, which meant she'd had to pay with a credit card for the deposit and first month's rent that needed to be paid in advance on her new place. Maybe one day she'd be sorted. She hoped. In the meantime, she'd do whatever she needed to do to keep her head above water. 6 months before the holiday, Polly found herself sitting at Alexis's kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug she hadn't touched. The tea had gone cold. She wasn't there for the tea anyway. "I'm really worried," she admitted at last, her voice cracking on the words. "You know how difficult my finances are. I've got no family to help me out, no one to turn to. I can't seem to find a way out. I'm terrified about the future. I feel like I'm drowning in bills and debt, and if I don't get myself straight soon, I'm too old for this, Alexis. I shouldn't still be ricocheting from one financial disaster to the next. I should be settled, saving for a pension, thinking about when I can slow down, not about whether I'll even keep a roof over my head." Her best friend's eyes softened. Alexis leaned across the table and pulled her into a hug. Polly clung to her, grateful for the warmth, but the panic inside her didn't ease. "I keep trying," Polly went on quickly, words spilling now that she'd started. "Every new moon, I set my intentions. I do the work with my crystals. I write my affirmations. I manifest as hard as I can. Then I use the positivity to keep searching for new jobs that pay better. I keep applying, but nothing comes. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Maybe it's negative to say that out loud, but—" "Polly," Alexis cut in, gently but with that familiar bluntness. She pulled back and rolled her eyes, smiling. "I say this with love. Stop being a bloody idiot. You don't get anything by sitting there imagining it. You get something by going out and taking it. That's how the world works." Polly let out a breathy laugh, half relieved at Alexis's certainty, half ashamed at her own naivety. "But listen," Alexis added, her tone softening. "If the worst did happen and you lost your place, you could come and stay with me, as long as you needed. My house isn't massive, but there's a spare room. He'd always have that, you know." Tears pricked Polly's eyes. She nodded quickly, too choked up to speak. Alexis reached across the table again, this time tapping her nails against the wood with a kind of excited impatience. "I've got a better idea, though. You know I've been working with Clean Green Sheen?" Polly wiped her eyes and managed a faint smile. "Keep it clean, keep it green. Of course. I love their stuff. I've bought loads off you." "Exactly." Alexis leaned forward now, her voice warming into something like a sales pitch. "Good for our health, good for the planet, and good for our pockets. You'd be ideal to sell this, Polly.
All you'd need to do is sign up, buy in, and start selling. It's direct sales, so you could make proper money, fast. Enough to get you out of trouble, maybe even enough to start putting some aside. Polly hesitated. Normally she'd have bristled at the hard sell, but the words sounded so reasonable, so hopeful. She listened as Alexis explained how the business worked, how it was all grassroots, people selling to people, not some faceless corporation. Profits fed back into environmental schemes, as well as the company itself. The more Polly heard, the more it appealed to her sense of justice, a belief that big business was killing the planet. It sounded perfect. "These are products that actually help the world," Polly said, her chest lifting as if something heavy inside her had shifted. "They're safe, they're ethical, and affordable." "That's right," Alexis beamed. Polly nodded, conviction building. This could be the answer. This could save her. Alexis hesitated only once, her voice dipping. "The only thing is, you do need to buy stock up front. The more you buy, the bigger the discount, so you'll make more in the long run. Think of it as an investment. Once you've got the products, you'll sell through them in no time." Polly barely heard the warning. Alexis wouldn't lead her wrong. Not Alexis.
Relief flooded her. For the first time in months, she could picture a way forward. "Yes," she said firmly. "Yes, I'll do it. This is going to save me." And she believed it. What little money Polly had, she'd gambled on clean green sheen. It was perfect. She could fit selling it around her work at the residential home. But bulk buying the products up front had left her out of pocket until she could sell enough to get that cash back. Things were getting really desperate. Sometimes at night, after a good cry, Polly wondered how much it would take before she snapped and her parents' bad blood came to the fore. Chapter 16. Polly Now. The door to the winter lounge slams open. I press myself into the couch, terrified. Annie and Nick freeze in their respective places, Annie perched on the edge of the sofa where I'm lying, and Nick sitting cross-legged on the floor, once again nursing a brandy. And suddenly I'm flung back to another time. A blow to the back of my head so hard my teeth rattle, the ground rushing up to meet me. Panic and fear shoot through me as I try to get up, try to find strength that isn't there. The person who attacked me and killed Alexis is back for more. Annie and Nick freeze where they are as the gale-force wind gleefully riffles through magazines on the coffee table. Two figures push through the open doorway. One tall and athletic, the other shorter but solid. Both are encased in bright yellow waterproofs. Our friends. My exhale is a deep shudder of relief. Catherine fights the door against the wind before finally slamming it shut. Celine shakes herself like a wet dog. "We couldn't make it to the village," Celine says. "I'm so sorry, it's impossible." "Maybe not impossible." Catherine shoots her friend a look. There's an atmosphere between them, as if they disagreed about something. "I wanted to keep trying, but I thought it was more sensible to come back." Celine, winning an argument, that's a rarity. If she and Catherine can't make it out there, then none of us can. They are by far the fittest of the group, often entering triathlons together and half marathons. Although when Celine disappeared recently, she even missed a charity event she was supposed to do with Catherine. "How far did you get?" I ask. "A bit up the lane. It's like a river now." Catherine strips her dripping coat off as she replies. "There's a serious amount of rain running down the mountains," adds Celine. "It's scary. It's getting inside the electrics of the gate, I think. Took a couple of goes to get the gates working." Catherine nods but keeps undressing. "That pretty little waterfall out back, it's raging like Niagara Falls." "So what are we supposed to do now?" Nick stands, towering over the rest of us. "If you think you can do better, you're welcome to try," snaps Catherine. Nick puts her brandy glass down and starts pacing. Okay, you're right. But the situation in here hasn't changed. Our friend has been murdered. It doesn't get any more dramatic than that. What are we supposed to do? Just sit here and wait till the storm's over, while our friend is lying down there in the wet, not breathing anymore. She's never going to speak again. She's never going to laugh again. She's never going to talk nonsense and do that bloody stupid, weird bunny rabbit impression thing that she does when she's excited. You don't need to tell us, I say. I give a sympathetic frown and rub her back, as if she's a child who needs comforting.
She shrugs me off and marches to the Wi-Fi router, starts jabbing at the button and swearing, because obviously that will make the internet magically return. "I'm not dying here," she mutters, each word accompanied by a finger punch. Celine and I look at Annie and Catherine in despair. They are usually far more together than us. Celine and I are more into going with the flow than planning. Annie still has a weird, hunted look in her eyes and has twirled her nose ring so much that the skin around it looks red. I look around at the rest of us, really look, and inevitably, none of us are dealing well with this. Celine's eyes have dark shadows beneath them, and she is constantly fighting back tears as she stares fixedly at nothing. Catherine has chewed her lips so hard that she's drawn blood. And Nick, well, if I tried to take her drink away, she'd probably wrestle me to the ground. Drinking too much is what she did before, when her life disintegrated, but she managed to pull herself back from the precipice. A loss like that, though. It was no wonder.
She'd held him as he took his last breath. And me? I can't accept my own part in all this. All the evidence, including what I've kept from my friends, points to me killing Alexis. Dread settles in my stomach. Who am I, that I'm capable of this? No, no, no. But I'm not even hysterical. I'm too stunned to feel anything. I don't know if it's the horror of the situation, the impossibility of it, or if it's the blow to my head, but I just can't comprehend. Catherine gives a sudden whole-body shake that draws my attention, puts her head in her hands so that her face is covered, and moans. "I don't know what to do. I don't bloody know. Then looks up, wipes her eyes, sniffs, pulls her shoulders back, and speaks decisively. "Okay, let's form a search party. What Annie said earlier was right. If there's someone here, we need to know." It's a relief to have someone tell us what to do, and it's something Catherine is good at. We've all got our different strengths and weaknesses, and hers is her ability to cut out the noise of a situation and think clearly. It's why she's made such a success of her advertising business, landing massive accounts from big companies. As kids, she and Alexis often clashed because she'd wanted to be team captain of our netball squad, but Alexis always had that extra something that true leaders have, that X factor that made people want to do whatever she wanted, even if it was a bad idea. If it were down to me or Celine, we'd get nothing done. Celine shakes her head. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I'm just going to, say it anyway. I vote we just lock ourselves in this room and wait. I mean, it can't be too long until the police come. I just really want to wait for the police. There's no point. "No," Catherine and Annie say together. Annie presses on. "Better to know what we're dealing with. We'll split into 2 groups. One for the upper floor and one for this floor. And the basement?" No one answers my question. A heavy silence stretches. We do that last, together. Alexis is down there, Catherine sounds more confident than she looks. Annie squeezes her hand. "Everyone happy?" "Oh yeah, ecstatic." But Nick stops her fruitless crusade to bring the Wi-Fi back to life and joins us. "Can I bring the brandy?" "That sounds like a good plan of action. The search, not the brandy," I say. "Let's get on with it." "Yeah." Nick shivers, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. "Let's get out there and search for a killer. Should be fun." Chapter 17. Polly now. We split up to search the house, dressed once more in our canary yellow wet weather gear. Celine, Catherine and Nick take the upstairs. Annie and I go downstairs, partly because I'm still weak and shaky from the blow to my head. The only sound is the wind screaming, the strained creaking of trees, and the very bones of the house seeming to rattle. The dining room, the kitchen, the shower room, the loo, each one is empty. No sign of anyone else. No footprints, no discarded items, no clues. Just the eerie stillness of a house waiting to be swallowed whole by the storm. We even check the winter lounge again in case someone has sneaked in when our backs were turned. As we creep through the house, the silence between us is thick, heavy with dread, until my skin crawls with it and I have to break it with something, anything. "So, where were you when Alexis and I were—" I pause, swallowing. "What actually happened to bring you all down to the cellar? I still can't remember anything, just playing cards. Did you hear fighting or anything? I can't tell you anything you should remember yourself, but this should be okay.
Annie's eyes flick up, and she exhales slowly. I was alone in my room, reading, got bored. She shrugs like it's nothing, but I catch the tension in her voice. And I remember that guilt that I keep catching on her. I was wandering along the top of the gallery when I bumped into Celine. She was just heading into her room. We chatted for a couple of minutes, standing near the balcony bit that looks down into the summer lounge courtyard. Her eyes drift, following the scene in her mind. Then we heard a scream. I wait, heart thudding. Not a sharp scream, Annie adds, more muffled. We ran downstairs straight away, got to the courtyard and stood there, looking for where it came from. Then Catherine and Nick joined us. Before I can ask more, Catherine's voice calls from the stairs. She and the others are coming down to join us.
We didn't find anything. Well, we thought Mick's room had been ransacked, but she's just really untidy. Did you find anything? Nothing, I say. No one. Huh. Catherine steps closer, eyebrows raised. Did I just hear my name? I was explaining about hearing a scream, Annie says, and you and Nick coming to join Celine and me. Oh, yeah, well, we were together when... Catherine glances at Nick, who's swaying slightly and staring at the floor, lost in her own world. You okay? She asks, nudging her gently. Nick blinks, like she's just woken up. She looks at Catherine, confused, like she didn't hear her. We arrived together, Catherine says slowly, trying to reach her. We were in the kitchen, remember? Nick nods, slow and unsure. Yeah, mate, yeah, that's right. Catherine gives us a despairing look. Anyway, I thought the scream might have come from the wine cellar. I figured someone could have got locked in, like Nick was the other day. Nick looks up properly now, eyes wide. Yeah, that was my first thought. Bloody nightmare that was. Her voice shakes just thinking about it. So we tried the door, locked, no key anywhere. She shrugs, and the brandy sloshes in her bottle. So we had to kick it in. We all turn to stare at the wine cellar door. It looks bigger, darker, somehow more menacing than before. Annie swallows hard. If the attacker is still here, there's only one place left to search. Catherine, do you want to go first? Why me? Is it because I don't have children and you do? Am I more expendable in your eyes? No! Where the hell did that come from? Actually, I asked because you're bossy and like to be in charge. Whereas you're so shy and retiring. With an annoyed huff, Annie reaches out, slow, hesitant, then sets her jaw and glances at us, as if daring one of us to mention that she's afraid. She flicks the latch, and the darkness spills out like a living thing. We huddle close, hearts pounding, breath shallow. Together, we step inside. Chapter 18. Catherine. 2 years ago. Time was running out, Catherine feared. She was 38, had got the business, the lifestyle, the man, the stunning family home, and now it was time for children, before it got too late. She was nervous about broaching the subject, given that she and Trevor had only been together for 6 months, but she'd never felt like this before about anyone. They were lying in bed together one night when she casually mentioned children. I've always wanted to be a dad, he admitted. I'm not sure it will ever happen now, though. Not now I'm in my 50s. Let's do it. Why wait? She sat up, heart racing with excitement. Well, okay, he laughed. Why not? Let's do it, kitty cat. She rolled her eyes, laughing at the nickname he'd given her, but secretly she loved it. He saw things in her no one else did, brought out a whole new side of her. They were enthusiastic and in love. It wasn't a hardship to start trying. At first, she and Trevor assumed everything would happen naturally. It didn't. Every period felt like a failure, a reminder that she hadn't achieved her goal. It was like every month she failed an exam. After 2 years, there was no pitter-patter of tiny feet, no thunderous running and laughter and shouting. So she pushed for them to have some tests done. Trevor persuaded her to wait it out a bit longer, letting nature take its course. But there was no shame in giving nature a helping hand to make their dream come true. She cornered Trevor while he was cooking one night. We should consider fertility treatment. Time's against us. I want this to happen like yesterday, she said. Trevor opened his mouth, and there was the tiniest hesitation before he spoke.
I mean, I'm not keen on getting prodded and poked about. Let's give it a bit longer. He concentrated on chopping up a handful of fresh coriander. Hey, you know it's not a measure of manliness, right? She said. Whether the problem is you or me
Is not anyone's fault. It's just something to solve with the help of doctors. His shoulders twitched in what was meant to be a shrug, but he looked so uncomfortable as he dropped the chopped herb into a saucepan and stirred. She was tempted to drop the subject. It was too important to her, though. We need to be efficient about this, she said. We have to take it seriously if we're going to get the family we want. I know, you're right, but maybe land that deal with Cooperson and Mitchell first. Eh, kitty cat? He took her hand, kissed the palm. Then you can give it everything you've got. She could see it was a good plan. This was one of the things she loved about Trevor. He softened her, made her less laser-focused and more patient. You're right. This is something I need to give everything to. And once I've signed Cooperson and Mitchell, the money is going to be rolling in. I'll be able to afford the best treatments, and I can take some time off to give our family the best start. There you go, then. He held her palm against his cheek. In the meantime, we'll keep trying and hoping for a miracle. For the next few months, Catherine focused on getting everything ready to deliver the proposal for the client. Think of every eventuality, do all the research, make sure every angle was covered. She always got a buzz from work, but this was even more exciting, because once this deal was done, everything would change. If she could just land that deal, the deal of a lifetime, it would make her enough money to be able to ease off. Her business would be in a whole new league. Even better, she'd be free to start on the next stage of her life plan. Time away from the business so that she could get pregnant. Whatever it took, however much it cost, she was going to make it happen. Despite promising Trevor they'd leave things until she could take some time off, she hadn't been able to resist getting the ball rolling. They'd had some tests done. So far, their infertility was unexplained, so more tests were in the pipeline. The endless doctor's appointments, tests, injections were starting to take their toll, and Trevor had been so quiet recently, withdrawn. At least we know now. It means once I'm off work, we can really concentrate on fixing things, she told Trevor in bed one night. He winced as if he'd been kicked. Honestly, men could be so sensitive. She didn't care if she ended up looking like a pincushion. It'd be worth it all in the end, when she held their baby in her arms for the first time. I'm thinking about researching adoption too, she said. Once I'm off, we might as well fill in the paperwork, get everything lined up, even if we don't need... Kitty cat! Trevor held his hands up. Can we please just take one step at a time? I know you like to go full tilt, but I need to go slower. Sorry, I just get carried away. She kissed him. His lips stayed a firm line against hers before giving way reluctantly. I know, he sighed. I know what you're like. I'm just worried about you, working all hours, and then worrying at this in your spare time. Some time off with your friends will do you good. She leaned away from him. What do you mean? Alexis's big shindig? Her 40th birthday bash. Oh, that. I've got too much on. You're not going? Will Alexis ever forgive you? She snuggled her head on his chest, let herself relax into the warmth of his body before replying. She did look really disappointed when I told her. It's my big birthday, the big 4-0. It won't be the same without you. Everyone is coming, her friend had said. The whole gang. You've got over a month until it happens. Plenty of time to sort everything. Besides, you know what that lot are like. They may kill you if you don't go, Trevor joked. She snorted. Sometimes her friends could be a bit full-on. They'd been calling and messaging, saying much the same thing. It would mean so much to Alexis, wrote Polly on WhatsApp. You know how much she loves you. And when was the last time we were all together? No matter how busy you are, you should make time for your friends, Trevor reminded her gently. They're the ones who are always there for you when life goes wrong. Life isn't going to go wrong, she said. It wouldn't dare. But okay, I'll go on this holiday. You're right, it'll be fun. And Alexis will only turn 40 once. Chapter 19. Polly now. We teeter on the edge of darkness, we five,
clinging to one another in the doorway of the wine cellar, the steps leading down in front of us to pitch-black nothingness. The weather seems to echo our fears, the sky a slate grey, the wind buffeting us, the rain soaking us as it pours in through the open summer lounge, where we huddle beneath the overhang of the covered balcony walkway above us. What the hell is going on? Maybe I'm really in a coma and this is all a fever dream, because it can't be real. Can't be. Happy memories have been returning, drifting into my mind like clouds across a summer sky. Yesterday we were just a bunch of friends on holiday, having a laugh, topping up our tans as the July sun beat down on us. Sometimes we'd get too hot and drag ourselves to the pool to cool down, or Nick would appear with a massive jug of something lethally alcoholic but refreshingly cooling, and Annie puts her hand to the side of the cellar door and finds the light switch. But before she can flick it on, Celine whispers something so quiet I can only just make out the words. "I'm not going down again. I can't see Alexis." Her quavering voice is joined by Nick's more strident tone. "Nah, mate. No sodding way, sorry." She's backing away, shaking her head. The rest of us exchange glances. I'm still exhausted, but don't want to say anything in case people take it the wrong way. It might sound like guilt, an excuse not to face what I've done or something. "Does anyone have the key?" Nick asks. Catherine pulls the door to slightly and gestures to the keyhole. The large key is in place, but on the inside of the door instead of the outside, where it usually is. Of course. Scattered on the ground are the splinters of wood from where the frame surrounding the lock gave way as my friends desperately forced their way in earlier. Annie's sigh is quick, impatient. "Fine, let's lock it for now."
Either we all search it, or none of us do. Otherwise, it's not fair. The rest of us nod silently, barely able to meet one another's eyes because we're all ashamed. It's cowardly. We should be able to go down there and see our friend's body and search for the person who ended her life. But it's just too much. The wind howls in agreement and seems to help Catherine push the wine cellar door shut. She's taken the key and now puts it in the keyhole on this side. Turns it. It moves easily, but the lock is too broken for it to hold, of course. In the end, we secure it by wedging a couple of stones under the door, which isn't ideal, but is better than nothing. The five of us scurry back to the winter lounge, which has become both haven and prison. I find myself wondering what Alexis would say if she could see us all sitting there, useless. "You bunch of cowards. How could you leave me down there alone?" "If there's someone down there, at least they're trapped now," says Catherine. "They'll be long gone. We should have thought to secure the door earlier. I'm furious with myself for not thinking." "Annie, you can't think of everything," I try to soothe. "Be kinder to yourself. There's enough going on without finger-pointing at ourselves." I sigh and put my head down on the arm of the sofa and tuck my feet up. "Hey," Annie clicks her fingers, "don't go to sleep, okay?" "Okay." I sit up, rub my eyes open. I only saw Alexis about, what, half an hour, maybe an hour before she was killed. Nick's voice is thick with sadness. "How did she seem?" I ask. She pulls the crocheted blanket closer about herself, hugs the brandy bottle a little tighter. A bit tense, maybe, but nothing major. She was in a right mood ever since the party was cancelled. "Not cancelled, we'd still have done something," Catherine says. "It might not have been up to her standards." Annie smiles and frowns at the same time. But I, for one, was looking forward to it. One hand strays up to her nose stud again and starts twirling, and there's that look again. Guilt. "When did you last see her?" I ask. Her twirling freezes. When she got the messages from the DJ and the caterer and went stratospheric. She was in such a mood. I tried to look for her later. I wanted a word, but couldn't find her. "Catherine, how about you?" "Must have been about the same time. I needed to get that pitch sent off." "And did you? What time?" "Yeah, I did, Miss Marple. I spent all morning doing it and must have sent it about an hour before everything kicked off. I had a bit of a lie down, in case you're interested in my exact movements, but only for probably 15 minutes before I went to the kitchen for a glass of water, and that's where Nick and I got chatting until we heard the screaming." Nick nods her head. I saw her," Celine starts, then shakes her head, unable to breathe, she's crying so hard. Oh God, Annie steps between her and us, as if protecting her.
She was with me when we heard the screams, so it's not like she can shed any light on anything. Leave it. You know what she gets like. Celine had never been confident, and what little confidence she'd had was destroyed when her teenage boyfriend, Chris, was killed. He'd been the golden boy until he jumped from that roof. What would he be like now if he'd lived to hit 40? What would Celine have been like without that life-changing loss and the consequent whispering campaign against her? "Can I have some of that brandy?" I ask Nick, suddenly desperate for a drink. "Course, mate." She passes it over. No, bad idea." Annie's voice is sharp. "It's not a good idea with concussion, is it, Polly? Come on, think." I suppose. Sorry. So you should be. It'll make you far more likely to fall asleep, and we can't have that. True. It'd take the edge off the throbbing pain in my head, though.
It feels like some hobgoblins have been let loose with pickaxes in there. "Is it too early for more paracetamol?" I ask. Annie's glare gives me the answer. "Polly, just think. What the hell happened? Who did this? We need to know," she snaps. "Hey, I'm trying, you know." I feel the back of my head and wince. "Try harder. You, of all people, know that the mind doesn't work that way. It's not lack of effort that's stopping me from remembering. I don't know. Maybe if I try to meditate or something, it will come to me." Catherine rolls her eyes. "Always with the woo-woo answers. How far has that got you in life? You're criticizing my life choices now? We can't all sell our souls to capitalism." I don't even know where that's come from. I'm proud of how she's given everything to make her business a success. I start to apologize, but no one hears over the arguing that's broken out. "You've never understood me. I swear it was you who sabotaged." "You don't know." My head pounds with each shouted word, pressure building until I scream a release. "Shut up! Shut up! Alexis is lying dead downstairs and we have to find out what happened. I'm going down there." I jump up. Everyone freezes in shock. Not me. Throwing open the door, the wind and rain yell their welcome as I hurry towards the wine cellar and the horrifying memories that may be stirred by returning to it. Behind me, I hear footsteps racing after me. Despite being the first to arrive at the cellar door and open it, everyone crowds past me because I'm so slow. Annie flicks the light switch on, and they all head straight down, determined now to do what must be done. My steps drag, slow and heavy, from the sort of tired that settles in your bones. The footsteps of the others clatter on the stone, their voices echoing somewhere below. Still, I pause at the threshold, resting my hand on the doorframe for balance. My pulse is hammering in my ears, and that stupid light-headed feeling is back, like the floor might tilt under me. "Just catching my breath," I tell myself. "Just a second." That's when I see it. A slip of paper crumpled into a ball, lying on the flagstones. For some reason I stoop, pick it up. No time to look. It disappears into my pocket. When I step into the cool, musty air, I realize the others haven't gone all the way down. They're crowded halfway along the steps, bodies pressed together, blocking the view ahead. "What's—" My voice comes out thin, swallowed by the damp air. Then I hear it. At first, it's only a hush in my ears, like distant static. Then it grows. Fuller, heavier, a constant rush. Water. It's not the gentle kind that trickles down old stone. This is urgent, forceful, like someone's left a bath tap running full tilt. The sound fills the narrow stairwell, a low, unbroken roar. I grip the wall to steady myself as I move down a few steps. And now I see what everyone is staring at. Water is pouring through some crack near the far wall, a thick stream forcing itself inside, spreading fast across the flagstones. The floor is already slick and swirling, sucking in anything light enough to move. Concussion makes my brain slower to take things in, and it takes a moment for me to realize that the wine cellar's below ground. Of course it is. That's why it's already so badly flooded. Celine is sitting on one of the steps, her hands clamped over her mouth. Her shoulders quake. Catherine, normally so together, looks broken and keeps opening her mouth as if to say something, but nothing comes. Beside her, Annie looks like she's about to be sick and has Nick's hand in hers, holding it tight. Nick's face is ashen, her eyes fixed on the water below. I follow their gaze.
At first I see only the empty casks, small, decorative barrels, bobbing lightly in the current. But then, her, Alexis. She floats on her back, eyes wide and unblinking, staring straight up, not at the ceiling, at me.
For a heartbeat, I'm back by the pool, days ago. Alexis in her swimsuit, drifting on the water's surface, laughing, one arm waving lazily in time to the music playing from Nick's speakers, the 90s remix of You've Got the Love by Candy Staton. Only now, Alexis's dress is soaked through, the front dark with blood blooming from her chest, the colour seeping outward like ink into paper. "Oh God," I whisper. The moment shatters. Nick makes a sound that doesn't seem human, a raw, tearing wail that bends her double. Celine starts crying with her, sharp and keening. Annie's voice cuts through, urgent and clipped. "We can't leave her here." "She's dead," Nick chokes out. "She's really gone." "I said we can't leave her here." Annie's voice is tight but steady. She's already stepping into the freezing water. She gives a whimper, from cold or fear, I can't tell which. Catherine hesitates for only the slightest fraction, then heads down the steps too and into the water with a splash. The rest of us just stand there, staring. The current swirls around Alexis's body, rocking her gently, as though the water hasn't yet realized she's gone. Chapter 20. Celine. 25 years ago. Pretty much everyone at Harry's house party had spilled outside to watch Chris and his mates put on a show with their BMX bikes. Even though he wasn't the only one riding, the air was full of people chanting his name alone. Celine's heart was so full, it brimmed over in tears that she wiped away before anyone, most likely Annie, could take the mick. She knew she was gazing at him like a love-struck groupie as he jumped a set of stone steps with ease, but she couldn't help it. And it wasn't just because his t-shirt rode up as he landed, showing off his stomach muscles. He and his best mate Josh were amazing, but it was Chris who always had the edge. Their rivalry was healthy. They pushed each other to greater heights and had vowed to enter some competitions together the following year. They started simple, with wheelies and bunny hops, then some grinds, sliding along the rails on either side of the steps in the garden. Chris did a couple of whiplashes, and the front wheel didn't wobble at all as he balanced on it, lifting the back and whipping the whole bike around the front fork. Everyone cheered, but Chris's eyes looked glazed with boredom. If she hadn't known better, Celine would have said he was wrecked. But all he'd been drinking was squash, same as her, before moving on to chugging a ton of water. "Chris, maybe stop now? Like, maybe that's enough, don't you think?" She hated the worry in her voice. "Celine, baby, I'll make you so proud of me. Just watch me fly. You know I can land anything." She laughed, trying to hide her concern, not wanting to seem a nag. Chris was right, she was worrying about nothing. But he was starting to do more ambitious tricks now, and his friends were falling away one by one, stopping to watch him rather than take part themselves. After landing a somersault off the steps, to the explosive cheers of the crowd, Chris shouted, "What do you want me to do next? Come on." "I can do anything." It wasn't like him to be such a show-off. It made her uncomfortable. Everyone started making suggestions, some sensible, some ridiculous. Someone, she didn't see who, even suggested jumping off the garage roof. Chris pointed up to it. "You think I can't land that?" There were shouts of yes and no. A lot of people were shaking their heads, saying it had gone far enough. Celine looked at Harry, silently appealing for him to stop this nonsense. After all, it was his home. He shrugged. "If you break anything, my parents will make you pay for it," was all he said. Chris looked at Josh and asked him to join him on the flat roof. Josh shook his head, but a couple of other lads, drunk on adrenaline, decided to go up too. Somehow, they clambered onto the top of the garage, and others lifted their bikes up to them so they could drag them onto the roof. "Chris!" Celine shouted. "Please don't!" Even Harry looked worried now they were actually up there. "Look, if you're going to do this, be quick. My parents are going to go mental if they get back and see it." But then he was laughing as well, because boys would be boys. Chris peered over the edge, then disappeared, presumably backing away to the other end of the building. Celine held her breath. The sound of wheels racing over asphalt. Then there was Chris. He leapt off the edge, flying through the air, and he did a somersault.
He wasn't going to land it. She squeezed her eyes shut. There was a crashing, crunching sound, then everyone cheering. She opened her eyes. Chris had done it. He was so cool. But the bike was bouncing around, and he was fighting to control it. His steering was all over the place as he gathered speed down the steep, hilly garden. Why wasn't he braking? He was heading into the road. Over he went, straight across. Celine gasped in horror, terrified a car would appear and hit him. He was across. He was okay. The front wheel hit the high curb hard.
Chris went somersaulting over the handlebars and landed on the pavement, head first. "You absolute legend, Chris," shouted Josh, shaking his head. Everyone was laughing, jeering, catcalling and cheering as they all waited for Chris to stand up. Why wasn't he standing up? Celine started walking towards him, then jogging, then running, because the closer she got, the stranger the angle of his head looked. And then she was standing over him, screaming and screaming and screaming, and, "He's dead! I think he's dead!" Chris's bright blue eyes stared back at hers, unblinking, unseeing. Chapter 21. Polly, now. Catherine and Annie are impatient as they stand in the floodwater that reaches to their knees, trying to nag everyone into moving Alexis's body. I know it's because they're nervous and scared, and just want it done as quickly as possible so they can put the trauma behind them, but it sets everyone on edge even more than they already are, if that's possible. Nick clings to Celine and me, and I can feel both of them trembling at the sight in front of us. The flooded cellar. Alexis floating as if she's in the pool, relaxing, apart from the blood on her chest and her unseeing eyes. I can't touch her," Nick says. "Flipping heck, mate, I can't do that." Celine doesn't even speak. She just backs away, shaking her head. Annie snaps. Of course she does. "For Pete's sake, what did you expect to see when we got in here?" "I know, mate, but seeing her again, it's just... hell, it's a shock. It's not easy for any of us, but we can't leave her here. Is that your suggestion, Nick? That we just leave our friend floating in a flood? Maybe you can, but I can't. She deserves better." Annie's voice cuts through the damp air. Catherine backs her up. "Absolutely. This is untenable." She keeps patting Alexis's shoulder as if she can comfort her, but the touch makes the corpse bob in the water. I wish she'd stop. Nick edges down the stairs, closer but still not stepping into the floodwater. Her face is all screwed up, somewhere between grief, fear and disgust. Oh my God. Poor Alexis. "How are we going to do this?" Catherine asks. Her hand is still on Alexis, gentle. Do I join them in the water? Stay where I am? I don't know. Looking into Alexis's blank eyes sparks no memories of what happened. Catherine sees what I'm staring at and gently closes Alexis's eyes. Then Catherine answers her own question. "I'm going upstairs for a sheet." We just stare at her. It'll be easier to move her if she's in a sheet. We can float her to the steps. Celine gives a horrified sob. Catherine shoots her a glare that conveys, "Shut the hell up." I almost agree. Falling apart is a luxury we don't have, much as I want to join Celine's sob fest. Thank goodness Catherine has gone practical because I've got nothing. My head is as blank as an empty page. When we reach the steps, Catherine continues, louder now, more confident, we carry her up using the sheet, one corner each. "You're too weak, Polly, and will only get in the way. Celine, you good?" Celine sniffles, nods. "I'm sorry. No, that's a great idea, Catherine. You're right. I need to stop thinking about myself. I'll help." Nick gives a retch, as if about to vomit, but takes a moment for herself. Then she too speaks. "It's got to be done. You're right, you're right, you're right. Alexis deserves better than this." Catherine disappears up the stairs. We all stand there, staring at the still form of our full-of-life friend. When I split up with Simon, she was amazing. She's the sister I never had. I don't know how to live without her. Did I really do this? The words tumble out before I can stop them. She was incredible with my mum when her dementia got worse too. Had a knack of calming her down by doing her hair and pampering her. Memories and recriminations later though, Annie says. Her voice wobbles. Right now, we do what we came down here to do.
We don't have the sheet yet. I mean the search. Might as well get on with it. None of us want to be down here longer than we have to. There's some fuss, but soon we're all wading through knee-deep water, checking behind barrels and even inside some big enough to hide a man. My heart thumps every time I peer into the dark. Is someone going to leap out? Hurt me? No, the barrels are empty. We find nothing. The fear and bickering are starting to fray us. Every time Alexis drifts too close, someone squeals like it's a horror movie. Finally, I shake my head.
It's got to have been me, I say. Nick puts a hand on my shoulder. I know I've been saying that, but I was just exploring the idea, like maybe you had a big row and then kamikazed into the wall to make it look like you were attacked. Annie looks up. Kamikazed? Are you for real? Who would do that? Someone trying to get away with murder? People do all kinds of crazy crap when they're trying to save their own skin from a lifetime in jail, Nick says, turning back to me. No offense, Polly. Oh, none taken, I reply automatically. Apparently, my default in extremis is politeness. But the fear is still there. What if my brain is hiding something from me? After all, there's that argument I keep getting flashes of. Maybe I should tell them. Another memory jolts loose. Selin. She jumps like I've shot her and yelps. On the first day here, you told me about the town square, remember? What about it? There's a secret passage underneath it, that's right, isn't it? Selin doesn't move. She's still staring at Alexis. I remember reading that, Annie says. It's in the welcome pack. Haven't you all read it? Why would we? Nick asks. Annie's look says, why wouldn't you? This isn't the time to play tour guide, Polly, Annie replies instead. No, you don't understand, I plunge on urgently. Maybe there's also secret passages in and out of this cellar. Maybe that's normal too. Maybe there's one to the village. I don't remember reading anything about the house having any secret passages, says Annie. But I suppose it wouldn't be very secret if everyone knew about it. A lot of the houses in this area have, cave basements like this one, though. Yes! I almost shout in triumph as I see she understands where I'm heading. What if there's a way in and out of this house, this room, that we're not aware of, but the killer is? It would explain how the door was locked on the inside. It would exonerate me, because surely, of course, there was no way I'd hurt my friend, let alone kill her. They say that everyone is capable of murder, given the right set of circumstances. But I simply can't imagine the circumstances that would push me to take a life. Annie rolls her shoulders. I feel like I'm in a bloody Secret 7 book. But she claps her hands. Come on, we've got no choice. Let's get looking for a secret passage. Chapter 22. Polly. 2 months ago, Polly stared at the invitation from Alexis that had just arrived via WhatsApp. The words, "birthday bitches," were splashed across the top in glittery script. Alexis wanted a big birthday bash. A holiday in Spain with all the girls. Polly's chest tightened. She couldn't afford it. Absolutely couldn't. Her bank account was practically empty. There was just no way. She didn't have the heart to break it to Alexis immediately. Instead, she wanted to show Alexis her excitement before telling her. She rifled through old photographs, smiling through tears at the memories. Pictures of her and Alexis, and all the gang, from birthdays, school trips, holidays long ago. She posted them on Instagram, wanting to show Alexis that even if money was tight, her love and loyalty were unwavering. She hadn't expected a response so fast. I really hate having photographs of myself posted, Alexis messaged, almost immediately. Delete these now. Polly froze. She had forgotten how anxious Alexis had become about her appearance since hitting her mid-30s, how she felt old, wrinkled, overweight, despite being beautiful. Looking at the screen, Polly felt a stab of guilt. Oh, she whispered to herself. Within minutes, she'd taken the post down. Only an hour or so online, but the gang had already seen it, liked it, commented. Polly felt sick, embarrassed. She had meant well. She had wanted to show love, to honor the friendship, and instead, she'd hurt Alexis. She quickly typed a message. You're gorgeous. You always have been, and you always will be. I've taken the post down.
I'm so sorry. I should have thought more carefully." Even as she pressed send, Polly's heart thumped with shame. She hated seeing Alexis unhappy, hated that she had inadvertently added to her friend's insecurities. It triggered another emotion too, determination. She couldn't let her friend down. Alexis had always been there for her.
Through the screaming matches between her parents, through the arrests, through everything, Alexis had been one of the few constants in her life. She had to go to this birthday event. It was the least she could do. She started looking into it. Even with Alexis's generous offer to cover the cost of the villa, she still needed the cost of flights and to pay for food and drink, which would be far more than if she simply stayed at home. But Alexis seemed desperate for them all to be together, and the thought of letting down her oldest, dearest friend was breaking Polly's heart. The others were putting pressure on her too. "Come on, don't be a party pooper. It won't be the same without you. Alexis will miss you." And as Alexis had put on the invitation, no excuses accepted. "The flight will only cost about £60, said Nick, but when Polly checked, it was more like 200. Her prevaricating had meant she'd missed the deals. "Pretty much everything will be free once you get there," said Alexis. "But what about days out? She'd have to budget for them." And Alexis was adamant everyone attend Mad Cool Music Festival, and tickets for those were only a further £200, and, given the fact everything else is free, it's not much, is it? Then there were clothes to buy for the holiday, and even the sunscreen, added to the cost of everything else, seemed a bit much. It might be small fry to some people, but to her, the money represented a month's worth of work, and more than a month's worth of outgoings. Letting everyone down wasn't an option, and she was definitely too proud to tell people the truth about how skint she was. Then she had an idea of how to raise the cash. She wasn't going to tell anyone, though. The shame flooded through her every time she thought about it. But it was her best friend's birthday. She needed to be there. Alexis had told her as much, had begged her. Don't think about it, just do it, and ignore the guilt, no matter how much it burns. So Polly sold something precious. A Staffordshire china figurine, ugly to most eyes, but invaluable to her. It had belonged to her gran, the woman who had practically raised her when her parents had been too chaotic, too unreliable, too absent. It had sat on her gran's mantelpiece for years, a little monument to stability and love. Now it would bring money to cover the holiday. A few £100, not much, but enough to make it happen. Selling it made Polly's heart ache, but she reminded herself that her gran's love was always with her, and that loyalty to her friends, to the people who mattered, was what Gran had taught her above all else. Chapter 23. Polly, now. The wine cellar isn't huge, but for a cave, it's roomy enough to echo, and its troubling new waterfall feature creates a sound that seems to reverberate through my teeth. I look around, but despite its size, there's nowhere to hide anything. No alcoves, no deep shadows, no promising corners. Still, we search with the jittery desperation of people who need to find something, anything, to make sense of the last few hours. Light from the chandelier in the middle of the cave's roof is starting to flicker. I remember Salin's words about the gate, about water getting into the electrics. But none of us say anything, just keep on searching. We have to find something, a clue as to who did this. My palms move over the rocky surface, feeling each bump, fingers exploring each crack and crevice. Water is running down the rough-hewn walls, and every cold drip down my wrist makes me flinch, even though I'm up to my knees in floodwater. We turn to the barrels. This time we don't just look inside, we press our shoulders to the wood, trying to shift their weight. There's a couple that are too big and heavy to move. "Oi, Nick, grab my waistband a sec while I don't explain further, just lean into the big barrel. I knock along the curved staves, listening for a hollow note, and then reach down to the bottom of the barrel and knock. Only the solid, water-swollen thud of oak answers back. The smell of damp wine and old mold clings to the air. Even though the sandy floor is covered in water, we peer down as we move. I stamp my heel in a few spots, ridiculously desperate to hear a hollow sound that might denote a hidden room below us. The only sound is the splash of water from my movements. Above us,
The wind roars in long, low bursts. The villa creaks like it's under strain. Rain lashes somewhere overhead, but the noise is muted down here until... Suddenly the storm's sounds reach a crescendo as the door opens and closes,
followed by footsteps on the cellar stairs. The light goes out. My pulse quickens. Shrieks of fear fill the air. The light flickers back to life. There is Catherine, at the bottom of the steps, holding a white sheet. Her face is as pale as the limed walls upstairs, eyes red-rimmed, cheeks streaked wet. Rain, yes, but also tears. So that's why you took so long, I think. You stopped to cry. Catherine isn't one for displays. She wears her control like armor, as if to let it slip would invite an attack. She only shares her true self with our little gang of friends and her husband, Trevor. We see the real her, the one who loves to organize games nights or days out for us all, who is so thoughtful with her gifts, always remembering even the most passing mention of something a friend wants. But all that emotion is locked away right now, just like it is for me. I'm watching myself from somewhere slightly outside my own body, muted by concussion, shock, both. I'm not myself. But what is normal right now? I walk over and pull Catherine into a hug. She freezes, stiff as a rock, then gives in. "Nothing is ever going to be the same again, Polly," she whispers into my hair. "It's all too much to cope with." Her breath is warm and trembly against my scalp. Then she straightens, clears her throat and holds out the sheet. Moving Alexis is even worse than I'd imagined. Even not lifting her, I can feel the heaviness of her body, of what we're doing, pulling on me. My chest feels too small for the air I need, and my arms tingle with pins and needles. We start up the steps. Halfway up, water begins running down past our feet. A thin stream, then another, faster. "What the?" yells Nick. "The courtyard must be flooded," gasps Annie. We push the door open and see the courtyard is already a shallow lake. The fountain churns like something alive, water spewing forth, sending spouts arcing beyond its basin. "We'll have to take her upstairs," Catherine shouts over the gale. Nobody argues.
Instead, we eye the wooden stairs, wide and sweeping. This extra exertion is unexpected. Already everyone is panting. The climb to the bedrooms is brutal. Celine and Catherine lead. Celine's only short, about 5'3", but she doesn't give in, her jaw clenched so hard a vein throbs in her temple. Nick and Annie have the foot end of the sheet. Annie lasts 3 steps before puffing, stumbling and swearing. "Wait! My arms!" she gasps, stopping mid-step. Celine hisses through her teeth. "Keep moving! Don't stop!" I dodge in between Nick and Catherine, grasp the sheet, and help take the weight. Finally, we reach the top, after a fair bit of swearing. Along the covered balcony we go, then enter the narrow corridor to the bedrooms. It funnels our sound back at us, laboured breathing, the thud of feet, the creak of the old staircase. Alexis's covered arm swings loose, knocking the wall with a dull thunk. It's such a small sound, but it makes my stomach twist. Luckily, Alexis's bedroom, the Madronio room, is the closest to the stairs. We've reached our limit. Everyone's panting. The house seems to be panting with us, the windows rattling faintly in their frames, the wind pushing against the walls. In her room, we put her on the bed. The air smells faintly of Alexis's perfume, reminding us that just this morning she woke and dressed as if it was any other day and not her last. I pull the sheet up over her face. "She always liked to be warm," I say, voice thin and scratchy. "That's why she picked Spain. She used to say she'd move somewhere sunny one day, get away from grey, miserable England." I pull the rest of the bedding over her, up under her chin, and then smooth it. Is it stupid that I'm tucking her in? No one answers. We stand there, a knot of hands and tears. For a moment, there's silence except for the wind. Even as our heads are bowed in grief, my mind is racing.
I'd been hoping there'd be some evidence of a stranger on the loose in the house, but there's none. A madman would be far easier to accept than the alternative, that I'm guilty. The others don't say anything, but it's clear they feel the same. I see the cautious glances, feel the stiffness of their body language, hear how careful they are when they speak. No,
The facts seem to be stacking up against me, and desperation and denial are making me tremble as much as grief. I must have killed my friend. But if that was true, surely I'd feel it even if I didn't remember it. I'd be changed in some way. No matter what the facts were, there had to be an alternative explanation. From my somewhat woozy memory, it had been chaotic when my friends had come across Alexis and me. Perhaps the attacker had simply hidden until we all went to the winter lounge, and then slipped away. It was the only explanation. So who was it? And why kill Alexis?
Chapter 24. Day 3 of the holiday. Nick woke herself up with a loud snore, stretched on her sun lounger, and looked around to see if any of her friends around the pool had noticed. The sun was warming her feet, the hot air taking the chill from the shivers that still went through her occasionally. She'd been up most of the night with food poisoning, running to the loo, same as her friends. Thank goodness they had en suites. Within an hour of eating the previous night, people were starting to clutch their stomachs. It was the third day of the holiday, and the one they'd all been looking forward to the most, attending Mad Cool Music Festival. Instead, they decided to stay at the villa, because it was as much as they could do to drag themselves to their sun loungers, beneath the shade of the umbrellas, and sleep until they regained their strength. "Selin, mate, you've killed me with your paella," groaned Nick. Her stomach spasmed despite being completely empty. "I don't understand it. Some of the muscles must have been off, but they all looked fine," she said. Then she muttered to herself, I did. I checked that each one was closed before cooking them, just like you're supposed to. I'm sure I did. Maybe I missed one." Nick recognized a spiral when she saw one. "It's just one of those things. Don't worry," she said. "Maybe it was something we ate in town." Alexis, who was managing to look simultaneously scarlet from sunburn and ashen from food poisoning, threw a screwed-up piece of paper at Nick's head. It bounced off. "Oi! I'm too weak for this," Nick protested. "It can't have been something we ate in town. I didn't go into town," Alexis said. Nick could see how gutted Alexis was. Going to the festival was meant to be the highlight of the celebrations. They'd all forked out a couple of $100 each for the tickets. Her gaze slid over to Selin again. She hoped Selin wasn't going to beat herself up about things, or even do a disappearing act. Why had she just decided to cut herself off from everyone a couple of months ago? They'd all been worried. At least she seemed at ease on this holiday. Nick watched her with Polly. "That's a lovely dress, Selin. The color really suits you," Polly was saying. Beneath her heavy fringe were big brown puppy dog eyes of concern. Her fingers strayed to the necklaces she wore, pretty rocks that she seemed to think were imbued with some magical powers to change her life. Nick leaned forward a bit more on her sun lounger, curious. Polly always did that when she was anxious. Everyone had changed over the years, but some things never altered, including one another's tells. Why was Polly anxious when she was on a virtually free holiday? It couldn't be the conversation with Selin. "Have you brought your sketch pad with you?" Polly was asking Selin. "Yes." Selin's face lit up. "How about you?" "Maybe I'll borrow a page or two from your pad." Selin tilted her head. Nick, without realizing it, did the same. "I've never known you to not bring your own pad. You've always loved art. What's stopped you?" "There's no money in it, but I teach it now instead, as part of my duties at the residential center. So that's nice." Nick couldn't believe Polly wasn't painting anymore. She'd even sat for her a couple of times. They all had back at school. She was about to wedge her way into the conversation when a shout split the air. "Who's touched my laptop?" Catherine shrieked from somewhere inside. Everyone stood as she strode into view, almost steaming with fury, chucking around accusations of people nicking her computer. That wasn't what interested Nick, though. No, what caught her attention was Selin, sneaking Annie's phone into her pocket when she thought no one was looking. What was that all about? Maybe Catherine should be searching Selin's room. Nick kept quiet, wanting to know more rather than shame her because, well, they'd all got their reasons for doing crappy things sometimes, haven't they? Catherine felt the desire like a restless churning that wouldn't leave her alone, as if fire ants crawled along her veins. She had to land this deal. To get it meant the business going from strength to strength, her reputation in the industry assured. Failure, though, would mean she'd lose that reputation of being a winner, a damaging thing in her world.
Clients didn't want representation from a loser. She'd had to sneak away from everyone. She knew her working all the time was peeing everyone off, but she loved her job, and it took her mind off other stresses and her longing for a child. Work helped her feel in control again. For all people's moaning and groaning, without it, she'd be a nightmare to be around. She missed the buzz of it, the adrenaline of being slightly out of her depth and having to think on her feet, the rush of solving a problem that no one else could think their way out of, like when doing a presentation to a client and it was clear they hated it, even though she'd spent months researching and putting it together, so had to pivot to something entirely new from nowhere. There was no rush like it. And that was exactly what she had to do right now. According to the email she'd just received from her number 2, Declan, another firm was trying to muscle in with a last-minute pitch. She wasn't having that. She needed to come up with something that was going to blow their ideas out of the water, and fast. Where the hell is my laptop? She stared at the empty padded sleeve it usually sat in, the one she always returned it to after she was done with it. She whirled around looking this way and that. It wasn't on the bed or any of the chairs. It wasn't on the table or under her pillow. Why would it be there? She didn't know, but checked anyway. She even flung open the wardrobe and pushed her clothes aside in case it was hidden within. By the time she was done, her room looked like it had been burgled. Someone has stolen my laptop. The white-hot fury was hard to push down. Her entire life was on that computer. Maybe someone had just borrowed it, not stolen it, she reasoned, trying to calm herself. She marched out to the pool, where everyone else was lounging. They got to their feet, grey-faced from a night of illness, and Catherine forced her voice to be bright and cheerful. "Has anyone borrowed my laptop?" "Ooh, someone's rattled your cage," said Alexis. She and Nick shared a look and giggled. Catherine's fist clenched at the sound.
Chapter 25. Day 3 of the holiday.
"I don't mind if someone's borrowed my computer," Catherine lied. "I just need it, so hand it over, please." Everyone around the pool looked at each other bemused and gave loose shrugs. "Who'd dare touch it?" said Nick. Annie held her hand up to stop them taking the mickey. "But seriously," she said, "none of us would. Not without asking first. Are you—" "No, forget it." "What?" Catherine's hands were on her hips, her chin jutting out. Annie looked around, then lowered her voice to a whisper. "You don't think the maid might have stolen it?" Everyone paused, considered, and quickly shook their heads. "I doubt it," Catherine replied. Polly approached her, barefoot and concerned. "Need help looking for it?" To their credit, everyone pulled together as a team, searching all the downstairs communal areas, but there was no sign. Although Polly did discover Alexis's missing suitcase, stuffed at the back of a cupboard full of cleaning products, and with a load of sheets piled over it, which was odd. Alexis was so pleased to see it that she barely questioned why on earth the limo driver had shoved it in there. There was no sign of the computer, though. A sick feeling grew in Catherine's stomach. She had to be able to work. She'd have a look on her phone, find the closest place where she could buy a new one. The work on the project she'd done while on holiday was saved in the cloud, so that was something. With the plan came a new sense of calm. As she and the others walked towards the pool, they passed Alexis's bedroom, the door slightly ajar. There, on the bed, was Catherine's laptop. "You bitch! You've been winding me up non-stop about working," Catherine shouted. "Just because you can't understand what it's like to be passionate about a job. Not everyone wants to just live off men, going through them like a locust devours crops." "What are you even talking about?" Alexis's face was all screwed up, her voice whiny.
"I wouldn't do that. I don't need to steal your stupid laptop."
"Yeah, but what about hiding it away for a while? Just long enough to ruin my project? And teach me a lesson about working all the time? You and Nick are as bad as each other." Both women denied having anything to do with stealing her laptop, but they'd complained non-stop about her working since they got here. And her laptop didn't just get up and walk itself to Alexis's room. She shook her finger at Nick. "Maybe it was you who moved my computer. You probably wouldn't even notice, you're so untidy. Start clearing up after yourself. You leave every room looking like a whirlwind has been through it. I'm sick of picking up discarded clothes, dropped bits of paper, plates that you've left instead of taking them to the kitchen and washing up." Nick stuck her tongue out. "It's like going on holiday with my mum. I didn't move your laptop, but now I'm tempted to hide it somewhere you'll never find it." In fact, she tackled Catherine to the ground and pinned her with one hand, grabbing her friend's phone out of her pocket, then leapt up and ran towards the pool, cackling. Catherine sprinting after her, yelling warnings. "You better not!" There was a splash. Nick had just thrown Catherine's phone into the pool. That's when the first real row of the holiday broke out. Catherine nursed her phone in both hands, trying to will it back to life, but it was now just an expensive lump of plastic and electronics. She was, of course, going to try putting it in some rice overnight, which she'd have to make a special trip to town to buy, but she didn't rate the chances of it recovering from its dip in the pool with Nick. Of course, Nick was apologetic. She always was after the fact, the thought only coming once she'd impetuously acted and screwed up. A sigh escaped Catherine's lips. She was uncontactable. Perhaps it was for the best. The thought appeared in her mind from nowhere, like an alert coming up on her now defunct phone. She dismissed it as easily. Such thoughts were for losers, and one thing you could say about Catherine was that she never gave up until the bitter end. With that in mind, she stood, ready to go to town. She'd catch the bus, which went past the villa every half hour, and she almost bumped into Selin. Her friend jumped, gave a squeal, and pocketed the phone she had been poring over. "Is that Annie's phone?" Catherine asked. "What? Oh, yes. I was just... You know what? I borrowed it to look at one of the photos she had. She got it from Polly, I think. Anyway, whatever. I was just copying it over to my phone." Selin's eyes darted away from Catherine's. Something weird was going on, but when she asked which photograph, expecting Selin to not be able to come up with a lie quick enough, instead, her friend unlocked her own phone, and it was the first thing on the screen. A picture of Catherine, Annie, Polly and Nick, back when they were teenagers, at some party or other at someone's house. Their faces flushed, their clothes bad, their hair worse. "Ugh, Annie's goth phase," Catherine laughed. "But you're not even on this." "I'm in the background." Ah, there she was. "Fancy coming into town with me?" asked Catherine. She looked like she wanted to say no, then changed her mind. They arranged to meet at the gate, once Selin had grabbed her bag. Catherine wandered slowly around the garden, pausing to look at the trees, peer down the covered well, and meander into the side garden as she headed towards the main gate. Movement at the corner of her eye made her stop. Look, who was Alexis talking to? It was a man, half hidden by a large bush covered in exotic flowers, which drew hummingbird moths and bees to it. Whoever he was a big guy and seemed vaguely familiar. Was that? No, it couldn't be. What on earth would he be doing here? For a moment, though, the delivery man looked just like Antonio, Alexis's ex. Their relationship had been Alexis's usual type. He'd love-bombed her, all fancy words and expensive places. He'd lived up to that unreliable, almost dangerous energy that exuded from him by only really wanting a good time. From the wanton glint in Alexis's eye whenever she talked about him, it looked as if they'd certainly had that. Catherine peered through the foliage, trying to get a clearer view. For a second he shifted forward, then back again, giving Catherine a better look at him, theoretically, but she still couldn't see his face because he had a baseball cap pulled low and his features were hidden in deep shadow. It really did look like Antonio, but it couldn't be, because apart from the fact that he was back in England, this man was in overalls rather than Antonio's usual smart casual trousers and dress shirt open at the neck. Besides, Alexis wasn't flirting with this man. She looked almost afraid. They seemed to be arguing. She caught Alexis saying something about not supposed to be here today, which could refer to the group or him. It must be a delivery of something or other to do with Alexis's birthday, and Alexis was berating him for turning up today when they were supposed to be out all day and would have missed it. Whatever. Catherine needed to get to the gate, meet Selin, and catch the bus if she was to stand a chance of drying her phone out. She left Alexis and the mystery man to it, lost in a little fantasy of her own about dark and dangerous Antonio being at the villa.
Chapter 26. Polly now.
We've barricaded ourselves in the winter lounge, the furthest point from Alexis's body. No one says it aloud, but we're hiding from it. The air in here smells of damp, sweat, and fear. The wind blows the smoke from the fire Catherine lit earlier back down the chimney, making us cough and choke, so we smother the flames. Catherine rolls towels and stuffs them under the door to stop the water seeping in, while the rest of us stand around shivering, unable to tell if it's from cold or shock. Everyone's soaked to the skin. Our hair drips onto the carpet, our clothes cling like another layer of chill. The wind outside claws at the shutters, and rain beats a furious tattoo against the glass. The storm rages harder than ever. Every crash of thunder sounds closer than the last. It's as if the villa itself is straining, about to splinter under the weight of the weather and whatever we've done to each other. It's pretty stormy in here too. I feel less guilty, but increasingly grief-stricken the more I think about poor Alexis. I just can't think how to prove my innocence, though. The others are still flip-flopping, changing their minds depending on whether loyalty or logic is winning the debate at any given moment. They still want to believe in the mad stranger theory, but the lack of proof that someone else has been on the premises makes it harder to believe. Nick, pink-cheeked and glassy-eyed from the brandy, is the most vocal. She's guilty, she says, with the drunken confidence of someone who thinks volume equals truth. She's always a super-confident drunk, her arguments ranging from panacea being the right word for dried, cured ham, and that the Scarlet Pimpernel was a real historical character. The other night we'd been talking about favourite dances on Strictly Come Dancing, and she'd waxed lyrical about how elegant the Vietnamese waltz is. Whatever her take, she is always immovable. Until the next morning, when she can't believe what she's been saying. Even knowing that, her growing certainty in my guilt wounds me. I mean, look at her, she almost shouts. Annie sits stiff in her chair, arms folded, neutral, but only just, watching. Celine is curled on the sofa arm, mostly silent except to mutter, "The truth will come out once the police arrive. We just have to be patient." She says it like a prayer, but no one listens. No one ever listens to Celine. Catherine is the only one actively defending me, but her defenses keep knotting themselves into strange shapes. Every argument she makes circles back in a way that somehow makes me look more guilty. The girls finally come up with an agreement that, at any one time, there's got to be at least 2 of us in the room with Polly. They try to dress it up as concern for my concussion, but we all know the truth. Celine looks away. I'm really uncomfortable with this, with being like a prison warden. Her voice dies in the storm noise. Nobody answers. Despite all the suspicion, they keep forgetting themselves, slipping into old rhythms, an absent-minded smile, a shared glance, until they catch it and pull back, like touching a hot pan. I still can't remember what happened, so while everyone snarks and snarls at each other, I shut my eyes, squeeze hard, try. But it's like my brain is a locked filing cabinet and I've lost the key. I start smaller. Other memories. The first time I met Alexis. I was 6, new at school. Moved in with my nan because my parents were too busy smashing each other's lives apart to look after me. Dad in jail for hitting mum. Mum in jail for drugs. The sort of parents who'd steal from you without a second thought. Alexis was asked to show me around. She was neat where I was scruffy, rich where I was poor, confident where I was awkward. She had this page boy bob and thick, squared-off glasses she hated. I loved them. They made her look sweet, huggable. She wouldn't wear them unless she absolutely had to, got contacts as soon as she could, then laser surgery the moment she could afford it. Oh, we were such different people, but I loved her for bringing something unexpected to my life, and she felt the same. If we'd been slightly more similar, the friendship might not have worked so well, but as it was, we were so different that we slotted together like the teeth of cogs in a machine. Her parents buying her everything was probably the reason why, when she got older, she could be a bit materialistic, to be honest. But this holiday was typical of her, because she shared that wealth as ever, so generous to her friends. Although she was generous in the way only someone who's always had enough can be, lending clothes, paying for holidays, but also expecting that same generosity back, without noticing that most people couldn't afford to match her. I can see her at 6 years old, as clearly as if she's standing in front of me, right down to the Danger Mouse pink hooded top she wore. I even remember that she never wore it again, because that day someone joked that she looked more like Penfold. Yet, I can't see what happened an hour ago. Why? When I tune back in, the argument's rolling still. You're saying she couldn't have hit herself? Nick demands. She's slurring. No, that's ridiculous. Although the alternative is that Alexis hit Polly and then stabbed herself, Catherine says, half joking, half testing the idea. It's time to stop the bickering. Time for me to accept the truth. They all have alibis because they were all with each other. And besides, I close my eyes as I speak, because I can't stand to see them looking at me as I admit the truth. I remember flashes of memories. We were shouting. Alexis and me. All eyes swing to me. We know, Polly, says Annie. It's great that you're remembering stuff.
But that argument you had with Alexis was yesterday, and it was a doozy. You really don't remember it properly? My heart is breaking, but I make myself speak somehow. What was it about? Alexis ripped you off, mate, says Nick. You're the only one of us with a motive, adds Annie. You'll remember it properly soon, but suffice to say you figured out yesterday that she left you high and dry on that stupid direct selling thing she roped you into. She let you, and others like you, take the hit while she skipped off with a wedge of dosh. I slump back, try to remember, but it doesn't come. I'm glad. I don't want to think of Alexis doing such a thing. In fact, she wouldn't, I say. My voice wobbles. Catherine takes my hand and squeezes it. Love, she did do it. She admitted it once you confronted her. I don't know what to think. I'm glad I can't remember, I say. Catherine studies me, narrowing her gaze. It is starting to come back, though, whether you like it or not. At some point, probably soon, you'll remember more. Yeah, my head's clearer. No need to look so worried. I'm not going to die on you. As soon as it's out of my mouth, I feel the sour taste of it. Sorry, that was... never mind. Any other memories? Catherine presses. Annie leans forward, hawk-eyed. I've told you everything. Couple of bits about arriving, but that's it. I shrug. It'll come, eventually. Annie frowns, her mouth tight. She's sweating and pulls her sleeve down to wipe her face. Just remember, don't fall asleep. She can tell I'm trying to be braver than I feel about my injury, because I don't deserve sympathy. Truth is, I'm starting to feel a bit better, in that my head doesn't feel as if it's being split in two anymore, and I can think a little clearer. But even so, the pain is still the worst I've ever felt, and I'm really tired. Seriously, Polly, says Catherine, everyone knows that if you've got a concussion, you shouldn't go to sleep. You might not wake up again. If you die, the secrets of what happened in that cellar die with you. The room goes quiet, except for the storm hammering at the windows. Laughter comes from the corner of the room. Nick has her back to us, staring out of the window at the carnage the storm is wreaking. Her shoulders are shaking, and for a moment I think she's crying, but no, I heard right the first time. She turns to us, holding her arms out, the now empty brandy bottle in one hand. Oh, don't worry. It's all going to be fine, she slurs in a mocking tone, then blows a raspberry. Nothing's going to be fine ever again. Don't be melodramatic, Annie starts, but Nick cuts across her. We think we know each other, but we don't. We've all got secrets, and I'm not going to jail for mine. The wind rattles the shutters so violently it feels like they'll tear off. A draft slices through the room like a blade. What the hell does that mean? I ask, but she just shakes her head, walks to the drinks cabinet, and swaps the empty brandy bottle for the heavy crystal whiskey decanter. Her eyes glitter as she stares back at us, silent. Chapter 27. Nick. 6 years ago, Nick used to be a party animal. She used to do way too much coke back when she was a corporate events organizer. As she got older, though, she started to calm down naturally, like most people, and when she met Rob, he made her laugh and have fun without the need for sniffing anything. Why? She wasn't quite sure. He wasn't that funny, really, but there was just something so gentle about him as he took the piss out of her and let her take the piss out of him. Their relationship was solidified when she got pregnant by accident 6 years ago. They flew to Vegas on a whim one day and got married, her proudly showing off her massive bump. When Arthur was born,
Mate, he made her gasp at his perfection. He had the best smile in the entire world. Seeing it was a bigger high than any stimulant she'd taken. He had a bit of difficulty feeding, but so many women at the mother and baby group had the same complaint about their kids. She and Rob took videos of him laughing, that joyful laugh that made her heart fill so much that it often spilled over in tears. Eating his first solids, taking his first steps. He had his first seizure just after his second birthday. Doctors couldn't work out what was wrong with him. Nick and Rob, both natural optimists, hoped it was a one-off, just one of those things. Still, they kept a close eye on their son and started to notice. Was it their imagination, or was he laughing less? He seemed to be struggling with coordination more than he had previously. "I'm scared," Rob admitted. "What if it's cancer?" "Let's not worry before we need to," said Nick. That night, they held each other a little tighter in bed. Arthur had a couple more seizures and a lot more tests, and all the time Nick noticed how her son seemed to have stopped developing. "He's hardly talking," she told the pediatrician at their next appointment. He steepled his fingers and took a breath before replying.
Tests have shown that Arthur has Alpers syndrome, a progressive neurodegenerative disorder that typically presents in infancy or early childhood. That sounded scary, but at least it wasn't cancer. Right, so what next? How do you treat it? She'd known from his expression, before he'd even said the phrase, "I'm sorry." There was no treating Arthur. She heard a lot of words after that. Developmental regression, loss of mobility, weakness, respiratory decline, death. Their perfect boy, with the best smile in the whole world, was going to die. Friends and family rallied round, but they couldn't understand. How could they? Their lives were continuing like normal. Jobs, relationships, children. Meanwhile, a disease was stealing her son from her, and she was helpless to stop it. After that, their life became a constant round of hospital appointments. Rob juggled it around his business, creating soundtracks and background music for films and television programs, while Nick became a full-time carer. She managed Arthur's seizures, dealt with his feeding tube, and bounced from one medical crisis to another, all while trying to make the most of the time she had left with Arthur. She and Rob were there for him when he took his first breath, and they held him as he took his last. Nothing could fill the heart-shaped hole Arthur left. Friends tried to cheer her up with spa days and meals out and girls' nights in, but it only increased her sense of isolation. All those things belonged in the before, and she had no idea how to navigate this new world of after. When Alexis banged on about her new nip and tuck, or Annie complained about the latest annoying thing one of her kids had done, Nick felt numb, not even angry. She was enduring something they would never understand, and it was as if she was in a bubble that isolated her from everyone else in the world, apart from Rob. They talked about having another child, not as a replacement, because no one could ever replace Arthur, but they missed being parents of a living child. They had been warned, though, that because they both carried the gene mutation for Alpers syndrome, there was a 25% chance of their next child having the condition. One night, Nick had a couple of drinks, her first in years, and made a confession to Rob. "I can't do it," she said. "I know that I can have a test once I'm pregnant to see if the baby has the condition or not, but I just can't run the risk. I won't survive the heartbreak." Tears gathered in Rob's eyes as he held her close and agreed. As much as they wanted children, the fear was too great, the risk too much for their hearts to take. Instead, they talked about Arthur all the time, sharing memories of better times, and somehow, together, they learned to laugh again. But not before Nick had spent several months lost in alcohol and blackouts. Not before she made the biggest mistake of her life. Not until she was full to the brim and overflowing with all the regrets that she could never confide to Rob or anyone else. Chapter 28. Polly, now. The air in the winter lounge is filled with raised voices and pleading after Nick's outburst that there are secrets we are keeping from one another. But no amount of begging has made her open up further. Instead, she sinks onto the sofa and curls up like a child in need of comfort. Only instead of a security blanket, she clings to the whiskey decanter.
At least she hasn't drunk anything from it. Yet. Finally, we start talking between ourselves as if she isn't even in the room. The wind hammers impatient fists against the windows, as if trying to join in. Does anyone know what she's talking about? What secrets are you keeping, Nick? What's everyone hiding? Celine asks. Her voice is tight with urgency. We all exchange glances but shake our heads clueless. Is it something to do with Chris? Shut up, Celine, Annie orders. She hangs her head, a chastised child. It's got to be drunken ramblings, I whisper. You know what she gets like. Suddenly, Nick speaks. Not drunk enough to forget what happened 2 years ago. My lovely Arthur, can you forgive me for everything I've done since you died? There's a painful pause because there's always a beat whenever Nick's beautiful, bright child is mentioned. That was the start of it, you know, of everything going bad between us all. Me, you, Alexis. Catherine rushes to her side, puts her arm around her friend, lifts Nick's chin gently so that they are looking into each other's eyes. Hey, I had your back then like I do now. Remember? We all did. Let's not get maudlin. It's not going to help anyone. Nick pulls her pouty lip in and actually hands the whiskey over. I think I might have had enough, she admits. What happened 2 years ago? I try to think back to anything Nick might have done to Alexis, or any of us, but we'd all been busy first rallying around her, and then Alexis. We'd all thought that Alexis had finally found her happy ever after with Hitesh,
who had been elated to become stepdad to Jordan, but then she'd been left all alone, again. Nick's been turning to booze ever since losing her son when he was just 4. It's changed her. She still pretends to be the person she was before, crazy, chaotic, fun-loving, always the life and soul of the party, always the one suggesting the craziest, most out-there ideas. You never knew where the night might take you. But since Arthur, everyone knows it's just a desperate act that we go along with to make her feel better. She's giving little sniffles now as her anger melts into self-pity and grief. If you knew what I did. The last time I saw Alexis, she was fine. She was grumpy and stressed about her party being cancelled, but fine. I even got a laugh out of her when I can't remember what I did to make her laugh. She frowns and gives a little belch. There you go. I force a jolly smile. If she was fine the last time you saw her, then you didn't hurt her, did you? Her eyes rove around until they find mine. Her chuckle is humorless. Oh, I hurt her. Celine kneels in front of her. Nick, what secrets are you talking about? What do you know? Is there something you've been hiding? How did you hurt Alexis? I add. Celine shushes me quiet. I want to talk about when Chris died. We all explode. For goodness sake, we've got enough going on in the here and now. Celine is soon shouted down, but I see a strange look in Annie's eyes. She feels the weight of my gaze and turns away. What? There's a shout. Heart hammering, I turn. Annie is staring at the floor, pointing in horror and backing away. Water seeps through the towels we'd wedged in place, spreading across the tiles in thin silver fingers. A grim smile spreads across Nick's face. We're going to die here. There's no escape. We're all going to die, just like Alexis. Maybe it's what we deserve. I know I do. The trickles become rivulets, racing towards us, unstoppable. Rain drums harder overhead, the wind howling like it's trying to prise its way in. And all I can hear, over the pounding storm, are Nick's words running through my mind. We're all going to die here. And then I see Annie's face. There it is again. Guilt. Does she know something? Is it about Chris's death? And why did Celine choose to bring him up now of all times? Does all of this have something to do with our teenage past? Chapter 29. Nick 25 years ago. Celine's feet banged against the base of Alexis's bed, which she was sitting on. She couldn't seem to stop crying. Nick wasn't convinced she'd stopped for more than 2 minutes in the 2 weeks since she and the other girls had dragged her off Chris's body so the paramedics could get to him. They were all crowded into Alexis's bedroom because it was the closest to school, and they'd come straight from there. Nick knew it almost as well as her own room. From the Union flag feature wall and matching scatter cushions on the bed, Alexis had been a massive Spice Girls fan, but recently declared them
So over to the massive poster of James Van Der Beek from Dawson's Creek above her bed. Nick threw her arms around Celine and swore. What could she do? What could she say that would make a difference? What do you say to someone whose boyfriend has just died? She tried not to mention it at all. It was easier to avoid the subject than say the wrong thing and upset Celine even more. Annie was trembling, whether with grief or rage it was hard to tell, as she chucked her arms around Celine too. Polly pulled at her embroidered shirt and chewed on the end of her Britney Spears pigtails nervously. Today was Chris's funeral, but the girls weren't allowed to attend that. His parents wanted it to be private, and even Celine wasn't invited. The school had held a memorial instead, warning everyone about the dangers of drugs, so that it became a bigger thing than remembering him. What a horrible, depressing thing to sit through. Nick hadn't known Chris well, but he always seemed a nice bloke. They'd been given the rest of the afternoon off now that it was over, and had gone to Alexis's house because she only lived round the corner from school. I just can't believe he'd do drugs, Celine said. Her feet drummed a beat on the bed base. It wasn't like him. He didn't say a word to me about what he was doing, and he definitely would have.
He would... Alexis wrinkled her nose in sympathy, clearly trying to think of the right thing to say. Maybe it would have happened anyway, even without the drugs in his system, said Annie. I mean, BMX tricks are dangerous. Her finger strayed to play with her nose ring, even though it was no longer there. Her parents, usually so cool about things, had sided with the school that the piercing was inappropriate, and she'd had to take it out. She'd vowed to get it pierced again as soon as she turned 18. There was something weird about Annie, Nick had noticed. Her theory was that Chris had got the drugs from her, as Annie had brought a pill for each of them to the party, but no one had taken any. Nick wasn't going to grass her friend up. She almost felt bad for her, having to live with that guilt for the rest of her life. Yeah, everyone was egging him on, and he just went too far, said Alexis. When he somersaulted over his handlebars, he fell on his head and snapped his neck. According to the whatchamacallit, the post-mortem, he died instantly. He'd been stone-cold sober booze-wise because all he'd drunk was orange squash, but he'd had ecstasy in his system. Everyone keeps thinking I took drugs too. Some people are even saying I gave it to him. Celine's words were little hiccups. How could they think that? Because it's always the woman's fault, said Annie. Even when a lad does something stupid, it's the girl that somehow gets the blame. It's not like it's hard to get hold of drugs if you want it, Nick said. Someone always knows someone who knows someone, you know? I mean, I've been approached before, never said yes, but it's tempting. Look, it doesn't matter, Alexis cut in that bossy way she had, just because she was captain of the bloody netball team. That didn't make her in charge of their entire lives, Nick thought grumpily. You'll drive yourself mad asking all these questions, and the answers won't change anything. All that matters is that you've lost your first love, and that's heartbreaking enough without questioning the ins and outs of it. Actually, what she was saying made sense. We all agreed, apart from Celine, who had at least stopped crying as she listened. Alexis continued. Chris took drugs. It was a party. He wasn't the only person to do it. You know, it's just one of those things. A really sad, screwed-up accident. Celine's head bowed again, weighed down with her tears. Finally, she spoke, her voice thick. Thank goodness I've got you lot. I don't know how I'd get through this without you. You'll always have us. Boop! Alexis touched her finger to the end of Celine's nose. The silly gesture broke the tension, and even Celine managed an exhausted half-smile. We're forever friends, she said. Come on, everyone, huddle. They ended the conversation in a group hug. Chapter 30. Polly now.
Seeing the water racing into the winter lounge galvanized us into action. The whole villa was flooding, not just the basement. We quickly agreed to grab what we needed from the room and sped upstairs. Then Catherine pointed out that we'd also need the food from the kitchen, some plates, glasses, cutlery and so on. So we ended up making numerous journeys, sloshing through the water that was ankle height by the time we were done. Annie and I worked together, talking in low voices about what Nick had said. It was so out of order, says Annie, as we walk up the stairs together now, each carrying a final couple of bags filled with food. How dare she tell us we're going to die here like Alexis? I'm worried about how she's dealing with the situation, I say. Oh, she's not dealing at all. Totally catastrophizing. Toxic thinking will only make things worse. I'll try to have a word with her and see if I can calm things down. Despite Annie being a therapist, I find myself worrying that her interference could exacerbate things. She's always been quick to temper, but this holiday she's been really on edge. Thank goodness I'm not perimenopausal yet, if that's what it does to you. Although maybe some tough love from Annie would snap Nick out of her slide into fatalism, because since she announced that there was no escaping our situation, she hasn't spoken a word, though she has at least gathered herself enough to help us move everything we need upstairs. Of course, she has chosen to bring enough booze essentials to open a pub, as well as her now favorite crocheted blanket. I lean closer to Annie as we near the top of the staircase. We pause, as if we need a rest, but actually, we just want to continue talking before being in front of the others again. What do you think she meant about us all having secrets? I whisper just loudly enough to carry over the noise of the wind and rain buffeting the house.
Her eyebrows rise almost to her hairline. Don't be naive, Polly. Everyone keeps secrets. We're all close, but we've all got things we keep from each other as well, of course. Have we? I thought we told each other everything. Perhaps that's just me. Am I odd for sharing every spit and cough of my life with you guys? You're not just my friends, you're family. She snorts and lets her eyebrows return to their usual position. You're a sweetheart, she says. What have you kept from me? I'm curious and a little hurt. Then I shake my head. No, don't answer. I'm intruding where I have no right to. She opens her mouth, hesitates, then finally speaks. I've already told you this the other day, but you don't remember. Me and my fabulous husband, those last two words are laden with sarcasm, are splitting up. As you know, the marriage has been rocky for a while, and now I've finally accepted it and started divorce proceedings. Her sigh comes from the depths of her boots. He was having an affair, of course. Oh, Annie. I look at her and realize I'm gaping. I had no idea things were so bad. He seems such a good guy. Yeah, well, you know, he's not. I don't want to talk about it. Of course. I'm sorry. I can't believe my stupid brain forgot something so awful for you. Well, this holiday is certainly helping take my mind off things. Again with the sarcasm. But now there's something else at its edge. Fear. I finger the rose quartz crystal I wear around my neck for love and protection, along with an evil eye necklace. We'll be okay. Someone will rescue us, and then the police will find out whoever hurt Alexis. You really believe in those crystals, don't you? She says. There's no impatience there, or judgment, more a longing. They're a comfort, and I believe that Alexis is with Hitesh, somewhere, their energies combining. Now we're in the land of the weird. She shakes her head. But part of me hopes you're right. Poor Hitesh. The only decent man Alexis ever dated, and he goes and dies on her. If only he hadn't walked the dog that night. I'm interrupted by Catherine marching up the stairs, huffing at the weight of the box she's carrying. Give us a hand, otherwise I'm going to drop it. We put our own bags on the landing and hurry to help our struggling friend. I'm still moving slower than everyone else, so Annie gets there first. You two looked like you were gossiping, says Catherine. Annie replies, we were just talking about Nick. For such a party animal, she's always had a huge guilt complex, says Catherine, and she always talks bollocks when she's drunk. Remember that time she insisted Peter Andre was an unrecognized lyrical genius? My favorite was when she insisted that the Scarlet Pimpernel was a real historical figure, and that narwhals are myths, like unicorns. I laugh. It feels good to be united by laughter, even if only for a moment. Then my eyes are dragged to the water, rising rapidly now. When will it stop? We pile up the goods against the wall in the huge upstairs lounge dining games room, where we've been dumping everything. While Annie and Catherine talk, I nip to my room to get changed into dry leggings and a top. Despite carrying things upstairs, I'm cold and shivering from being soaked to the bone. As I strip off, I can hear the others in their respective rooms, presumably doing the same thing. My jeans and t-shirt are dripping, so I put them over the side of the bath to dry. And as I do so, I feel something in my pocket, a tightly screwed up piece of paper. It's the one I found at the top of the wine cellar stairs. Curious, I smooth it out, smudging the ink as I do so, but I can just make out the typed words, stone necklace.
Despite my dry clothes, I go cold to the bone as a memory stirs. Nick laughing as she bought a straw donkey as a joke present for her husband, and a necklace as the proper gift. Matching ones, in fact,
Made from local white stone. I remember her saying the words. It could have been dropped at any time. Except, there's a memory that's surfaced which I'm able to access easily, naturally, and it's that Nick has refused to go into the wine cellar since being locked in there on the second day of the holiday. I remember when Celine was cooking for us all, I asked Nick about how much the necklace cost. She checked her pockets and even her handbag for the receipt so that she could tell me, but she'd lost it. And that was right before she was locked in the cellar, so it can't have been dropped by her then. There's a chance it could have been dropped by her when she and the others broke into the cellar this morning, but it's unlikely because she's wearing jeans and a fleecy zip-up top. It's been far too hot for those clothes, so how would the receipt have wound up in her pocket for her to drop? It's all tenuous. A theory as threadbare as the elbows on the ancient jumper I'm wearing. I wouldn't even contemplate it for a second if it weren't for Nick herself drunkenly insisting that she has secrets, that perhaps she even deserves to die. Does she know more than she's letting on about what happened to Alexis and me? My hand closes tight around the note. It could mean nothing. But I can't help thinking, in this life and death situation, that everything means something. Chapter 31. Day 4 of the holiday. Their third day of the holiday had been spent recovering from the food poisoning Celine had accidentally given them all instead of attending Mad Cool Music Festival, which meant that when the fourth day dawned, the group of mates all felt well enough to be tetchy about missing out, and about the money wasted on the tickets. They had deliberately made no plans for that day, because they'd assumed they'd need it to recover from jumping up and down to music all of the previous day, and singing along to the likes of Alanis Morissette, the Kaiser Chiefs and Kings of Leon. Instead, they were hanging around the villa, bickering. It had started at breakfast, when Nick watched Annie slather cream cheese on a bagel with some salmon and offered her cheese theory of love, insisting that cheese lovers couldn't mix with cheese haters. I'm telling you, I love cheese, and the only bloke I've ever dated who also loved cheese, I'm now married to. Annie rolled her eyes and started to fan herself as a hot flush made sweat pour down her. I think the long-term success of a relationship is a bit more complex, she snapped. You're Mark, not my Mark. Well, exactly. Hear me out. Mark hates cheese, doesn't he? Annie begrudgingly admitted that he did. Well, Hitesh only liked mozzarella. What does that mean? Alexis said. What about Trevor, Catherine? At which point Catherine walked out of the room, while Alexis declared that Annie should do a bagel for her, and instead of waiting, stole Annie's. Annie, a perimenopausal woman on the edge, blew up. I'm hot, I'm tired, and I'm not in the mood for your stupid games, Alexis, Annie shouted. There was furious silence for several minutes, broken only by the sound of chewing. Nick tried to think of something funny to say, but came up blank. Silence always made her feel antsy. Why don't we all go out for the day? It'd be lovely to explore the area a bit, don't you think? Celine held up her phone as she spoke. I've been having a look, and there's wine cellars you can visit in town. Boring, Alexis yawned. Okay, how about, hey, there's an old railway line nearby that's been made into a picturesque walk, according to this site. I'm not going for a walk in 40-degree heat, Annie said, mopping at her sweat-drenched face with a cloth. Annie, that's a tea towel. Don't wipe your face with that. Alexis wasn't happy. Annie looked like she might rip Alexis's head off. Celine tried another suggestion. There's a grand house, some kind of former royal palace that's a bus trip away. It's got beautiful gardens and... No offense, Celine, but it sounds very educational. Nick crossed her arms. Alexis gave a growl of frustration. We're supposed to be having fun, she wailed. And where is Catherine? She's spoiling my week by hiding away in her room all the time. How often do we all get to spend time together, all 6 of us, like we used to? When will this happen again? She's ruining it. Alexis pushed back from the trestle table, her chair making a tooth-grating shriek across the terracotta flooring. I'm going to have it out with her. What's her bloody problem? She's so obsessed with work. It's no wonder. The remaining 4 friends exchanged glances. They knew an Alexis meltdown when they saw one. Best to head it off as quickly as possible. It's not worth having a row, Nick said. You'll only feel bad afterwards. Leave her to stew. You know what she's like.
She just needs some time to calm down and think, and then she'll apologize, Annie agreed. Her flush seemed to have passed now. Well, she doesn't deserve my forgiveness. It's my birthday after all, and I'm paying for all this, Alexis began. But you're the bigger person, Polly said. Alexis sat a little straighter at this, tossed her head, and seemed to think before speaking. I am, aren't I? A magnanimous smile spread across her face.
We shouldn't let Catherine spoil our fun. Polly had Alexis's hand and gave it a squeeze of approval. After a couple more minutes of calming words, Alexis seemed to feel much better. Nick thought it was safe to mention Catherine again. It's my fault she's in hiding. I destroyed her phone, so I'll go and apologize, said Nick. And I suggest you ugly lot crank up the music and have some fun. Here we go! She found a playlist she'd made for the holiday and put it through the house's Bluetooth speakers. Pulp's Common People started playing, and everyone cheered. Nick grinned to herself as the women's voices followed her down the corridor as they sang badly to one of their favorite songs. I should have been a diplomat, she thought. She rapped on Catherine's door, and it flew open. Catherine's hair was sticking up all over the place, as if she'd been pulling at it, and her eyes blazed. I see you've calmed down. Don't, Nick. I'm not in the mood. Nick made a grovelling apology, but Catherine didn't soften. Nick frowned. Mate, is this because Alexis had your laptop? It's all of you. Selin, you, Alexis, Annie, you're all as bad as each other. You think I don't know, but I see everything. Now leave me alone. I've got to… Work. Yeah, we know. Catherine tried to shut the door in Nick's face, but Nick stopped it with her hands. Oi, come on. I know you're in a mood, and it's understandable why. You've got a lot on your plate, and I've made it harder, but we're all here, together, for Alexis's birthday. Making sure it's a good one is, well, it's the least we owe her. The least I owe her, anyway. Catherine turned her head away, but made no move to push the door to. She ran her fingers through her hair and gave a harsh sigh. Okay, I'll come down. They walked down the corridor together, talking quietly about the past, shared memories, shared secrets, the things that bond friends who have known each other for almost 30 years. They had to stop for a minute, as Nick wiped tears from her eyes and gave a reluctant nod. Then they joined everyone else and pretended everything was normal. After that, the party got started. The music was cranked up, and they began singing and dancing the way they should have done the day before. Chapter 32. Day 5 of the holiday. Everyone had drunk way too much. Once they were all together, with their favorite tunes blasting through the villa and around the pool area, it had been inevitable they'd start drinking. Somehow the day had slipped away, night had fallen, and still they were all drinking and singing and laughing at old memories. At around 2 a.m., Annie and Polly had called it a night, and they'd realized Selin must have slipped away earlier. Catherine stumbled off about half an hour later, but not before Alexis had wrapped her in a hug and told her how much she loved her. Catherine, not one for emotional outpourings, had tears in her eyes as she said it back, though she tried her best to hide them and flicked good-natured V's at Nick when she pointed them out. That left Alexis and Nick. Right now, Alexis was red-eyed and purple-faced and swaying even though she was sitting down on the edge of the pool. Nick watched her carefully. She hadn't had quite as much to drink as her friend. This holiday is cursed or something, Alexis slurred. It's like, we've been here 4 days, 4, and so far my suitcase went missing, and then was found. We've had food poisoning, had to miss Mad Cool. I'm shedding skin like a snake because my sunscreen is useless. Catherine's been a cow to me when I never touched her stupid laptop. I got locked in the basement. Nick frowned as she spoke. It was quite a run of bad luck when it was listed out. Maybe we just hang out together out of habit, not because we actually like each other. That's nice, Nick laughed. Shall we call it a night before we get depressed? Let me help you to bed. A black shadow detached itself from one of the trees. Oi! Who's that? Nick called. Can you give me a hand? No answer. Nick couldn't blame them. Alexis let Nick pull her up and leaned on her as Nick half walked, half dragged her inside. She laid her head on Nick's shoulder and stage whispered, I don't mean it. I shouldn't be saying those things about my friend, especially not after everything. But it's easier to blame everyone else for everything.
Then I feel less guilty, less responsible for everything. Everything. Because it's all my fault. Okay, Alexis, it's all your fault. Nick had been in a state often enough herself to know there was no point in countering with logic, or even trying to make sense of what a drunk person was on about. It was easier to agree and laugh at them the following morning. Come on now, up the stairs we go, one at a time, can you manage? Somehow Nick got her up the stairs and into her room and covered her with a sheet. Then she put a glass of water by Alexis's bed in case she woke in the night with a raging thirst. As Nick leaned over her bedside table to put it down, Alexis woke with a jerk and grabbed Nick's dress, pulling her down with surprising strength. You don't understand, she said. Her eyes were wide and wild. And when you do, you'll never forgive me. Maybe you'll never forgive me, eh? Nick said in a soothing, sing-song voice. Like a switch flicking, she was gone, slumped back onto her pillows, out for the count. Nick crept from the room and wondered what Alexis had meant. Because whatever it was, it couldn't be half as bad as what Nick had done. Nick slowly undressed, tiredness making her sluggish. She was drunk, but not off her face like Alexis. Now she was alone, she thought about what Alexis had said about the holiday being cursed. Nick had been terrified while locked in the wine cellar. If one of her friends had owned up to it and said it was a miscalculated prank, she'd have laughed probably, even though it had been scary. She'd have understood the sentiment behind it. It was the silence over who was responsible that made her jittery, as if someone had done it maliciously. But these were her friends. They wouldn't do anything horrible to her. She stepped out of her flip-flops and hopped about on one leg before kicking her shorts off. Just as there was a loud splash. Who the hell was dive-bombing in the pool at this hour? She thought she and Alexis were the last ones to bed. She felt quite jealous of someone having fun. There was a yell. Alexis. She'd know that shriek anywhere. What was she doing out of bed? By the time Nick had run down to the pool, everyone else was there too. Catherine was soaking wet, despite being fully clothed. She was panting, sitting by the side of the pool, her feet in the water. She caught Nick's look and rolled her eyes skyward. This one decided to go for a midnight swim when she's 3 sheets to the wind, Catherine said, then regretted it the instant she hit the water by the sound of the caterwauling. What the hell? I put you to bed, Alexis, Nick almost shouted. I wanted some fresh air. Came down for a walk, to look at the stars and talk to... She stopped, looked around wildly. Has anyone seen my phone? Annie spotted it under a sun lounger. Sod your phone, mate. What happened? Someone pushed me in, Alexis spluttered. I felt them push me. Everyone exchanged glances. You're so drunk you could probably walk on broken glass and not feel a thing, Nick said. Someone pushed me. Alexis muttered the words like a stubborn child. I'm amazed you got down the stairs without breaking your neck. No one needed to push you to make you fall in, mate. Then Nick remembered that shadow she thought she'd seen. That person skulking in the dark. Thought about the bad luck dogging the holiday. And for a moment she got goosebumps, despite the hot summer night.
Chapter 30. Polly now. My mind runs through the situation again for the 100th time, like the voiceover on a bad drama series. We're trapped in a villa up a mountain in the middle of nowhere in a red alert storm of a lifetime, with floodwater levels rising so badly we've had to abandon all ground-level rooms. There's no phone or internet signal, no way to call for help. I am injured, hit hard enough that I've lost my memory of the attack and most of the holiday. And the worst, the absolute worst thing that I can't wrap my head around is that my best and oldest friend has been brutally stabbed to death with a single knife wound to the heart. I thought there couldn't be anything worse coming. But now I find myself feeling suspicious of another of my closest friends, Nick. What's the significance of finding her receipt dropped inside the doorway of the wine cellar? Am I reading something into nothing? We're all sitting quietly together in the upstairs lounge, dining and games room, lost in our own thoughts. Nick and Catherine are sitting either end of a tan leather sofa. Nick is slumped so low that her chin is resting on her chest, and her feet are up on the long, low wooden coffee table that has ornate carvings up the legs.
I'm directly opposite, on the other identical sofa. From my seat, I can see the bifold doors that make one wall. Usually the views are gorgeous across the swimming pool and gardens and over to the surrounding mountains. Today, the view is scary. The sky filled with angry slate-grey clouds that relentlessly pour rain from them. Garden furniture flying, trees bending unnaturally, and the rainwater racing down the slopes. Although we're about a third of the way from the summit of the mountain we're on, we're in a little dip that seems to be holding some of the water. The floodwater is rising. Up here, the wind seems even louder as it lifts roof tiles and shrieks through holes. It should be the scariest thing happening. It's not.
Now that the rushing around and initial revelations have ended, I'm finally able to stop and think, instead of ricocheting between dramas. Why didn't the person who killed Alexis also stab me? That surely meant, despite what Nick had suggested, that they probably hadn't tried to kill me. I was most likely collateral damage when they'd attacked Alexis. So, while I had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, they had targeted her. But why stab her while I was there? Surely it would have been better to wait until she was alone. There were no answers, only questions. So what was I thinking? That Nick incapacitated me, then stabbed Alexis, and accidentally dropped the receipt as she made her escape. It would explain her guilt and the secrets she's been making reference to. I stare at her. She hasn't taken another sip of booze since her outburst, but nor has she explained what she meant. In fact, she hasn't spoken since. We've been friends since we were 14. I know her. We were all by her side through Arthur's diagnosis and those awful days as we all came to terms with the fact that her bright, beautiful boy only had a short time left on this earth. We'd held her up when the weight of what was heading for her son almost sank her. We'd seen her at her best, always smiling in front of her son, always making sure he lived the fullest life he could, even as his condition took hold. And then at her lowest, after Arthur had gone, and she'd finally fallen to pieces. "I'm not even in pieces, mate," she told me at his funeral. "I'm ground down into tiny bits of dust and just blowing about somewhere on the wind. Helpless. There's nothing left of me." Somehow, with the help of her husband and us and her family, she had seen the light one day and determined to make herself whole again. She'd said she owed it to Arthur not to let him down. She managed to pull herself together until the dust was shards, and the shards joined together to make not the old Nick,
but someone who was able to live again. My eyes trace across her face, trying to look for signs that, after everything we have shared, I don't know her, that she's capable of violence. There are none. The idea that she could hurt anyone is ridiculous. No, it had to have been a stranger who did this. Besides, she couldn't possibly have been responsible for Alexis, because she'd been with everyone else when they broke the door down. "You were all together, right? When you found me and Alexis?" My words shatter the silence. Everyone looks up, yanked from their own thoughts and plunged into mine. It takes a moment before anyone replies. "I told you, remember? Or is your recent memory playing up?" Annie's laser beam glare seems to go right through me. Perhaps she's trying to see into my mind and figure out what's wrong. "No, I'm fine, just going through everything, trying to figure out what happened." Celine finishes what I'm saying but doesn't look at me as she gives a long nod. "Me too," over and over and over, trying to fit the pieces together so they make sense, so... Finally she looks at me, and tears tremble on the rims of her eyes, then tumble down her cheeks. She takes my hand. "You don't need to worry, Polly. When the authorities arrive, they'll hear everything then." She sits back, and doesn't so much fold her arms as hug herself. I can feel her trembling beside me. "Can we just go over everything again?" I ask, ignoring her. "So, Annie, you were in your room, then came out, saw Celine and had a chat, yes?" Her nod is curt. "Catherine and Nick, where were you?" "In the kitchen," says Catherine. Nick gives a double thumbs up. "Then what?" Catherine explains again, just like Annie did earlier. Uses virtually the same words. "Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be a sign of a rehearsed answer? I'm sure I caught the end of one of those 24 hours in police custody style documentaries, the kind Annie loves."
but that you couldn't pay me enough to watch because they give me nightmares. Police said what made them suspicious of someone in the first place was their use of the same language to answer questions. But that would mean all of my friends in cahoots to kill Alexis and pull the wool over my eyes. That was patently ridiculous, and also sounded a lot like the plot from that Agatha Christie book, Murder on the Orient Express. I'd been persuaded to watch the film version once, by an ex. Never again. Why watch films about such awful things when I could be watching a romance or something life-enhancing such as eat, pray, love? I finger my necklaces, thinking about the real crime that I had been dragged into. How do you know the door wasn't just locked from the outside and someone had taken the key with them? I ask. It was in the door on the other side, Annie replies. She leans forward, forearms resting on her knees. At the same time, Nick speaks up, but I don't hear what she says because her voice is throaty from lack of use. She clears it before continuing. I gave the door a really good rattle. It was defo locked. I even bobbed down and tried to look through the keyhole, but it was blocked. Yes, you shoved me out of the way to do that. Annie's mouth is a straight line of discontent, but then it softens slightly. In fairness, there was a lot of jostling and panicking, but I had reached the door first and tried it, and it was locked. And you looked through the keyhole too? I check. I did. The key was clearly in the lock on the other side. The keyhole was a big, old-fashioned one. They'd have seen the light from the stairs shining through it, unless Alexis and I had been in the dark. I checked. Everyone agreed that the light was definitely switched on before they broke through the door. Besides, as they all reminded me, we'd taken the key from the inside of the door ourselves and tried to lock up the cellar before wedging it shut with some rocks. I run my fingers through my hair and give a deep, shuddering sigh, imagining the scene. I can't believe you kicked the door in. That's amazing strength, guys. We tried, says Catherine, but we had to use the fire extinguisher in the end, like a battering ram. That did the trick. That was your idea, wasn't it, Annie? No, I think it was yours. Well, either way, it worked, and thank goodness it did. If we hadn't found you when we did, you might have shared Alexis's fate. She hides her face in her hands. We're all quiet while she gathers herself again, finally giving a sniff and shaking her body straight. Time for tears later, she says, her voice thick with them, but also full of determination. What? I can't believe I'm going to ask this. Can barely bring out the words. What happened next? You really want to hear? Asks Annie. Her voice is as soft as her eyes. Her kindness makes me stronger, and I nod. Chapter 34. Polly, now. At my urging, Annie starts talking again while the others listen. I'm so intent on her words, I don't want to move a muscle in case I break the spell. Okay, so we broke the door down, then we all virtually tumbled down the stairs together. Lots of shouting, we were all calling your names because of course we'd realized who the two people missing from our group were, that it must be you and Alexis down there, arguing or in trouble. Catherine sounds strong, but I see the tremor in her hand as she tucks a stray hair behind her ear. Annie takes over again. We saw you as soon as we got to the bend in the stairs, saw you both lying on the floor, on your backs, like there was something fascinating on the ceiling that you were looking at. We thought there'd been some kind of accident. Well, I did. There are murmurs of agreement. As we got closer, we saw the knife between you both, on the floor, saw the blood on Alexis's chest, and then the blood in your hair and on the ground. She takes several deep breaths and closes her eyes for a moment before carrying on. We thought you were both dead. Alexis had no pulse, and I was in such a state that I couldn't find yours either. But Selin noticed you were breathing. Selin's eyes are huge and filled with pain as she makes a noise of acknowledgement. Everyone was shouting at each other about what to do when your eyes started fluttering and you groaned and woke up, finishes Annie, but Alexis never did. It's the cue for the conversation to end, it seems. Nick stands and stretches, but only walks a few steps before sinking into an armchair facing out to the view. Annie buries her head in her book and gnaws on her thumb while reading.
Catherine is staring across at me, a frown on her face. "How are you doing, Polly? Carrying Alexis and then the food has been a lot of exertion in your condition," she says. "You make it sound as if I'm pregnant," I smile.
"But I do feel a bit wiped out after lugging things up the stairs." "Can you imagine?" Catherine's laugh is bleak. "Hey, here's a thought. If it was Alexis's ex, Antonio, that I spotted her talking to the other day, maybe she was pregnant, and that's why he—" "I think we've got enough real drama going on without making up phantom pregnancies," snaps Annie, looking up from her book. Catherine holds her hands up. "Just spitballing ideas. Hey, Polly, I'll make you a drink. Anyone else want one?" There's a chorus of orders. Even Nick decides to have a coffee. Catherine repeats each one back to memorize them. "I'll have a cuppa," I say. "How about something a bit more substantial too? I think I saw some cuppa soups in the cupboard." "Yeah, I spotted them too because I thought how random it was that they were here." Even that memory produces a heavy frown from Annie. "What about one of those? Or a milky drink?" The thought of food makes me feel a bit queasy, and I say as much. "It's not really food, though. And something inside you might make you feel a bit more—" She gestures vaguely. "What do you think, Annie?" Annie approves the plan. Catherine's face is pinched with fear for me. She even puts a hand to my forehead to check I don't have a temperature. In the end, I agree to a cup of soup just to keep her happy. As she rattles around in the kitchen making everyone their teas and coffees, I think about what a great mum she'd have made. It's such a shame she hasn't had children. People think she's such a career woman, not interested in having kids, but she's dreamed of it for a long time. Says her world won't be complete until she and Trevor have the perfect little family, one boy and one girl. Annie, Alexis and I had been talking about it before the holiday. "She doesn't seem to realize you get what you're given, and you're grateful regardless," Alexis said at the time. "Not Catherine. Life wouldn't dare not give her what she wants," Annie joked. Sometimes she liked to rib Catherine, as if life fell into place for her from sheer luck. But I admired Catherine for her focus. It was so at odds with my own way of floating along and seeing what came next. She decided what she wanted, and then did everything in her power to make it so. She was a perfectionist, but it got results. Although there's only so much a person can control, and fertility isn't always one of them. She suffered a fair few knockbacks over the last couple of years. Her determination has never faltered, though. What was it she'd said to me? Oh yes, I remember now. "We'll try IVF and every other letter under the sun until we get our children," she'd said. "If that doesn't work, then we'll adopt." Selin and Annie both fall over themselves to help Catherine hand out the drinks. Any distraction is welcome, it seems. Selin passes me my cup of soup. I sip at the hot broth and do feel better as it settles in my stomach, even if it does taste a bit odd. I've never been a fan. "Eat up, it's good for you," says Annie. Well, that might be a stretch, but eat up anyway. I've barely drunk half of it when, crash. The sound shudders through the floorboards, rattles the glass in the windows, rolls through the walls like a low wave. We freeze. What the hell was that? The villa still trembles from the crash as we all rush to the bifold doors and peer past the balcony and into the garden below. A huge tree has fallen. The mass of roots gapes up at the world as if in shock. The thick trunk lies in slumber on the ground, water swirling around it, and the branches, lush with green foliage, have barely missed the building. "No, wait. It's landed on the little pantry bit round the side, I think," says Selin. The wind and rain gain intensity, as if to celebrate bringing down this mighty beast. We stare at it for long minutes, silent, then turn away, helpless. Catherine leans closer to me, her voice low. "I'm scared, Polly, and not just because of whatever the hell happened in the cellar. We need to get out of here. But no one will listen to me. They all want to sit tight." I look at her, then back out at the raging storm, and then at her again. Catherine isn't the type to admit fear easily, but going out there is a mad idea. The trees are creaking like they might be the next to fall. That seems the best thing. Who in their right mind would go out in that, I say. Someone that doesn't want to get trapped in here. Nick is standing behind us, shaking. Annie's hands slam down on mine and Catherine's shoulders. We both jump a mile.
I think we've got plenty enough going on without the melodramatics, Catherine. But Catherine doesn't back down. She stares Annie out. You think that water isn't going to rise higher? Then you're an idiot. The floodwater is increasing. Look at what's pouring down the mountain. We're going to get stuck here, with a dead body. And then what are we going to do? There's no point waiting for someone. We've got to help ourselves, before it's too late. We've already tried and had to turn back, Selin reminds her. I couldn't stand it if one of us got hurt out there. We might get hurt in here, Catherine shouts, realizes, gains control of herself. But her frustration is etched in every line in her face and tensed muscle. How much longer can we stay here? We'll end up sitting on the roof getting blown off it. Staying here is really dangerous. I'm scared. Annie's hands are on her hips. If we try to go out there, we'll have to swim for it. You can't seriously be suggesting that. There's debris, there's the wind, and like you said, the flooding is only going to get worse. I'm not a strong swimmer, Catherine. The owners know that we're here. So do the villagers. Help will come, so it's better to sit tight. Selin clings to Catherine's arm like a child and begs, let's just stay calm and stop being so sensible. We need action.
Not words, Catherine yells. Annie steps into her space, eyes narrowed, pushing her face forward. You're really starting to piss me off now. Shut up and accept the situation before I... What, Annie? Stab me? There's a sharp intake of breath from everyone, stunned that Catherine has said those words. I look between them. What made Catherine say that? Does she know something about Annie that makes her suspect her friend of killing Alexis? But I don't have time to analyze, as Catherine continues. I know you're perma-angry from the bloody perimenopause, right? But you're not the only one going through this. Just sodding calm down. Catherine almost screams those last words. If that floodwater sweeps us all away, do you think any of us will be able to swim for it? We're going to die here. We need to leave. Annie grabs her shoulders and turns her back towards the view outside. I'm staying put. We all are. If you're serious, you go alone. Catherine glares at her, her shoulders heaving. She's breathing so hard. But she pulls herself together, smooths the lines of anger on her face, rolls her neck, turns on her heel and stalks from the room, slamming the door behind her. Selin moves to go after her, but Annie stops her. Give her some space. From the corner of the room, laughter sounds again. Nick has been quiet through the whole argument and has actually gone to one of the chairs to watch it. Now, she speaks at last. Inside or outside, it doesn't matter. We're all going to die here. Shut up, Selin and Annie shout at the same time. I thought it, but felt too sorry for her to say it out loud. It's clear she's struggling. That laughter isn't malicious, it's hysterical. Nick shrugs drunkenly, as if they're arguing over nothing. I'm just saying, accept your fate, and it'll bring you peace. I think it's the booze that's brought you peace, says Annie. I drift back to my place on the sofa and go to take a sip of my soup. But it's gone cold, and a skin has formed over it. The look of it turns my stomach. All this arguing is exhausting. I can't take much more. With a sigh, I force myself to stand and stumble to the kitchenette, pour the drink down the sink, and shake my head to try to shake off the wooziness. It makes it worse. There's a movement behind me. Could I have a word? Asks Selin. I need to talk to someone. Everything is merging into each other, the past, the present. I reach for the tap and miss it. Try again. Could we maybe go to my room so we can speak in private? I look at her. Her face is swimming. There's something I need to tell you. Away from Annie, away from everyone. Are you okay, Polly? My legs aren't strong enough to hold me. I'm wobbling, trying to speak, but the words won't come. Something's wrong, I slur. But Selin is already calling for Annie, for help. There's shouting, hands holding me up, helping me to the sofa, laying me down. Oh God, what's happening to me? Annie's face is above me. Stay awake. Her voice is at the end of a long, dark tunnel, quiet, tinny. I try to fight my way back to my friends,
but my body is so heavy. Even my eyelids are weighted. "Get her up, get her walking!" Someone, "Annie?" shouts from far away. They haul me to my feet again. My arms are pulled over shoulders, and I'm dragged along. I try to walk, but my muscles won't respond. I'm too heavy. They give up, put me onto the sofa again, and I lie down. My head lolls on the cushion. Something stings my face. Annie's slapped me. I blink slowly, going further down that tunnel, into the darkness. Warm, cozy darkness, where there's no drama, no death, just sleep. "Polly! Polly! Don't you dare die on me!" That urgent voice is the last thing I hear. My eyes close, but I fight to stay lucid. Something is tugging at me, trying to be noticed. Memories seem to bob in my mind like corks for a moment. Celine, wanting to talk about the past, the present.
How it all ties in. Is there something more? My thoughts slow, as if wading through mud. More going on than I realize? Blackness pulls me under. Chapter 35. Alexis, 25 years ago. There were drunken teenagers as far as the eye could see. They filled the big Victorian house, where loud music thudded out of open windows and doors and spilled out into the garden, which was still hot, even though the summer sun had gone down. As Alexis surveyed the view, a queen looking over her subjects, she realized it looked like there were more than there really were because of the way the house was at the top of a steep rise, and the garden was sloped so that the perspective played a trick on the eyes. Plus, it looked like there'd be a load of teens around the back too, but there was barely any garden at the back of the house. It was all at the front and the side, beside the ugly 1970s flat-roofed garage that didn't go with the rest of the house at all. If it were Alexis's house, she simply wouldn't be able to live with that monstrosity and would tear it down and get a better one. The fact that Harry's parents didn't just went to show how superior Alexis's taste was. This was Harry's house party, a lad in her school year whose parents were really cool. This was like the third or fourth he'd staged. According to him, they didn't mind what happened as long as nothing got broken and everyone left at 11:30, otherwise the neighbors might call the police. Wish my parents were like that. Alexis's parents barely knew she was alive. It wasn't only that they worked all hours, it was that, when they did have time, they only wanted to be with each other. Alexis saw other parents doting on their children, but she just felt like an annoyance that got in between her mum and dad's love for one another. So they bought her things to distract her, while they went away on weekend breaks and holidays so they could reconnect. Some people her age were experiencing their parents divorcing, and it was tearing their families apart. Alexis wished hers would. Then perhaps they might remember they were parents as well as husband and wife. She tossed her hair, annoyed at the way her thoughts were going. She was lucky, she reminded herself. Her parents might not allow a house party, but she was already working on them to book somewhere special for her 18th, like a stately home or something swanky. Her 16th, just a couple of weeks ago, had been pathetic, and she'd been forced to pretend to her friends that birthday parties were uncool and passé. She took a swig of her cider. Maybe she'd dance in a bit, inside, but she was way too cool to right now. Instead, she leaned against the garage wall, people watching, along with Annie and Catherine. "Have you seen Adrian flirting with Nadia? He doesn't stand a chance." Annie laughed and pointed to one of the lads, who was following a clearly disinterested blonde. "I thought she fancied Dan," said Catherine. The hipster, boot-cut jeans she was wearing really suited her athletic frame, the low waistband, teamed with a crop top, showing off her flat stomach. Bitch. It was almost identical to the outfit Alexis had picked out, and she'd had to get changed quickly when everyone swung past hers on the way to the party. "She does, and she's got no chance with him," said Annie, "because he's really into Adrian." They all squealed with a chorus of, "Oh my God," and sniggered. Celine appeared in the crowd then, spotted them, and waved. But her boyfriend, Chris, was holding her hand and leading her towards a knot of his own friends, inside. "Talking of weird couples, how long have those two been together now?" said Catherine. 6 months, Alexis replied, flicking her hair from her shoulders. "How the hell did Celine manage to pull Chris?" "It's proof miracles actually happen," said Annie.
She fiddled with her nose ring and winced. She'd had it done especially for this party. She was going through a dark phase. Right now, she was wearing a ton of black eyeliner, strategically ripped black vest top, and a tiny black miniskirt with silver chains on. Earlier on, she'd shown the girls what she had in her tiny black rucksack with silver studs on it, and they'd all groaned. "It's to get the party started if things get dull," she'd said about the little bag of pills. "I'm not doing that." Alexis had almost shouted the words. Catherine had looked sick at the idea. Nick's eyes had lit up, though, and she'd said if anyone else did it, she'd give it a go too. They'd all shaken their heads. "I don't lose control, I take control," Alexis had said, to end the discussion. "Chris is absolutely gorgeous," she said now, catching her lip between her teeth in a way she'd noticed lads seemed to like. "I swear he looks a bit like James Van Der Beek." The way his dark blonde hair fell just that little bit over his intense, ice-chip blue eyes so that he stared out from under it, and how he was always brushing it off his face was just, ooh, it made her stomach flip. And he was really like bright and funny and always the center of attention and so talented. When he was riding his BMX and doing all those amazing tricks and flips, he was like something off the telly. All the girls fancied him, and some of the boys too. Yet he chose Celine. Alexis was willing to admit Celine was pretty. Olive skin and bright blue eyes, paired with hair so dark it was almost black. It was a cool look. But she didn't make the most of herself. She wore baggy cargo trousers with a big t-shirt and hardly any makeup, and was quite the tomboy. She'd usually got skinned knees and elbows from skateboarding, which was how she got talking to Chris in the first place, apparently. But she was so shy that most of her conversations were with the floor. Alexis and Celine had been friends for forever, like about 3 years, since they were both put on the school's netball team. But she still didn't always speak up, even in front of Alexis or the rest of the gang. Celine was kind and sweet and really thoughtful, but hadn't exactly got the most sparkling personality in the world. So how did someone like that, manage to pull the best lad in town? What did they even have in common? "Maybe she's giving him what he wants," Alexis said out loud and raised her eyebrows suggestively. Her friends gasped in shock, then smirked. Anyone who had sex in their school year was simultaneously viewed as super cool and a total slut. But then Catherine frowned. "No, she's not like that. It's the only thing I can think of that would get a lad like Chris interested in the first place, let alone keep him." Alexis took another pull on her drink and considered. "He'd be loads happier with me." Chris and Alexis were both sporty, leader of the pack type people. The type who walked into a room and people noticed immediately. Whereas Celine, whether she was there or not, made no difference to anyone. The fact that she was chosen over Alexis? Literally never happened before. All Alexis could think was that he didn't reckon he stood a chance with her, and so he took the easy option instead. But if he realized I was into him, he'd dump her in a second. "I bet I could steal him away from her," she muttered. "No chance." Catherine was goading her with her smile. "What did I say that for? I didn't mean it. Even if I do really like him, it's sisters before misters, right?" But seeing Catherine's deliberately provoking expression of disbelief made Alexis dig her heels in. "What the hell, Catherine? I could get anyone I wanted if I put my mind to it, and my body." She laughed, pleased with herself. "Fiver says you can't. Make it a tenner and you're on." "Come on, you two," said Annie. "Celine's our friend. This isn't right." Catherine's hands were on her hips. "Tenner it is." "Hey, this is where you've been hiding." Polly danced over to us, massive grin plastered on her face, arms in the air. In one hand was the camera her gran bought her for her birthday recently. She'd been taking it with her everywhere ever since, even though she was careful about what she took photos of, as film and getting them developed was a bit expensive for her. Her gran had, no money. "Time for a group photo." Polly grabbed hold of Alexis, called the others and led them inside, to where Celine and Chris were talking to Nick and her boyfriend, whose name Alexis couldn't even remember because he went to a different school. It wasn't worth asking, because Nick would probably split up with him in a couple of days because she'd got the attention span of a gnat and the confidence of Kate Moss. "Come on, just us girls," said Polly. "Chris, can you take the photo?" "Yeah, just press that button for the flash, and wait a minute for the red light to turn green to show it's ready. The 6 girls wrapped their arms around each other and grinned. "Okay, everyone, cheese," said Polly. "Not cheese," Alexis shouted. "Friends forever. 1, 2, 3. Friends forever."
Chapter 36. Alexis. 25 years ago. As soon as Chris had taken the snap, Polly jumped up and down.
"Can't wait to get that developed. Might frame it."
Bless Polly.
She was so uncool, she somehow managed to actually be cool without even realizing it.
Catherine pinged at Alexis's bra strap to get her attention. She got a £10 note in her hand.
"Go on then."
She nodded towards Celine and Chris. Their friend had her arms around the neck of her hot boyfriend and virtually drooled on him. She was such a lovesick puppy. Mind you, he was pulling her tight against him and had a puppy dog expression on his face that Alexis had never seen before. Did they actually love each other? A shiver or unease ran through her. She couldn't split up a proper couple over a bet. "Ha, thought so," said Catherine when Alexis didn't take the note. "It can't be done, and you know it." Who did she think she was, challenging Alexis like this? Catherine wanted to take her place and be captain of the netball team, an unofficial leader of the gang of mates. It ate her up that Alexis was better than her. She was always so bloody ambitious, always had to be top of every class. Well, Alexis would show her. She might be the brainiest, but I'm the prettiest and the most popular. And I'm the one who's going to get with Chris tonight, if it's the last thing I do. Anything else is a show of weakness. Celine might be a bit hurt at first, but she'd soon get over it. They'd only just turned 16, were meant to be having fun, not getting serious. Just watch me at work. Alexis put her shoulders back, smoothed down her baby pink miniskirt, and pulled up the white crop top to show off her tanned abs. Then, with a wink over her shoulder at Catherine, she adjusted the little sequined handbag that hung from a chain across her body, and tried to think of how the hell she was going to win this bet. The party was in full flow.
A girl called Crystal had just thrown up in the kitchen's swing-top bin and was now crying because her boyfriend wouldn't kiss her. In the hallway, Alexis could hear rowdy laughter and catcalling because one of the lads had managed to pull a condom down over his entire head, then had to get a friend to pop it because they were suffocating. As for her, she was trying to find Celine and Chris because she finally had a plan for how she was going to get her claws into Chris. The problem was that they were pretty much inseparable, so she needed to somehow get Celine away from him. As soon as he spent a bit of time with Alexis, one-on-one, he'd see what an upgrade she was. No offense to her mate, but it was true, and he wouldn't be able to resist. She stamped her feet, impatient to get things moving. After about half an hour of wandering around the party from room to room, she finally found Celine, but she was all alone. Before Alexis approached her, she had another look around for the rest of the gang. No one was looking her way, but she saw most of them were with Polly, who was about to take yet another photo when Pete Bronski slouched over, his face barely visible thanks to his curtains hairstyle, and started talking to her. "Good on you, Pol. You've pulled." Catherine looked her way at that moment and winked. Damn. She knew she was going to win their bet the way things were going. Away to Alexis's left, Nick was jumping up and down on the dance floor like it was a mosh pit, even though it was only Livin' La Vida Loca that was playing. Always the life and soul of the party, that one. Celine saw Alexis and gave a little wave with the hand that wasn't nursing what looked like it might be an interesting orange-based cocktail. There was still no sign of Chris. Maybe he'd dumped her. What a bastard. It was for the best, though. Better the inevitable happened sooner rather than later, because Alexis could see that Celine was absolutely besotted with Chris, and it was only going to get worse. Her heart suddenly filled for her friend. "You all right on your own?" she shouted over the music. "What's happened?" "What?" Celine looked worried. Then her frown cleared as she worked out what Alexis had said. "Oh, Chris is just in the loo." "Ah, I was worried for a second. Come here. I love you, you know." Alexis wrapped her arms around her and decided she couldn't do it. She couldn't get off with her friend's boyfriend, especially not for a stupid bet. Over Celine's shoulder, she saw Catherine watching her. Catherine waved that £10 note in the air and laughed. Alexis's heart hardened once more, and any second thoughts she'd been having were banished. "Sorry, Celine." She let go of her friend and waved her little plastic cup of warm cider in the air. "Great party, isn't it? Come on, down in one." They tapped their plastic cups and Alexis gulped her drink, just as Chris appeared and snatched Celine's from her. He downed it himself. "You don't mind, do you?" "I'm gasping," he said to her. "I'll get you another. Same again?" "Yeah, orange squash." Celine smiled apologetically. Alexis despaired. "Seriously, Celine, you are so boring sometimes. How are you ever going to let your hair down and make a fool of yourself if you don't loosen up a bit? Soft drinks at a party. Only total losers have that." Chris gave a wide, cheeky grin and winked. Irritated beyond belief, Alexis stomped off, wondering what the hell she would do now. Alexis wasn't book clever like Catherine, or cerebral like Annie, nor did she have the charming innocence of Polly, or even Nick's personality, but she was beautiful, and she was cunning. The problem had been how to separate Celine and Chris so that Alexis could be alone with him. Then she'd remembered Annie's little bag of party starters. Annie had been so drunk she hadn't noticed Alexis fishing around in her tiny rucksack and lifting the ecstasy tabs from it.
It had seemed a genius way of splitting Chris and Celine up. Just slip Celine a tab of E, and she'd make such a fool of herself that he'd probably storm off and Alexis could swoop in. While she'd been wandering around the party searching for Celine, she had taken all the tablets out of the bag except one. She hadn't wanted Celine to OD, just let loose for once in her life. It'd do her good, Alexis had decided. With just one tablet left in the little plastic bag, she had dropped it onto the floor and stamped on it, grinding her heel until the tablet was powder. Then she'd spotted Celine all alone. As they'd chatted, Alexis had changed her mind about the whole thing. But then she'd seen Catherine, goading her, waving that tenner at her as if she thought Alexis didn't stand a chance of winning the bet. She couldn't lose face like that. And so, she'd hugged Celine, and as she did so, she dropped the powdered ecstasy tablet into her squash. "It won't do any harm," she told herself. "She'll have a laugh, let her hair down, make a bit of a fool of herself." Alexis had planned to tell Catherine what she'd done so that Catherine could look after Celine and make sure she didn't do anything too insane while she was high. Alexis couldn't do it herself because she'd be busy with Chris. That had been the plan anyway. But then it had all gone wrong when Chris snatched Celine's orange squash from her and downed it in one. She'd watched warily as he'd gone outside and he and his pals had started showing off on their BMXs, doing crazy tricks and jumps like they always did when they had an audience. Then Chris, overconfident with the E in his system, had done a jump off the flat roof of the ugly garage. Alexis had been convinced he'd kill himself, her heart pounding sickeningly. When he landed it, she felt such relief and promised herself to never, ever again do something so reckless and stupid as to spike someone. But Chris hadn't been able to stop because of the slope and the speed and his sluggish reflexes and... "It's not my fault he's dead. It's not." Chapter 37. Polly.
Now I wake to the weight of fingers pressing at my wrist. Annie, hunched over me, her brow damp with sweat. Her voice is a rasp as she thanks every swear word under the sun that I'm awake. "You scared the crap out of me," she finishes accusingly. She pulls back, relief unspooling from her shoulders, and play punches me lightly on the arm. "Don't do that to me again, Polly. I thought we'd lost you. I told you not to sleep." "I'm sorry." My voice is thick, the words slurred, like they've been dragged through syrup. I try for a smile. "Does that mean you'd miss me if I weren't around?" Of course. The air between us stretches. My throat works around words I don't quite mean to say. "Even if I might be a killer?" My mouth twists with the effort of making it sound like a joke. It doesn't land. There's something odd about her face, this scene. Suddenly I realize, hey, is that sunshine? Is the storm ending? It's a single golden pool. Not proper daylight, but still. Annie almost skips to the bifold doors and looks. The golden rays dissolve away. Her shoulders slump. It was just a break in the clouds. It's as black and gloomy out there as ever now, and it's still raining just as hard. As if on cue, the wind-hurled rain batters the windows. Annie's walking away as she speaks, and is halfway to the door, but she turns, eyes sharp, expression oddly tender. To answer your question, you're an idiot, Paul, but I love you. I can't believe you're a killer. It's obviously some stranger. Has to be. Someone who hid, then slipped out while we were all in the winter lounge with you. And I'm sorry it took you almost croaking to make me certain. You're a good person, Polly. A kind person. Don't quote me on that, though, or people will think I've gone soft. A ghost of a smile. Now, let me get the others. When they file back in, the room feels full and warm. It's a little overwhelming, but I take a breath and smile.
Apparently Annie had banished them, but they hover close now, smiles wide. Catherine barrels forward and hugs me so hard it jolts my skull. Annie has to prise her away. She's still recovering from her concussion, she warns. You were out of it for a good couple of hours, Catherine says, her eyes bright with relief. We thought we'd lost you, mate. Nick's voice is thick. She blinks hard, looking more sober than last time I saw her. I force myself upright, ignoring the collective fussing. My brain is slow and limbs are heavy, but everything works. I glance at the clock on the wall and realize it's only just gone 7 p.m. This day seems to have lasted forever. So, what's been happening? Any updates? No change, Catherine answers grimly. The storm chooses that moment to batter the villa, the wind rattling the tiles overhead. The floodwaters higher, much higher. A new sound filters in. Low, constant. My head tilts. What is that? A rushing sound? Or is it just in my head? It's real, Nick says, collapsing into a chair. The courtyard is so flooded there's a whirlpool out there now. Looks like something out of a disaster movie. So, yeah, you might be feeling better, but we're still all going to die. Gallows humor. Catherine shoves her shoulder lightly into Nick's, half a reprimand, half affection. Shut up. It strikes me, the shift in atmosphere. The bickering has dulled, replaced with something closer to solidarity. Or maybe it's just for my benefit, a show of strength for the sick one. In a lull, I notice Annie checking her phone again. Still no signal. The tiniest sigh leaves her. The sky seems to have become blacker than ever, having teased us with that briefest of glimpses of a couple of rays of light. It feels much later than it really is. Despite sunset not usually arriving until 9:30ish, we've got all the lights on, but they've started flickering constantly. How much longer will we have electricity for? Nick drifts over to the whiskey decanter, fingers brushing its cut glass like it's an old lover. She catches me watching. What? She shrugs. If I'm going to die, might as well enjoy the ride. Maybe she's right, but I'm not ready to surrender. So I drag us back to safer ground, start talking about Alexis. Little things from school. The weird phase where she spoke with a faux American accent, her cheek with teachers, the way she could twist any boy around her finger, the thrill of being led by her as captain of our netball team. She had been the glue. Without her, would the rest of us have become friends? Probably not. As we talk more, there's even some gentle laughs. Even Nick's mouth twitches at the memory of Alexis showing her bra strap at some poor PE teacher. Do you remember that time Alexis and Salin? Hey, where is Salin? The others look around at my question. I don't know. When did anyone last see her? Has anybody seen her? I've not. Everyone is talking over each other. Catherine sighs and stands. It's not good for her to sit on her own brooding. She should be here sharing memories. It's nice. I'll go get her. I'll come with you, says Nick. It's harder to ignore two people. This chat has really helped bring Nick out of herself and back to us. Thank goodness. Catherine shuts the door firmly behind her and Nick. Annie and I linger, voices lowered, talking about the time Celine had to shin up a drain pipe in order to rescue Alexis from some dodgy lad who had her locked in a room at a party. It's bloody terrifying that, says Annie, but at the time it seemed hilarious. It's amazing anyone survives their youth. A scream rips through the villa, raw, terrified, Catherine's.
We jolt to our feet as one, adrenaline lending me strength. My heart races faster than my feet as we run down the corridor, the floorboards trembling under the weight of our footsteps. The storm howls around us, rattling the shutters,
and Catherine's scream still seems to reverberate through the house, though it's already gone silent. "Catherine! Nick!" Annie shouts, her voice swallowed by the storm. We round the corner. Celine's bedroom door is slightly ajar. And then we see her. Catherine is in the corridor, pressed against the wall, her face stark and bloodless, one hand clutching at her chest. She doesn't speak, doesn't move except to point. "Where's Celine?" I ask. "Where's Nick?" No answer. Catherine's throat works, but no sound comes out. Annie and I edge closer together, our shoulders brushing, as if we're children again, creeping towards the forbidden. The air smells of damp wood and something else, something raw and sour. Annie whispers, "I don't want to do this." But we're already moving, pulled forward by some grim inevitability. We push the door open. The light bulb flickers weakly, casting long, jerky shadows. For a second it looks like the darkness is moving. My skin prickles. We follow Catherine's gaze. Nick is crouched on the floor like a wounded animal, staring up at Celine. She hangs in the center of the room, suspended from a ceiling beam, her head tipped at a terrible angle. The rope groans with every shift of the storm, as though she's still moving, still alive. Chapter 38. Polly now. For a moment, no one speaks, no one breathes. Then Catherine lets out another scream, shrill and broken, and the sound of it slices through me like a blade. Annie and I lunge forward, grab Celine's legs, and lift her so that her neck is no longer taking the weight of her body. "Catherine, the knots!" Annie barks. The spell that froze her in place is broken. Catherine scrambles onto a chair, fumbling at the curtain cord, biting into Celine's neck. Her hands slip once, twice. It's hard to see in the flickering light. "It's too tight," she gasps. "Nick, knife, quick!" Nick stumbles, almost crawls from the room, towards the upstairs dining room and the kitchenette. We wait, swearing, groaning, Catherine's fingers frantic at the knot around Celine's neck. Sweat trickles down my back. My whole body trembles with the effort of holding her. "Please don't be dead," I pray silently. Nick returns, brandishing a small knife that looks the type used for chopping vegetables. "It's the best I could find," she says. Catherine saws at the silken rope, the tassels at either end flapping absurdly bright against the storm-dark room, where the light bulb is more off than on, as it flickers madly. Annie and I strain with the effort of holding Celine up. Her hand is by my face, knocking into it with every saw on the rope, as if she's trying to get my attention by gently scraping her jagged, broken nails along my cheek. I stare, hoping to see the bruised fingers twitch with life. At last the cord gives. We ease Celine down, lay her across the bed with a gentleness that feels obscene beside the violence of what she's done. Her face is wrong, blue-tinged, still. "Come on," Annie mutters, already starting compressions. Catherine takes the count. Nick paces and throws herself forward to take over when Annie is spent. Pushing on Celine's chest, begging her to come back, to fight, to not leave us. Eventually, I take my turn too, sweat stinging my eyes, arms burning, the storm hammering at the windows like a countdown. Nothing. It's Annie's third go at CPR, when suddenly she stops. Sits back, chest heaving, tears dripping silently onto her lap. Catherine retches, bolts for the bathroom. Nick crumples into the corner, sobbing into her fists. Just like with Alexis, I close Celine's eyes, cover her face with a cotton sheet, and then tuck her in under the covers. "You're comfortable now," I say. "Rest in peace, my lovely friend." The words ring hollow because I'm so confused by what she's done, so angry. The storm howls, the house groans. We were 6, then 5, and now 4. Suddenly, there's a note. Nick points to the bedside cabinet. Catherine edges forward, reaches out, hesitates. "Should we touch it?" "The police." Nick scoffs.
a bark filled with cynicism. Bit late for that. Besides, it's not a crime to end your life. Just a tragedy, murmurs Annie. She sniffs, wipes at her eyes with her fingers. What does it say? My eyes are blurry. Catherine picks it up and reads, There's no easy way to tell you this, apart from to jump straight in. I killed Alexis. Please believe I never meant this. I hope you can forgive me one day. Bull! Nick shakes her head and doesn't seem to be able to stop. Not Celine. No way. No bloody way. The words run through my head again and again, trying to make sense, but they are as hard to grasp as smoke. They aren't real. They can't be. Annie snatches the note, scans it, makes a noise like she's been struck in the gut. She stumbles to the chair by the little round trestle table that is by the window, and sinks down, leaning over so that her head almost hangs between her knees, as if she feels faint. She shouldn't have done this. I could have helped. I should have. Her words disappear to silence. What else does it say? Demands Nick. I take it from Annie. The loops, the slants. I know this handwriting. Decades of notes passed in class, birthday cards, letters,
Scrawls on envelopes. It's written in Celine's hand, no question. That's all there is. No explanation, no... What? What would explain this? Celine is honest, loyal, quiet. Even when she's annoyed, she's apologetic. I can't believe it. I don't believe it, says Nick. She's pacing now, head still shaking. She wouldn't kill anyone. I agree, says Catherine. But why would she write this? Why would she hang herself? Annie, what do you think? Annie doesn't reply. Staring at the note, I notice something. The right edge is rough, torn, as is the bottom. From her journal, I say. Annie's already nodding. Nick flips open the leather-bound book. Maybe we'll get more out of this, she says. She finds the gap where pages have clearly been ripped, rifles through the bin next, looks around, lost. Maybe she threw them outside. She wasn't thinking straight. This is my fault. Annie makes a sound as if someone has just punched her in the gut, then doubles over again, crying. She should have come to me. I could have helped her. A therapist undone by the knowledge she didn't see the signs of murderous rage or suicide in her friend. None of us did. Quiet Celine, patient, unassuming. They always say it's the quiet ones. I don't want to believe it, but the words are there, inarguable, written in her own hand. And the body, her body, lies on the bed. There is no logic, only horror. We find ourselves holding hands, like schoolchildren forming a crocodile. Wordless, we close the door on Celine. Another friend gone. Nick moves like an old woman, hollow-eyed. I can't take any more. All of us look fragile enough to shatter. We shuffle back towards the dining room, instinctively wanting to be together, without even saying it out loud. But we don't speak. There's nothing to say. The silence is heavier than the storm. Mystery solved. Celine killed Alexis. Attacked me. That's what the note said. Only it isn't solved at all. It gnaws at me. A splinter stabbing through my numbness. Why leave a note taking responsibility, but not explaining what had happened? It might tell us who, but it doesn't tell us why. Chapter 39. Celine. 1 hour earlier. Celine paced her bedroom, storm winds making the walls seem to shiver. The chaos outside was only an echo of the storm raging inside her. Because she had killed Alexis. Her chest ached with guilt. She pressed her fists against her temples, as if she could beat the truth out of existence. But it didn't matter how many times she replayed it, she still saw the knife, felt the light weight of it in her hand, the ease with which her fingers had curled around it, the effortless slice, Alexis crumpling to the floor. And yet, Polly... Celine struck her forehead again, desperate to make sense of it. How had Polly ended up in the cellar, locked inside, battered, when Celine hadn't touched her? It was as though reality had shifted the moment Celine turned her back. She was certain she hadn't harmed Polly.
What if she was losing her mind? Her nails bit into her palms. She had to confess. She couldn't let Polly, poor Poll, who now lay on the sofa in the dining room, hovering at the edge of death, carry the blame. She had tried to speak up, again and again, but every time the words lodged in her throat. Too mad, too damning, too sealing. Always doubted, always dismissed. And once they did listen, if they believed her, what then? Would they ever look at her the same way? Friends no longer, only horror in their eyes. Would they visit her in prison? She doubted it. Shock had kept her silent at first. When Annie had stumbled across her running back to her room after stabbing Alexis, Annie had been so busy talking that she hadn't noticed Seelin's silence. Seelin had gone along with everyone when they rushed to the basement, confused by the scream, and when they found the door locked, because she was certain it hadn't been. Then they'd broken in, gone inside and found Alexis. And Polly. The villa shuddered again, as though the wind were a giant trying to pick it up and shake it like a snow globe. Dampness thickened the air in Seelin's room.
But it wasn't why she shivered. It was dread, and the need to act. She had to confess. Her thoughts flitted back to Chris, 16 years old, her first love, forever frozen in time. Dead, they'd said, from his own mistakes of pills, partying, and lethal overconfidence. She had never believed it. Everyone told her to move on, to stop obsessing. Pathetic, they had whispered, clinging to a boy after more than 2 decades. Therapy had helped. She'd felt lightened emotionally at last. An improvement, as if she were finally stepping out of the shadows of grief, confusion and blame from the past, and into the present. She'd even started to have hopes for, dare she think it, a future. Then Alexis's invitation had arrived like bait on a hook. "Hey bitches, it's my 40th, time to party!" She'd been excited. Until the plane, until the photo. Polly and Annie had both had nostalgic snapshots of their youth on their phones and passed them around. In the background of one of Annie's, Selin had seen it, proof. In the foreground were Annie, Catherine, Nick and Polly, grinning. In the gloomy background, Alexis had been caught in the act, on camera, hugging Selin, while pouring powder into Selin's orange squash. Selin had done her usual trick, tried to deny what was in front of her eyes, told herself she was misremembering, jumping to conclusions. Then she'd snuck a second look at Annie's phone, zoomed in on the background, and it was obvious. Well, it was once you knew what you were looking at. Even then, she'd had to work herself up to speaking to Alexis. Selin wasn't good with confrontation. Finally, as the storm built on this, the last day of the holiday, Selin had realized it was now or never, and she couldn't allow it to slide into cowardly never, because Chris deserved better. Selin had confronted Alexis in the wine cellar and begged for one shred of remorse. She had wanted an apology. Instead, Alexis had smiled, that smug, untouchable smile. For the first time in her life, Selin had felt pure rage. And then the knife. The sommelier's knife on top of one of the wine casks, suddenly in her hand, the almost weightless resistance as it slid through flesh and... Selin stopped pacing. Her mind was made up. She wouldn't wait for the police and then confess as she'd originally intended. Instead, she would confess to her friends tonight, now, even if they hated her, even if they never forgave her. Her hands shook as she grabbed her journal, tore out a few pages and began to write. Each word was a dagger of shame. There's no easy way to tell you this, apart from to jump straight in. I killed Alexis. Please believe I never meant this. I hope you can forgive me one day. Let me explain everything. She wrote down every detail, carefully, so nothing could be misconstrued. She even included her confusion over Polly being found in the cellar beside Alexis, and made certain there was no way that Polly would be implicated. She also made it clear that she had always intended to tell the police when they arrived. Her only hesitation had been confessing to the women she no longer dared to call friends. When at last she laid down the pen, the sight of the letter filled her with loathing. Typical, hiding behind paper, cowardly, too afraid to speak. Enough. She screwed up her courage and marched from the room before she could falter. The storm roared approval, wind and rain hammering the villa as if to drive her onward.
She seized the first person she saw. "We need to talk," Selin said, her voice trembling. Her friend looked panicked. Everyone was panicked now, but followed her into the bedroom and shut the door against the storm. "What is it?" And Selin told them. Everything. The knife, Alexis's death, the impossible confusion of Polly in the cellar, the guilt that choked her. When she finished, her friend's face was pale, eyes wide. I can't believe it," they whispered. Then,
More firmly. "And you're going to confess to everyone now?" Selin nodded. "I just needed to tell someone first. Someone I trust. I know you'll help me do the right thing." "Yeah," her friend said softly. A flicker of something unreadable passed across their face. "We'll all support you. Honestly, if Alexis had just apologized, you would never have stabbed her." Cold prickled down Selin's spine. "How do you know that?" she asked, before she could stop herself. And in that instant, she saw it. The calculation in her friend's eyes, not friendship. Before she could move, they lunged. The curtain's tieback was ripped free and looped around Selin's neck. Selin clawed at it, forcing her fingers between cord and skin, desperate for space. No use. The rope tightened. She tried to scream. No air. Black spots exploded across her vision. The room shrank to darkness. "Why?" she wanted to cry. "Why are you doing this? I thought you were my friend." The last sounds she heard were the grunts of her attacker, and the storm, the only witness, hammering against the windows, trying to get in. Chapter 40. Polly now. The atmosphere upstairs is thick and heavy, like a storm cloud pressed into the walls. Annie has decided, inexplicably, to lie full length on the wooden dining table. She looks like a corpse laid out for a wake. It's eerie, and I can't stand to look at her. It reminds me too much of what is lying in 2 bedrooms just feet away from me. Alexis in one, Selin in another, their bodies cold and lifeless. Nick is hunched at one end of the sofa, chewing the drawstring of her hoodie like her life depends on it. Her eyes dart around, never settling on any of us. Catherine stares out at the storm, gripping the windowsill so tightly her knuckles are white. Outside, the floodwater inches up the stairs. Halfway now. We are trapped here, in this luxurious villa of death. The fear is a suffocating weight pressing down on us. Every creak of the house, every splash of water against the walls, makes my chest tighten. And then there is the knowledge that Selin stabbed Alexis to death. Kind, gentle, unassuming Selin. The woman who wouldn't say boo to a goose if it came up and bit her on the backside. What had pushed her to such an extreme reaction? I try to focus on something else, anything else. But I keep hearing the sound of the rope creaking, and seeing, my mind won't let me rest. I've always been a big believer in listening to my intuition, that little voice inside that tells you when something is wrong. I've brought the note with me, and find myself holding it up to the light, as if it will reveal a secret message. It doesn't. The light bulb flickers, and dies. We're plunged into a twilight world of not quite darkness, as the storm clouds have blotted out all evidence that it's only early evening. A chorus of yelps and whimpers. We wait. Hope. But. "So, we've lost electricity. It had to happen sometime, I suppose," says Catherine. I pull out my phone and put the torch on to study the impressions on the other side of the note, the weight of the words pressed into the paper. The note makes me suspicious. The bottom edge looks fluffy, as if it's been ripped against something sharp. Clean, but not as clean as if it had been trimmed with scissors. I read it again. "Will you stop poring over it?" Nick shrieks. Her voice is jagged. "You know what it says. Looking at it over and over won't change it." I can't believe it, but it's true. There in black and sodding white, Selin murdered Alexis. But let's be honest, we've all got blood on our hands. "What do you mean, Nick? What's with all these heavy hints of guilt and doom and gloom, but not actually coming out and saying what you're talking about?" I demand. "You'll find out." Then she shakes her head, mouth a grim line. I look around at Annie and Catherine. Does anyone know what the hell she's on about? "No, but she's seriously starting to pee me off," says Annie.
Nick, if you've got nothing useful to say, then just shut up. Nick glares and mimes, locking her lips and throwing away the key. Great. What we don't need right now is to descend into childish behavior. Catherine doesn't say anything at all, just sits, white-faced, staring at the table. I read the note again anyway. Maybe Nick's right. Maybe it is as straightforward as it looks. The words don't suggest anyone else was involved, and the writing doesn't wobble as if she was forced. But, there are too many questions. I can't stop thinking of Seelin's hands, the bruised fingers, the broken nails. Why? Did she injure herself while tying the rope? Or was she fighting someone off? The thought chills me. I can't quite believe I'm even thinking this, but what if someone else killed her? I'm back to the mad stranger theory. What else is there? Because it's impossible for me to imagine Seelin killing Alexis, attacking me, then taking her own life. So, did that someone forge the confession? I hunch over the note, studying every word. No.
I'd swear on my life that it's her handwriting. Maybe they somehow forced her to write it? But the handwriting looks normal, steady, not panicked or shaky, as if she was in fear of her life. And it is hers, I'd swear to it. Even if she did end her life, I don't understand why she went to the trouble of confessing, but not explaining. Why kill Alexis? Why smash me over the head with a rock or a bottle of wine or whatever, but leave me alive? Unless she thought I was dead at the time. But she didn't even mention me in the note. Perhaps that's why I'm obsessing over it. Silly, hurt feelings at being left out, at my hurt not being acknowledged. But the doubts won't go. So I lie. Tell the others I need the loo. Really, I'm going to go back to Seelin's room. The police can't investigate her death yet, but I can. I slip into Seelin's room and shine the torch on my phone around. The storm wails. The mound beneath the covers makes me pause, my throat tightening. I force myself forward, pick up the journal from the bedside table, hold Seelin's confessional note against its pages, and see it's not full length. It's shorter than it should be. It looks like it used to be longer, but the bottom of it, the end of the note, has been ripped off. It looks like it might even have been a couple of pages long, given that other pages seem to have been ripped from the notebook. Perhaps there was something incriminating on the rest of the note. I check the bin, the floor, nothing. I get on my hands and knees and crawl around the room, shining the phone's torch every which way. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what constitutes a clue. I'm not a detective, but I feel like I'll know it when I see it. There's something under the bed. Crawling forward, I shine my phone there. It's a pen. It must have rolled under there after Seelin finished writing. When I see it properly, I realize I recognize it. It's the one that Chris bought for Seelin for her 16th birthday. I remember the expression of quiet pride on her face as she showed me what he'd bought her. I'd gone round to her house to drop off a gift myself. I can't for the life of me remember what it was now. Maybe that was the year I bought her the Moby CD. But as we stood in Seelin's bedroom, I can really remember her showing off the Cladder ring she wore always from that moment on, this beautiful pen and a matching journal that Chris had bought her. It was so thoughtful of him, and Seelin was particularly impressed that he had noticed and appreciated that she kept a diary and that she had hopes of one day writing a book. Good writing needs a good pen, Seelin had told me that Chris had said to her when she opened her present. The matching journal had long since been filled, presumably. I hadn't seen the pen in years, yet she'd kept it and constantly bought the refills for it. I'll keep it safe so you can be buried with it, I say, my voice soft. There's only one place left to search for clues now, Seelin herself. Steeling myself, I whisper an apology and peel back the sheet. Seelin's face is grey, her hands slack against the coverlet. Quickly, I check her pockets. They're empty. Then I look closer at her hands, lift them tenderly. Her fingers are swollen and bruised, her Cladder ring biting into the flesh. Her right hand shows what looks like rope burn. Her nails are jagged, broken down to the quick. She fought. My tears blur my eyes and fall onto her skin. Seelin was attacked by someone, and she fought back, fought for her life. Somehow she was overpowered and I freeze. Was that someone moving outside? The storm hammers against the villa.
My pulse thuds so loud it seems to join in. If there's someone out there, it would be easy enough to hide their movements if they wanted to. Could it be a crazed stranger? No, this seems too targeted. So, Antonio? With his temper, jealousy, and criminal tendencies? That seems more likely, and I could imagine a crime of passion against Alexis. It was conceivable that I was, perhaps, collateral damage from being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But why take Celine's life? There is one other option. I can't quite believe I'm even thinking it, as I lift my head and stare in the direction of the dining room, as if I can see through walls to the 3 people gathered there. 3 friends. 3 faces I've loved and trusted for decades. Nick's hysteria flashes in my mind. Her guilty looks, the receipt at the top of the stairs, the secrets she half spat out earlier. At first she'd said Celine wouldn't have killed herself, but now she's the keenest to shut down my questioning, to insist Celine killed Alexis, and that's the end of it. Then there's Annie's stiff silence and guilty looks, Catherine's blank withdrawal. Everyone reacting so differently, none of it fitting neatly into grief. There's something uncomfortable that I don't want to admit, but denial won't make it any less true. Instinct or paranoia, I don't know which, is screaming at me, telling me Celine was murdered, and warning me that Antonio or a random stranger aren't the only possible suspects. It could be one of my closest friends who has taken the lives of Alexis and Celine and hurt me. The thought makes my still aching head thud in time with my racing heart. Don't trust them until you've got answers. Don't trust any of them.
Chapter 41. Polly, now. My instincts may be screaming at me to not trust my friends, but the fact is, I'm trapped with them, and the only way I'm going to get to the bottom of this mess is by talking to them. I don't want to be confrontational or accusatory, but I do need to lay out my suspicions and thoughts. Once I get back into the dining room, that's exactly what I do. They sit there, Annie, Nick, and Catherine, and are quiet as I speak, listening to every word I say. But I can tell from their expressions, shock on Nick's face, disbelief on Catherine's, impatience on Annie's, that they aren't convinced. "So what? You seriously think one of us hurt her?" snaps Annie. "Celine killed herself, okay? I know how painful that is to accept. I don't want to accept it either, but we have to face the truth. Being in denial won't change the facts." "Mate, yeah, I mean, she literally has written a note saying she did it." Nick is shaking her head in utter shock. To her credit, having discovered Celine's body doesn't seem to have driven her to drink again. In fact, it seems to have sobered her up a lot. "Who do you think did it then?" Catherine is staring at me as if she has never seen me before. I don't know." I start pacing. My whole body is trembling with the adrenaline pumping through me. "I'm not saying it's necessarily one of us, I'm just telling you what I found. It's enough to make me suspicious. You have to admit it's weird." I stop, face them all again as I marshal my thoughts. "Let's put it all together. There's the note that's got the bottom of it missing." "You think, but maybe she did that herself," Nick says. I talk over her. "And Celine's fingernails are broken, and they weren't before she went to her bedroom. She gave herself a manicure this morning," Annie remembers. "She chipped the polish that was done on our first day here. Maybe she broke her nails when she was carrying the stuff up the stairs." "It's not beyond the realms of possibility," says Nick. I hesitate. She's got a point. Maybe Celine did break her nails then. Maybe that's when she bruised her fingers as well. But I'm sure she would have said something if that had been the case. And then there's the bruise across her fingers, which looks as if it's a rope burn. I think she tried to get her fingers in between the rope and her neck when someone was trying to tighten the noose. That's what caused the bruise across her fingers, and in the struggle with her attacker, she also broke her fingernails. Annie's head is in her hands, and she's rubbing her temples while making despairing moaning noises. Is it beyond your comprehension that she might just have hurt herself while she was making the necessary preparations? Maybe it's not that easy a thing to do. Her eyes look black as she looks up at me. She was in a messed up state of mind to have done this, Polly. I just don't think that what you have told us in any way even hints that somebody else did this to her. She did this to herself. Maybe she immediately regretted her decision and was scrambling to undo the knot,
and that's how her nails got broken and her fingers bruised. They look so convinced, all three of them. There isn't a doubt in the minds of any of them, not so much as a flicker. Okay, all right. Let's say that she hurt her hands while, but what about the note? You have to admit the note is weird because it doesn't explain anything. It's really short, like someone has cut the bottom off the page. No one would bother to do that. If your words come up short, you just leave the whole page anyway. Or, I snap my fingers. Or you fill the page by signing off. When have you ever known her not to put a kiss at the end of a card, a note, a text message, eh? Nick's nodding slowly now. Yeah, actually, now you mention it, that is weird that she didn't even put a little kiss at the end. Especially as it was her farewell note. She's always been a soppy devil.
But as Annie says, Celine wasn't in her right mind, says Catherine to Nick. I just think it's weird. Nick walks over to stand beside me. Annie is shaking her head, but she's frowning now. It is unusual of her, and I do believe that even in a state of heightened emotion, we often act automatically. The little kiss? That's probably one of those things that would be done automatically without her even thinking about it. Catherine looks at all of us, bites her lip. Then she nods too. And suddenly she looks up at Annie and points. You claimed that you were with Celine when Alexis was killed. How could she possibly have been with you? That means you don't have an alibi for Alexis's death. And you could easily have sneaked out of this room and attacked Celine while Polly was unconscious. Ooh, that's quite compelling, says Nick. No offense, Annie. Wait. Annie waves her hands in the air, furious. Are you too stupid? You know Celine was with me when we broke into the cellar. You saw her. Oh, yeah. Catherine frowns deeply. A spot of blood appears on her lip where she's gnawed it. The more we talk things through, the less they make sense, I say. Celine never did explain how she managed to lock the door from the inside after she killed Alexis and attacked me, which in itself is weird. Nick turns to Annie. Did you leave Polly on her own at all, after Alexis's death and before we found Celine? No, well, apart from to nip to the loo, but it only takes a minute to get across the hallway. I wasn't gone long enough to... I wasn't thinking of you, says Nick. It seems to me that we're back at Polly. You were the one, Pol, who was locked in the wine cellar with Alexis. You were the one who was left alone. Annie sighs. No, hang on, I've just remembered. When I went to the loo, Celine stayed to look after Polly. So she was fine at that point. Ah, I thought I was onto something then. Nick's mouth screws up to one side in frustration. So, where does that leave us? Right where we started, says Catherine. Celine killed Alexis, hurt Polly and then hanged herself and left a note. Honestly, it's the only solution. We all nod, until I quietly say, but if she killed Alexis, how did she lock the wine cellar from the inside? And so the arguments start again. Chapter 42. Catherine. 25 years ago, Alexis sat on Catherine's bed, hugging herself and making little noises like a mewling kitten. Shut up. I can't. I think I need to. If you say anything to anyone, I'll... Catherine's mum knocked on the door and walked straight in, interrupting her. She always did that. It made Catherine wonder why she even bothered with the knock if she wasn't going to wait for a reply. She'd brought them a cup of tea each and a saucer piled with rich tea biscuits. Thought you could do with something hot and sweet for the shock, she said. It must have been awful for you all to see what you saw, that poor boy at the party. That was her mum all over. She never came out and said things straight. How are the others dealing with it? You lot are inseparable usually. Funny that you're not all together at a time like this. Maybe they're at home, catching up on their work. Mum, everyone is fine. Now will you leave us alone, please? I just meant that as upsetting as it is, you can't let it get in your way. It's not long until your exams. Mum, Catherine roared. All right, I'm only saying. I'll leave you to it. The moment the door closed, Alexis started crying again. Catherine knelt on the floor and gripped Alexis's chin in her hand, forcing her to look at her. Alexis, please think calmly. You said it yourself. Chris is dead, and nothing is going to change that. Telling people the truth isn't an option. You hear me?
Alexis struggled to pull away, but Catherine's fingers tightened. My entire life is mapped out, and it doesn't include being kicked out of school, maybe even getting a criminal record for what happened. Besides, it would destroy Selin. Alexis's usually confident eyes were wide with fear and brimming with tears. Catherine let go, leaving red dots on her skin. It's for the best. You know it is.
Leave the past where it belongs and move on. I didn't mean for any of this. Of course you didn't. But if people hear what you did, do you think they'll judge you on the truth? Or make up their own minds about, I don't know, love rivals and teenage jealousy and drug scandals and you know what people are like. They take a handful of facts and fill in the blanks. Don't let your life be destroyed because of a mistake. Chapter 43. Polly, now. We're all shouting at each other now. It's descended into complete chaos. No one is listening anymore. Everyone just wants to scream their point and then scream another point that totally contradicts their previous one. The only thing we can truly agree on is that none of this makes any sense whatsoever. Why are you even arguing against the confession? It gets you off the hook, says Catherine. You're trying to persuade us to not believe Selin, when the most likely suspect for killing Alexis, other than Selin, is you. It's a double bluff, Nick shouts, excited. She's bouncing as if she's on a pogo stick. She's trying to make herself look more innocent by arguing for her guilt. You've been watching too much Only Murders in the Building. This is real life, Nick. Well, why else is she doing it? Because she's a martyr, like Selin. Those two are cut from the same cloth, says Annie. Yeah, shouts Nick, seemingly willing to agree with anyone and everyone. You're right. You said you agreed with me about the letter being suspicious, I say. I do, says Nick, and the shouting grows in intensity. I jump onto the sofa and wave my arms, yelling at the top of my voice as I bounce around. Okay, make it make sense for me. I'll accept that Selin killed Alexis if you can tell me why. It's as if a silence bomb has detonated. Annie sinks onto the sofa opposite the one I'm standing on, and she talks to the floor. Her voice is quiet, and her body language isn't feisty, it's guilty. I know the reason. Her shoulders are shaking, and tears are starting to fall. I climb off the sofa onto the floor, look at her. Annie, what's going on? A few weeks ago I realized something, but I didn't tell Selin about it, I promise. I never said a word to her. Her hand strays to her nose stud as she twirls it, just like she always does when she's nervous. Polly, you know those photos that you shared? The old ones? Well, I don't think you realized, but one was from the party. She gives me a significant look, eyebrows raised. The party, when Chris died. My heart palpitates. Is what happened somehow my fault? Right, I say, slowly. Annie continues. I noticed something in the background of one of the photographs. I zoomed in on it. Do you have your phone with you here? I hand it to her without a word, and she opens up my photographs, finds the one she wants, and pinches her fingers out on the screen so that a section of the photograph is expanded. Look, Alexis is dropping something into Selin's drink. Nick shakes her head. I don't get it. Me neither. I think Alexis was trying to spike Selin, and it's got to be connected with what happened to Chris. Maybe she spiked him as well. I go cold. This can't be right. There's no way, I start, but Catherine interrupts me. It's time for me to come clean. Catherine's voice shakes. What the? Did she spike Chris? I've known about this from the very beginning. Alexis gave Chris the drugs that killed him. She didn't mean to. She was just desperate to get one over on Selin and prove that she could have him. You know what she could be like. She confessed to me afterwards. I should have said something. To my shame, I didn't. I kept Alexis's secret because I didn't want to get dragged into anything. You know how obsessed I was with getting into university. I didn't dare get into any trouble at school. She had been head girl. She never stepped a toe out of line. Always had to be perfect. I was scared that if I spoke up, somehow I'd get caught up in it, and it would destroy my chances of university, and with it, all my hopes and dreams for the future. It was selfish. Her eyes are wet with tears, her voice thick. I should have said something, and it's my biggest regret in the world that I didn't.
But the longer I kept Alexis's secret, the harder it was for me to tell the truth,
until in the end it felt like it was impossible.
The ripples of Catherine's confession go through the rest of us, shaking us to our core.
"You never told anyone," says Nick.
Catherine shakes her head.
"I promised I'd keep her secret. She made me promise. To break that."
Nick's expression is the strangest mix of shock and, what, admiration? I can't believe that Alexis had done such a thing. But then again, I do know how competitive she could be, especially when she was younger and it came to proving she was the most attractive. She always did need external validation from others and to be made to feel beautiful. Annie takes up the story. "I think Celine, like me, saw the background of the picture and put two and two together. Perhaps she confronted Alexis and absolutely lost the plot. My words are heavy with regret. I feel responsible. Quiet, gentle Celine pushed over the edge at discovering what happened to the love of her life." Nick wipes a tear from her cheek, but she can't seem to tear her eyes away from Catherine. She stands in front of her with an expression of what looks to me like awe. It's the oddest reaction to her friend's revelation. I'm to the side of Catherine, and my heart breaks seeing this usually confident, together businesswoman crumpled over, her face hidden by her hands. She shifts slightly, and just for a moment I see her face. It's relieved, and she gives the smallest exhale. Is she holding something back? Lying about what happened that night? I feel chilled to the bone. Then I look at Annie, twiddling her nose stud around, her leg jiggling up and down like a pneumatic drill. And I know with absolute certainty that she's covering something up too. Annie's explanation of what happened between Celine and Alexis only makes sense if Celine saw the photo, and we don't know for sure that she did. And what about Nick's big secret? I came on this holiday thinking we knew everything there was to know about each other.
And now I wonder if I know them at all. The worst thing is, I can tell they're all thinking the same thing. Chapter 44. Celine. 22 years ago. Losing Chris, her first love, had changed Celine forever. It had created a divide in her life, before, when she had been more carefree, and after, when grief and doubts seemed to cling to her, unshakable. She had never been particularly confident or outgoing, but 3 years of Chris's parents pointing the finger and calling her a bad influence, of whispers about her as she walked down the school corridors, of her parents constantly questioning her and watching over her with eagle eyes, had chipped away at what little she did have. Some people were convinced she and Chris had taken drugs together. Others said it was she who had pushed Chris into going up on the roof. It didn't matter how many times she and others tried to set the record straight. The lies were far bigger than the truth. It made her doubt herself. When people questioned her about anything now, she found herself feeling unsure, even when it was something silly. "Did you buy tea bags like we asked?" Mum might say. And Celine would hesitate. Had she? Even when she knew she had, she felt a hot flush of insecurity and checked in her bag or the cupboard or wherever, needing to lay eyes on them before answering. Yes, here they are. She hoped that now she had left school, things would improve, but she wasn't convinced. Alexis had a bottle of champagne her parents had given her to help them all celebrate their A-level results, and they were sipping it in her bedroom. Alexis was always so confident, so certain of herself. Celine wished she could be more like her. Avril Lavigne's Skater Boy came on, and Alexis turned it up. Celine winced. This song always made her think of Chris. "I love this one," Nick said, bouncing around the room in time to the music. Annie, who pretty much dressed identically to Avril, especially with her tons of black eyeliner, didn't dance. She was too cool for that. Her nose ring was back, and she had 5 studs going up each of her earlobes. She always wore black and tried a bit too hard to actually be cool, to be honest. Polly threw a glance Celine's way. She was always more sensitive about Celine's feelings than the others, probably because she had experienced tough times herself. Like Celine, she had grown up a bit faster than the others. She'd had a difficult childhood, thanks to her parents being in and out of prison for petty theft, drugs and fighting, and it was only her gran stepping in to raise her that had given her any kind of stability. Still, she'd gone a bit woo-woo as a way of trying to understand life and its randomness.
She had paid good money to get her tarot read the other day because she wanted to know if she would be a famous artist. She felt much better now, apparently, knowing that her future was assured. She was going to have a great career and a large family with a handsome blonde. She had tried to get Celine to have her cards read at the same time. "I'd rather not know what the future holds," Celine had said. "Don't you want to know all the good things ahead of you?" she'd urged. But Celine didn't think there were any good things ahead. Not anymore. At least she had her friends, though, and they were wonderful. They bolstered her confidence, stood in front of her to shelter her from the rest of the world when she felt like she couldn't face it.
Chapter 45. Polly now. The air in the dining room feels close, heavy, as if the storm has seeped inside with us. None of us are sitting. We stand, scattered and restless, as if ready to fight or run. I watch them, and they watch me, all of us circling each other with the same thought. One of us knows more than she's saying. Nick chews the edge of her hoodie drawstring while tapping a nervous rhythm against her thigh with her fingers. Catherine hovers near the window, her eyes fixed on the floodwaters climbing the steps outside. Annie keeps fiddling with that bloody nose stud, guilty twitchy. Is the killer in this room? Or lurking outside, hidden just out of view? Nick breaks the silence. Her voice is hoarse. "Polly, are you any closer to remembering what the hell happened down in that wine cellar?" I shake my head. My throat is dry. "No, sorry." Her mouth twists. "You do realize how dodgy that looks, don't you? Forgetting the one thing that might clear you." "I thought you thought Celine killed Alexis." She swallows hard. "I think all of us are struggling. We're questioning everything." My heart ticks faster. I can't shake the thought. We're all hiding something, every one of us. I understand why they're looking at me with suspicion, and it makes me realize that all of us have secrets. But all of us also need to remember our shared history. We should trust each other. And so, while I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, I am going to continue asking questions. Because the only way that we are going to find our way back to the truth and trust is by getting answers. We've all got things that look dodgy. I plunge my hand into my pocket and pull out the screwed-up receipt, laying it flat with a small, deliberate slap. Like this. "Found it at the top of the cellar stairs. Yours, Nick. Care to explain?" For a beat, the storm fills the silence, wind raging, rain battering, floodwater slapping against the walls. Then Nick frowns, takes the paper, smooths it open with blunt fingers. "Not got a clue," she says at last, handing it back. "Could have been dropped any time. Might have fallen when I was locked down there." It wasn't. I explain the conversation I've remembered, and how she lost the receipt before she was locked in. "Maybe it just blew in, mate." She looks baffled, not guilty. And that unsettles me more than if she'd blustered. The supposed smoking gun in my hand is useless, but the thought still sticks. Nick could have overpowered Celine. She's tall, broad, stronger than any of us, even drunk, unless that's an act too. My headache is lifting, the fog thinning now, but earlier that wasn't the case. I was all over the place then. What if I've been easy to fool all along? I turn on Catherine and Annie. Has Nick actually been drinking, or just pretending? Nick barks a laugh, but her eyes flash. Catherine and Annie jump in quickly, perhaps too quickly. She's been drinking, as much as it looks. But these two are definitely hiding something. Annie's finger wags between Catherine and Nick. "There's something you're not telling us." Catherine steps forward, protective, her body angled like a shield. "Leave it. It's nothing to do with this." "It is to do with this," Annie snaps. "I heard you, the other day when Nick had to coax you out of your room, Catherine. I heard you two walking down the corridor, reminiscing and disagreeing. You mentioned Alexis." That name drops like a stone in water. The room seems to contract. The storm outside hurls itself at the shutters, as if it wants in on the fight. "So you hid and spied on us," snaps Catherine. "That's really the actions of someone sweet and innocent, Annie." Annie doesn't speak, just glares. The house groans around us. Catherine shrugs a little too casually. It was to do with what gift to give her. Nick was worried that it wasn't special enough given how lavish this place is. "Oh no," "There's no way that would have reduced Nick almost to tears," says Annie, stepping forward, hands on hips. Catherine's jaw sets hard. "You're imagining things." But the look she gives Nick is too fast, too defensive, and I feel the air in the room tighten further, suspicion closing in, pressing us closer together until the tension feels like broken glass prickling our skin. Annie doesn't back down. Her finger is stabbing the air now, her face blotchy. "Don't lie to me. You know what I do for a living. I know when people are lying." Her words falter, though. "It's from years ago. It's irrelevant." Catherine again looks at Nick, whose eyes seem to be getting bigger even as she shrinks down. Everything about her screams guilt suddenly. "Don't tell us it's irrelevant," I say. "Everything is relevant when people are dead." Nick stays silent, her jaw working as if she's chewing words she doesn't dare spit out. Catherine flares, sharp, like a match to kindling. "Flipping heck, Annie, you think I haven't had enough? You think Nick hasn't? Just leave it alone." But the way she says it is wrong. Too fierce, too rehearsed. A mother bear baring her teeth, not because she's innocent, but because she's protecting something. Or someone. And Annie's not letting it go. "I know what I heard. You were arguing about Alexis." Catherine's hands are shaking. She hides them badly, folding her arms. "It was years ago, ancient history. It's got nothing to do with Alexis or Selin, nothing to do with now." I look from her to Nick, and back again. The silence between them isn't empty. It's brimming with something rotten that's been sealed up tight. And Annie's right. Things from the past don't just vanish. They fester. They rot. Chris, Alexis, Selin. The ghosts of old betrayals are crowding the room with us, pressing in like the rising water. "Secrets don't stay buried," I say quietly. "Not forever." Nick's eyes flick to Catherine, quick as a blink. There's fear in her, real fear. The storm shrieks its impatience at us, and in that moment I know the gloves are off. Whatever we've been holding back, whatever's been festering all these years, it's all going to come pouring out like the floodwater pouring down the mountains, whether we want it to or not. Suddenly a memory tumbles free. Me and Alexis arguing. I feel the burn of second-hand anger as I relive what she was telling me, but I also get more context. For a heartbeat I can't breathe because I realize what it means. I swallow hard, and when I speak, my voice sounds strange, too loud even as the storm rages outside. "Well, actually," I let my eyes settle on the person who has been keeping the biggest secret from us all. Catherine has the best reason of all of us to hate Alexis. Chapter 46. Polly now. As everyone stares at me, waiting for an explanation, I close my eyes and feel weak, remembering my anger at Alexis after what she'd told me, anger on Catherine's behalf. I open them again and speak. "Alexis was having an affair with Trevor," I say. Even as the memory returns, it is superseded by what is happening now. Catherine's eyes widening, her mouth dropping open, slack. Catherine is surrounded by us, all of us staring at her in shock. But however stunned we are by the revelation that Alexis was sleeping with her husband, even me, and I'm the one who told her, it's nothing compared to Catherine's face. She doubles over as though she's been winded, gropes for a chair and collapses into it. Her voice comes out cracked, barely audible, as she asks if someone can fetch her a glass of water. For a long moment everybody is silent, and at first no tears come, then they start to drip down her face. Nick hands her an entire plastic bottle of water from the kitchenette. The silence spreads until I can't take it anymore. "You really had no idea? You didn't know?" Her whole body shakes as she forces out a fierce shake of her head. She tries to form words, but nothing comes out. Not a sound. It's as though something inside her has splintered. Finally, she drags her head up. Her face is hollow, devastated. "That bitch," she croaks. "That sodding bitch. I could kill her." She freezes, realizing what she said, and gives a bitter laugh. "Oh, don't look at me like that. It's just a phrase. Everyone says it." "Be honest. Is it that much of a shock?" Catherine runs her fingers through her long hair, her messy bun having come loose hours before.
gives a sharp exhale that's almost a laugh. It shouldn't be. We all know Alexis has always loved the challenge of stealing another woman's man. Look what she did to Selin, for God's sake. Chris wouldn't be dead if it weren't for her antics.
And neither would Selin. She wipes at the tears coursing down her face. Her red-rimmed eyes glare up at me. So your latest theory is that I killed Alexis, right? In a jealous rage? The only problem with that is that I didn't know a bloody thing about it. That's what they always say, isn't it? That the wife's the last to know. Her eyes bore into mine until I can barely meet them. Besides, I'm a realist, Polly. I know what Alexis is like. She'd soon have got bored with Trevor. Even his name is boring. All I'd have needed to do was sit tight, bide my time, wait until she got restless for the next man to conquer. Then I'd have gone to Trevor, suggested a counsellor, pieced things back together, and we'd have had our family. That's how I deal with problems. I don't fly at people with a knife. She gives a sniff and sits up straighter. Now, I know it's not the way a lot of people would react, but you've known me a long time. Does that sound like the sort of thing I'd do? I have to admit it is. Catherine is a problem solver and planner, a thinker. Even during this nightmare, she has been the one we've all turned to most to keep a clear head and tell us what to do. There's only one man Alexis has ever loved, and that's Hitesh, Catherine says, her voice steadier now. And there's only one man I've ever loved, Trevor. Nick's jaw drops, but she nods slowly. Yeah, that's true. Me, I'd rip Rob's balls off and shove them down his throat if he ever cheated. But you'd never do that, Kath. Your head always rules your heart, even in situations where others are falling apart. She has that same glowing expression of admiration that I saw earlier, and something else I can't decipher. Maybe that's what you think, Annie cuts in. She's been hovering at the edge of the circle, arms folded tight across her chest, but now she steps forward, eyes narrowed. People always think they'll react a certain way, but often do the opposite. I've seen enough in my job to know that no one can be certain what they are capable of in any situation until they're in it. Her gaze pins Catherine. So come on, admit it. You knew. You were furious. You wanted revenge, and you'd do anything to make Alexis pay. That's simply not true. Catherine smooths her hair. She's totally collected her emotions now, apart from a scattering of tears. We're accusing each other of all sorts of awful things, discovering some unsavory facts that, frankly, do leave a bad taste in the mouth. But the simple truth is, Selin killed Alexis because of what Alexis did to Chris. And then she killed herself because she couldn't live with what she'd done. Do I think the note she wrote could have told us more? Yes, but she wasn't thinking straight. Nick slumps beside her, rubbing her forehead. We don't know that for sure, though. Maybe you're right. Don't give me that, Annie snaps. Her voice is hard and rising in volume. You did it, Catherine. You killed Alexis and— Shut up, Catherine explodes, surging to her feet. Annie flinches back a step. What's your problem, Annie? Trying to throw suspicion off yourself? Because that's what it looks like to me. Who? Me? Annie's voice climbs an octave. What reason would I have to kill Selin? What reason would I? All right, none. But Alexis? That's different. You— Catherine gets right in Annie's face, but her words are cold and calm. If Selin was murdered, then it had to be the same person who killed Alexis. And your constant pushing, Annie, makes me wonder what you're hiding. They say the best defense is attack, don't they? Bullshit. We know Alexis was a serial shagger. That friendship didn't stop her from going after any bloke she fancied. Catherine pauses, a Cheshire cat smile spreading across her face and her finger poking at Annie's chest. We know your husband has been unfaithful to you. Have you ever noticed how much Jordan looks like your Mark? Nick and I gasp. The colour drains from Annie's face. Then she's moving, swinging for Catherine. She misses and leaps at her instead, and they tumble to the ground, a melee of arms, legs, shrieking, the sound of furniture scraping. Nick and I rush forward, pulling at any clothing we can grab, trying to tear them apart, everyone yelling at each other. We manage to separate them. I stand panting, holding Annie under the arms to keep her back.
Now, can we all calm? I begin, but Annie pulls free with a sudden twist, lands a flying kick at Catherine, knocking her into Nick. Bloody hell, that really hurt, Nick shouts, a hand to her nose. There's blood seeping through her fingers. She plunges towards Annie. It's Catherine who gets Nick under control, one arm hooked around her shoulders, murmuring to her until she finally lowers her fists. We need to calm down, regroup, Catherine says firmly. You're not the one bleeding, Nick mutters thickly. The sight of the scarlet liquid trickling down her face has stopped all of us in our tracks. Annie blurts out an apology, but it's heartfelt. Annie checks Nick's nose, declares it isn't broken, and gets some loo roll for her to hold under it to mop up the blood. Catherine exhales. Annie, I'm sorry for what I said. I was being a cow, lashing out. Annie gives a curt nod. And I shouldn't have needled you. This whole thing is getting to all of us. We can't afford to turn on each other. I swallow, my heart thumping. Please don't get angry, Annie. But earlier you told me Mark was having an affair. That's why you split up. Was it Alexis? The air stills. I brace for an explosion, but none comes. Annie's sigh sounds like it's dragged from the depths of her soul. You're not misremembering. What? Nick blurts, her voice muffled through the wad of loo roll. You mean Alexis really was? Annie doesn't answer. Instead,
she pulls her phone from her pocket and stares down at it. I hired a private detective a couple of months ago, she says at last. The room erupts with shocked noises from Catherine and Nick. Yeah, I know, Annie says, her tone edged with bitterness. Some therapist, right? Should be able to read people better than the average Joe. But it turns out I'm not immune. You love a good saying, Catherine. How about pride comes before a fall? Annie's gaze slides away from us, as if she can't bear to see our expressions. Instead, she concentrates on scrolling through her phone, looking for something. I've always known Mark was a less than ideal partner. He's always been a bit too fond of a drink. Maybe the therapist in me was attracted to the idea of fixing him. I don't know. Anyway, lately, she places heavy emphasis on the last word. He started displaying some classic behavior. Always out. Wouldn't be where he'd said he was. Like, one time he said he was meeting up with a mate, without realizing that the pub he said he was going to had closed in 2020. And I could smell his aftershave coming before he walked into a room. He even bought some new shirts. Ah, her thumb stills. She's found what she's looking for on her phone. So that was when I decided to hire a private detective. I knew asking Mark would only lead to lies and cover-ups, and I just wanted the straightforward truth. The detective got me photographic proof of the affair. Annie holds her phone up. On the screen is a grainy photo. Mark, half-shadowed under a streetlight, mouth crushed against a woman's. She's not Alexis. Chapter 47. Annie. 2 months ago, Annie had done the emotional work, prepared herself mentally for the news the private detective was going to give her. Her practice was in the lower ground floor of her home and opened up at the back to a view across the lawn and down to the hedge at the bottom, behind which hid the sun house that she used to get away from everyone and everything. The private detective was coming to her home, as she knew no one would be in. Not Mark, not their 2 children. When the knock came on the front door, she took several deep, calming breaths before checking herself in the mirror, because when hearing you're being cheated on, it's important to look good enough to make it clear the fault is with the cheater and not you. Her bright red hair was wild, her curls in tight corkscrews glossy, just as she liked it. But her outfit was sharp, her silk blouse white and unblemished in any way. The white, wide-legged trousers fell perfectly, so that only the pointy toes of her white, kitten-heeled boots showed. She thought there'd be small talk, but as soon as he got inside her office, the private detective held out his device. Here, take a look at these, he said, handing her an iPad. It's funny the way the brain works. Part of her was disappointed not to receive old-fashioned print-offs of photographs, because that's what always happened in films. She was pleased with herself at how calm she felt. She'd done a hell of a lot of thought work about this in preparation. She was totally prepared, totally cerebral, as she looked at the first image. The anger was a hot rush through her, her heart pounding, skin bathed in sweat. She wanted to scream, to punch something. There was her husband, snogging the face off another woman. The images were taken through a window, because on some of them
were big, black, blurry lines where the window frame crossed. Some kind of telephoto lens must have been used. His face was clear to see. But who was she?
Annie scrolled through until she found one that showed the bitch's face. There she was. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to rip her head off, and then I'm going to shove it up Mark's arse so far it comes out of his mouth and he chokes on it. I'm going to... She made herself breathe in, then out. Ragged at first, trembling. But they slowed, eventually. You okay? The PII asked. Suspecting is one thing, but seeing it is something else. I am a mental health bloody professional. I counsel people in this sort of situation. I can control my emotions. She tried to order herself to do it. But that woman, what was Mark thinking? She was the very last type of woman Annie would have thought he'd be interested in, because she couldn't be more different from his wife. She looked really cool. Her clothes were dark and edgy, and her hair was jet black and gelled into a perfectly messy style that looked effortless. Her ears bristled with countless silver earrings, and her nose was pierced. Annie bet she had piercings that weren't on show too. What hurt the most? She was the person Annie used to be years ago, when she first met Mark. Before she'd had to clean up her act and be more professional, because that's what people expected from a therapist. They wanted a soft, understanding voice, and someone who lived in clean, calm, pristine white all the time. The only outward sign of the real Annie was the nose piercing she still had. That tiny, glittering jewel was her true mark of rebellion. The rest of her so smoothed away that she didn't always recognize herself anymore. And yet she recognized herself in this stranger who had blown her family apart and stolen her husband. No one can be stolen, Annie, she reminded herself. Not unless they want to be. Okay, Annie said, her voice steady though her insides were trembling. She rose to her feet, nodding briskly. This is enough for me to divorce, thank you. There's more. She froze, then sat back down. More? Her stomach began to churn, a sourness rising into her mouth. I've uncovered some financial irregularities. Here. He took the tablet back, tapped and swiped, then handed it to her again. Rows of numbers filled the screen. Transfers, outgoings from their joint account into Mark's, then from his into another. He had been stealing from her. Annie scrolled, numb, through page after page. As you can see, it's been going on for years. Her stomach lurched violently. She grabbed the bin just in time as she vomited, retching until there was nothing left. Chapter 48. Polly, Now. Nick and I rushed to hug Annie, murmuring words of comfort, along with a lot of swear words about what an idiot her husband is for not realizing the amazing catch Annie is. Yes, she's quick to temper, but she's also as quick to apologize, is fiercely loyal and utterly honest, unlike that ratfink Mark. I can't believe I ever doubted her, or any of them. Catherine stands apart from everyone, though, and her eyes are narrowed, nostrils flared. Wait a minute, so you find out your husband is having an affair, and you aren't tempted to kill the other woman? Yet when you thought I knew about Alexis and Trevor, you had me down as losing the plot and becoming a knife-wielding maniac. How could you, Annie? Annie lurches to her feet, reaching out, an apology on her lips. Catherine steps back. Do you think so little of me? How can we ever be friends? It's like you don't know me at all. A bitter row erupts. Annie apologizes at first, but Catherine won't hear it. She's hurt, her body closed down with the betrayal. And soon Annie's temper is rising again, even as I'm begging both of them to give each other some space. I'm terrified they'll come to blows again. Then Catherine's tone shifts, quiet but deadly. I know you've got another little secret, Annie. Annie freezes mid-step. Her reply is soft, deliberate. I think things have gone far enough. I shouldn't have said what I did to you. I'm sorry. I've kept quiet up until now because I didn't want to drop you in it, Catherine taunts. Please, don't, a barely there whisper. Oh, it's too late now to shut me up. Mate, enough, Nick snaps, her voice hoarse through the wad of tissue she's still clutching to her nose. But she doesn't step in, too wary, too drained.
I try, my words spilling out. Catherine, sit down. Annie, come, walk with me. A bit of space, that's all we need. Catherine ignores me. Her voice lilts, mocking, sing-song.
I know your secret. I can hear the rush of blood in my ears. What is she about to reveal? What is Annie hiding? Annie looks stricken, her eyes wide as saucers, her hands lifted as if to fend off a blow. Catherine, please, she begs. I didn't mean, But Catherine cuts across her, smile broad and triumphant. You're the one with a reason to shut Selin up, Annie. Spill the tea or I will, because I know what was really going on between you. Chapter 49. Annie. 6 months ago, Annie was finishing up some notes on her last client when a knock sounded at the door. She glanced at her watch and tutted under her breath. How irritating. Her next appointment wasn't due for another 15 minutes. People who turned up early never seemed to consider how awkward it was, because she ran her therapy practice from home, with only a converted office at the back of the house and no proper waiting room. But when she opened the door, it wasn't a client. It was Selin. Annie raised her eyebrows. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? She said, feigning puzzlement, before clicking her fingers. We went to the same school, right? Selin had been missing in action for months, avoiding not just Annie but the whole friendship group. And now here she was, standing on Annie's doorstep, small and hesitant. Before Annie could say another word, Selin stepped forward and wrapped her in a sudden hug. It's so good to see you, Selin said. Annie felt the tension in her friend's shoulders, stiff and coiled, and despite her irritation at Selin's vanishing act, she hugged her back. Well, come on in then. You can tell me where you've been hiding, Annie said, leading her down the hallway. Instead of turning right into the office, she veered left into the lounge. Selin would never seat herself without prompting, so Annie gestured to the sofa until she perched on the edge. So, Selin, Annie began, folding her arms. You don't answer anyone's calls, not even a text. I was starting to take it personally. Selin ducked her head with an awkward laugh. I'm really sorry. I just needed some time away. To be honest, I've been having a few thoughts about how I need to move on from the past. That's why I pulled back from everyone. Please don't take it personally, it's just, well, for goodness sake, just get to the point, Annie thought. Selin stumbled on. Like I said, I thought removing myself might help me strike out on my own a bit. Move on from the past. Annie could guess exactly what she meant, but she asked anyway, and of course she was right. Chris, Selin's first love. His sudden death at 16 had destroyed her, left her haunted. It had scarred them all in different ways, but Selin bore the deepest wound, and 20-odd years on, she still picked at it. Obsessed, Annie thought, though she didn't like the word. Obsessed with a boy who had never grown up, who had never let her go. Selin was still talking, her sleeves tugged over her hands, her eyes darting anywhere but to Annie's. Annie tilted her head, arranging her face into the expression that told clients she was listening, understanding, empathizing. And has it helped? She asked gently. The shake of Selin's head confirmed what Annie already knew. Of course it hadn't helped. There was strong empirical evidence of long-lasting, identity-shaping grief after losing a close romantic partner in adolescence. Annie found herself slipping out of her role as friend and into that of therapist without any conscious effort. Romantic experiences in late adolescence played a disproportionate role in identity formation, self-concept, and imagined future lives. Research linking adolescent romantic experiences to later psychological functioning supported this. It was a fascinating area. I'll be 40 this year, Selin murmured. It's made me realize how long I've been stuck. I want to move forward, get a life. So, I think it's time I saw a therapist. Could you recommend anyone? Annie blinked. What was she? Chopped liver? She knew about prolonged grief disorder, the persistent, impairing yearning for a deceased loved one that slowly became idealized in the grief-stricken person's memories, and which lasted for years. Selin was a classic example of someone vulnerable to the likelihood of developing it because of her insecurities, the suddenness of Chris's death, and the stigma Selin had suffered immediately after. Annie had written a paper on the very subject, inspired by Selin years ago. "Aren't I good enough for you?" Annie said, half joking, though her smile felt tight. Selin hesitated. "Oh, aren't there rules about treating people you know?" Annie waved a hand, dismissing the concern. There was the way things were supposed to be done, and there was the way things were done in reality. "Don't worry about that. Who better to help you than someone who already understands your background?" Selin's hands were clenched in her sleeves as indecision paralyzed her, as always. Annie flexed her own hands and felt the crack of her knuckles as a small thrill ran through her, because she knew she could help Selin. She'd been desperate to give her professional aid for years. She could make her more resilient, more confident. All Selin needed was a push. "I'll book you in," Annie said briskly, pulling out her diary. "Tomorrow at 10. Selin's eyes widened, but only for a moment. "Well, if you're sure. If you don't mind, I wouldn't want you to get in trouble." "Don't worry." Annie gave her a reassuring hug. "This will really help. It'll all be completely professional. I'll even do mates' rates." When Selin smiled, Annie felt a warm glow of satisfaction. Proof that she'd been right to push Selin. Proof that she was the best person to help. "One thing," Annie added smoothly. "If you're worried about the others asking questions, it's probably best not to mention you're seeing me. Confidentiality goes both ways after all." Selin nodded. Annie knew she could trust her to keep quiet. The Ethics Council would frown, of course, but really, what possible harm could it do?
Chapter 50. Polly now.
My thoughts are racing, trying to figure out what Annie's secret is. Her shoulders are rounded, her eyes glued to the floor, a hollow impression of her usual fiery self. Catherine gives a humorless laugh. "Not so gobby now? You're free enough with the accusations when it suits you." But I know. "Just tell us what you know," I shout. "She's been treating Selin, and that's against the law," Catherine hisses. Annie raises her head. "It's not illegal, but it is against ethical guidelines. It's frowned upon, and I'd almost certainly get into trouble if it got out. I've even managed to keep it a secret from my supervisor. So how do you know about it?" "How do you think?" Annie groans. "Selin told you. She promised she wouldn't breathe a word to anyone." "You must have insight into her state of mind," I begin. "Yeah, was she going doolally over Alexis, mate, or what?" Nick asks. "Whatever happened between us is covered by client-therapist confidentiality." "Oh, now you're bothered about ethics," says Catherine. "You failed Selin when she needed you the most." "I had no idea that Selin was going to snap like this. That's not on me." Her eyes are blazing once more, and she turns and stomps away. Even so, the guilt on her face is unmistakable. She feels responsible. She'd even said as much earlier. But responsible for what? For missing the signs, or for something worse? "You both think Selin killed herself?" I ask. Catherine and Nick make noises of affirmation. "Are you still not convinced?" asks Nick. "It's like I said, I don't want to believe it. My heart doesn't, but the note." "The note? Exactly. It makes no sense. Then there's her broken nails, her bruising." "I have questions, put it that way," I say. "There's more, but I don't want to articulate it. The more I learn about my friends, the more I feel like they're strangers. I'm so tired of going in circles, of clinging to answers like a drowning woman clinging to pieces of driftwood, only to have them sink on me." I head towards the door. "Where are you going?" Catherine demands. "For a walk." I see their frowns of confusion. The storm is easing slightly. The rain is pouring rather than hammering. The wind still moans, but no longer sounds like it wants to tear us from the earth. Rainwater is still rushing down the mountain, though, and the floodwater creeps ever higher. There's nowhere to walk except up and down the corridor or around the balcony that looks down into the summer lounge's courtyard. "I just need to be alone," I clarify. "Yeah, I've had enough of all this arguing. It's doing my head in," says Nick. "Maybe clearing your head'll bring back some more memories, and we'll finally know what happened to you and Alexis." Before I know it, everyone is following me out into the corridor. We look at each other, awkward in a way we've never been before. Then we silently peel off to our respective bedrooms,
and there's the sound of 4 doors closing. I throw myself on my bed, grab a pillow and punch it into shape, toss and turn, as restless as my mind, pull a blanket over me, throw it off too hot, then change my mind again. I can't settle with so much going on. Alexis had so many secrets, ripping me off, sleeping with Trevor, spiking Selin's drink, and knowing she was responsible for Chris's death. That was huge, and yet my best friend had never shared it with me. Catherine and Annie had both known, though, and kept it from the rest of us. In addition, Annie has hidden the fact that she's been treating Selin for the last 6 months, which is against guidelines. Nick keeps making dark hints at secrets, but clams up every time she's asked for more information. Am I being ridiculous, suspecting someone of killing Selin? It's a conviction I can't shift. Did she only confess to stabbing Alexis because she was coerced? How did I end up locked in with Alexis?
How did we all get to this? Through lies, half-truths, and good intentions turned bad, that's how. This whole mystery could be solved if I could just remember what happened. I clench my fists and pummel my thick head, but all I do is give myself a headache. The memories don't return, no matter how much I try. Instead, they just seem to appear at random, little pieces of confetti that give me glimpses but not the whole picture. What I want to do is go for a walk to clear my head. I always think better when I'm walking, but that's an impossibility. Still, I sit up, throw off the blanket I'd pulled over myself, and head out into the corridor. Will we make it out of this alive? Surely someone will come and rescue us as soon as they can. When will that be, though? Because the villa is off the beaten track. That's what made it so appealing. If only we'd listened to the alerts. If only we'd got ourselves to a safer place instead of arrogantly thinking that the Spanish were panicking over a bit of rain. Now here we are, trapped by the rising floodwater, sitting out the storm. I go to the gallery balcony and lean on the railing, looking down into the interior courtyard, down at the chocolate-brown floodwater rushing through the house, bringing with it white-topped waves and bits of debris. The barbecue bobs past, one of the chairs from the winter lounge, and a small tree. Despair fills me. I'm normally a positive person, but it's hard to see what good can come from this. I'm scared. Perhaps Nick is right, and we're not going to make it out of this alive. The house creaks in the wind. Someone grabs my ankles, yanks them backward. I overbalance, my chest slamming into the railing, breath knocked from my lungs. I hear a grunt of effort, and suddenly my legs are tipped up and over, and I'm flying, tumbling down into the raging water below. Chapter 51. Polly, now. With a bone-jarring splash, I slam into the floodwater. The shock of the cold slices through flesh and bone. Water closes over my head, black and suffocating. I kick, thrash, break the surface, gulping air and river at the same time. The current rips me sideways. My hands scrabble at a slick, smooth column. Fingernails rip as I try to cling on. I'm torn free again, spun in circles, lungs burning. My fingers claw at the water, at broken branches, at nothing, until they snag on something solid. A door handle. I cling to it with a death grip. "Polly!" Annie's voice, faint through the roar of water. Shapes above, blurred and frantic. They're running, shouting. "I can't hold on!" I screech. Water surges up my nose, into my mouth, bitter and choking. "Hold tight, we're coming!" I see them. The gang come running down the stairs as far as they can. They can't reach me. They start knotting sheets together with trembling hands. They barely speak a word. They know each other so well, and work as a team again, just as they did when they were teenagers. Water closes over my head. I fight, clawing and kicking back to the surface in time to see Nick, the tallest and strongest, winding the sheets around her waist, the others tugging them taut around the banister. "Don't you let go!" she roars at me, before plunging into the flood. The water takes her too, almost sweeping her away. She fights, every stroke a battle. I shriek her name, voice cracking, as she labors her way towards me. The handle slips in my grip. I lose it. My fingers catch it again, slipping, sliding. My arms ache, every muscle screaming. I can feel myself weakening. "Nick, I can't!" "You bloody well can!" she yells, water foaming around her face as she lunges, one arm outstretched.
Her fingers brush mine once, slip, then seize tight around my wrist. A bolt of pain as her nails dig in. "Got you!" The sheets go taut. Annie and Catherine, faces twisted with effort, haul with all their might, teeth bared inch by inch, dragging us both through the biting water. "Crap! It's tearing!" "Keep going! Heave!" I'm coughing, gagging, my chest on fire, clinging to Nick and kicking my legs to try to help as she swims through the water surging around us. My feet snag on something. I'm stuck. I'm going to die here. "It's the fountain!" yells Nick. I twist, wriggle, go under, then burst free. We battle on. And then suddenly, we're on the stairs, dripping, half collapsed, the flood tugging at our legs as if it wants us back. I collapse against the wall, chest heaving, shivering so hard my teeth clatter. "You're bloody lucky you didn't drown," Annie pants. "What the hell happened, you idiot?" "Let's get you warm and dry," orders Catherine. Nick's teeth are chattering. That water was so cold, and we're both soaking wet. "Have a bath, that'll warm you through." Catherine's voice is firm, and she's already hurrying us along. "You don't want to risk hypothermia. Polly, you don't have one in your room, do you? You can use mine." No chance," I stutter through my shivers. "Someone might try to drown me in it." The room stills. 3 sets of eyes are on me, water dripping into the silence. "What?" Annie blurts. I meet each of their stares, my voice low. "I mean it. Someone pushed me. Now tell me that someone didn't kill Celine." I stand on the balcony, drenched, trembling so hard I can barely stay upright, and very, very afraid. My chest still aches from the water I swallowed. My hair clings like seaweed to my face, and every breath feels sharp and jagged. But I won't be silenced. "This is the second time someone's tried to kill me," I rasp. My voice shakes from the cold, and the weakness in it infuriates me. Next time I might not be so lucky. My lifelong friends stare at me as if I've lost my mind, as if I'm accusing shadows. "Which one of you pushed me?" I demand. My shout echoes off the high walls. The only reply is the churning water below us. "Come on, if you've got the courage to kill, then you shouldn't have any problem owning up to it." No one speaks. The silence presses down on us more heavily than the storm outside. "Well, it can't be me," Nick mutters at last. "I saved you." "True, she risked her neck for me, which leaves Catherine or Annie. It's one of you." And then, like lightning in my skull, another memory strikes. I gasp. I remember now. Celine told me it was you who locked Nick in the wine cellar. She saw you. I point, hand trembling, straight at Annie. Her head jerks back. A short, nervous laugh bursts from her lips. She fiddles with her nose stud, twisting it over and over. Her tell. Nick's face hardens. "What the hell, Annie? You know I get panicky. I thought I was going to die in there." It wasn't deliberate. Annie tries for a shrug, but her shoulders twitch, jerky and unconvincing. "I saw the door open, shut it, turned the key without thinking, that's all. No big deal." "No big deal?" Nick's voice is shaking with rage. "I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I bruised my hands. I hammered on the door so hard." Annie's twisting the stud faster now, metal glinting under her fingers. "I must have already walked away. I didn't hear anything." "You liar," Catherine spits. "Look at her. She always plays with that thing when she's nervous." I seize the moment, pushing harder. If Celine noticed that, what else did she notice? What else was she planning to expose? Annie's eyes flash. "You're mad. You really think I'd push you? That I'm a killer?" Her voice cracks, raw. Maybe you just imagined it. Did you actually see someone?" "I don't need to see them," I snap. "I felt the hands on me. I felt myself being tipped over that railing. Don't you dare tell me I imagined it." "It wasn't me, Polly." Annie's voice rises to a near scream. Her pupils are huge, her face blotchy. "On my children's lives, I didn't push you. I didn't kill anyone." "I don't believe you." Nick's voice is quiet, steady, terrifying in its calm. She's fiddling with her bracelet, the one her husband gave her after Arthur was born. She never takes it off. "I've been thinking," she says softly. "I don't know who did what or why. But if I don't make it out of here, I'm okay with that. I'll see Arthur again. I'll be at peace. My heart shatters for her. Her words hang in the air, chilling us more than the storm. Nick looks each of us in the eye. Because if the flood doesn't take us, whoever's picking us off will, and I think they've been toying with us since we got here. A breathless pause. What do you mean? I whisper. All those little accidents, the bad luck. I don't think it's coincidence. Someone's been messing with us, and it has to be the person behind all of this. It must be you, Annie. Annie's face crumples. She backs away, shaking her head, whispering so faintly we have to read her lips. No, it's not like that. Her voice rises just enough to be heard. I need to tell you something. Please, just hear me out. All those awful things, the bad luck, she swallows hard. They weren't part of this. They were me. All me. Just a horrible, cruel prank.
Chapter 52. Annie. 2 months ago, Annie grabbed the bin and dry heaved over it as the private detective's words sank in. The images of her husband, Mark, with another woman, a stranger, had been bad enough, but she had been braced for it, and the photographs, as awful as they were, had merely confirmed what she already knew. But there had been more. The detective had proof that her husband was taking money from their joint account. This was what made her stomach twist like a tea towel being wrung out. She'd been too nervous to eat before the private detective arrived for this meeting. When you know you're going to discover your husband is having an affair with some random woman, you tend not to want food, or even a coffee. There was nothing to come out, but it didn't stop her body from trying to physically expel what she'd taken in with her eyes. This betrayal the finances had uncovered? It was completely unexpected. Mark had been pilfering money from their joint account for 11 years, stealing from Annie effectively, because his own wage as an ad executive for the local newspaper was less than half the amount she made. Her stomach lurched again, making her gag. The detective made a sympathetic sound, though it carried little weight. At least he was practical. He handed her the box of tissues that always sat on her desk for patients who cried in session. She wiped her mouth, straightened, and forced her voice steady. What does it mean? Explain it like I'm a 5-year-old. She needed him to say it. She needed to hear the words out loud, to not just read them off a screen, not just draw her own conclusions. As you can see, this money is being moved from your joint account into your husband's, and then it's going into a junior ISA. Here's the name the account is in. This is pure speculation right now, but I've got a lot of experience in this field, and if you want to know what I think... He paused. She waved a clean tissue at him, a white flag of surrender to show she wanted him to continue. It's clear evidence that he is supporting a child. If he's been keeping that a secret, you've got to wonder why and conclude that the child is his. But that couldn't be. Her mind rebelled, even as pieces began to slot together, because she recognized the name on the account. She knew this child. He played with her children. She knew his mother. Years of friendship, secrets shared, a lifetime of trust, while all along, that bitch, I'm going to kill her. Mark and Alexis. How long had it been going on? 11 years? More? The thought turned her blood hot. You've got photos of Mark with that other woman, but have you any with the mother of the kid? I asked. Are they in touch with one another? Not as far as I've discovered. As you can see, the transfers happen once a year. Her gaze fixed on the dates, always the same date. For the child's birthday, she said. Unconnected moments over the years suddenly realigned, forming a picture she could no longer ignore. I know the little boy. His mother is one of my best friends. Ah, I'm sorry, though not surprised from his expression. For what it's worth, I found no messages between them, no calls. I haven't seen them meet. I don't think the affair is ongoing. So the affair had happened 12 years ago, and Alexis had got pregnant. Alexis had a track record of going after men who were taken, so it wasn't hard for Annie to accept she'd shagged Mark. Whether or not they were still sleeping together almost didn't matter, but whatever was happening, they had lied to Annie for over a decade, laughed at her. Mark's betrayal hurt, but it was Alexis who cut deeper. Alexis, who had been there for almost all of Annie's life.
Alexis, whom she would once have trusted with her very existence. And now she would make her pay.
Chapter 53. Alexis. 11 years ago, Alexis didn't like to think about her night with Mark. Not that she could remember much about it. She had been toying with attending an AA meeting for the first time, but hadn't been able to face it. Instead, she'd found a nearby bar and gone in. And Mark had been there too. She'd never fancied him on the many times she had met him before. Too short, too chubby, too nice, too weak. He tiptoed around Annie as if she was fragile, not the strong, fierce woman she was, and that annoyed Alexis. But this time, she saw something different, a kindred spirit. There was something she recognized about the sneaky, caught-in-the-act expression on his face when he spotted her. It was one she saw in the mirror often. She bought him a drink and watched the thirsty way he gulped it, as if his life depended on it, and knew her suspicions were correct. Annie had never told Alexis that her husband was an alcoholic. Perhaps she didn't even realize. Some therapist she was. The more she and Mark drank, the more they flirted, a crazy, destructive attraction. By the time they tumbled into the back of a taxi, their lips were glued together, and she was grinding herself against him. The second they got inside her flat, they tore at one another's clothes, and the sex didn't live up to the frenzied anticipation. It was so often the way, Alexis found. It had only been a one-night stand. The second they'd had sex, the spell that had made him seem so perfect and so worth throwing her friendship with Annie away for, broke. What on earth had she been thinking? And so she'd gone on a massive bender afterwards to try and cheer herself up. She'd stolen a few things as well, some designer clothes. They did actually cheer her up, but she couldn't stand to look at them, and they just sat in her wardrobe with the tags on. It hadn't been until several months later that she'd realized with horror that she might actually be pregnant. Her periods had been all over the place because of her drinking, and so when she'd skipped one or two, she hadn't put two and two together. As soon as she had realized. That was it. She stopped drinking. Finally, she had somebody else to think about other than herself. It wasn't like magic. It wasn't as easy as all that. She had to fight every single day. But now she had somebody to fight for, apart from herself, and that's what made the difference. She and Mark did not want to be with each other, but she did tell him he was going to be a father. "I don't expect anything from you, don't worry," she told him. "I'll never tell Annie. Or anyone else. I know how close you lot are. You never keep anything from each other." He looked terrified. "I'm begging you. I won't ever tell anyone," she promised. "I'll say I had a one-night stand with a random stranger while drunk. It's almost the truth." The plan had worked. No one questioned her story. They all knew what she was like. And although Mark never offered to give her financial support, and if he had, she would have refused it, she did allow him to set up a savings account for Jordan. He paid into it on their son's birthday, so that he would have a little nest egg that would pay for him to go to university. She would always hate betraying Annie the way she had, but regret? No, she could not regret what had happened, because from that mistake came the best thing in her life, her son, her reason for being. Chapter 54. Polly now. My anger solidifies in my stomach as I glare at Annie. "You're going to tell us everything that's happened since we arrived at this villa. Nick and I have got changed into dry clothes, because if we'd stayed in wet clothes any longer, we'd have risked falling seriously ill. We're now sitting side by side on one of the sofas in the upstairs dining room, trying to come to terms with what Annie has just confessed she discovered, that her husband is Jordan's father. Opposite us, Annie slumps next to Catherine. Catherine kept watch over her while we changed, and her stance is still like a soldier's. Annie's head is bowed into her hands, fingers knotted in her curls. When she speaks, her voice is a whisper. So I had a different agenda when I arrived here on this holiday. I'd been really pleased when the invite first arrived, but later that day I realized what Alexis had done to Chris, to Celine, and, well, obviously, to me as well. She clears her throat, and her hand strays to cover her mouth as she speaks. I was angry. Really angry. Annie drags in a breath. Another. Then, quicker now, as if rushing past something dangerous, she continues. The more I saw Alexis acting like she always does, making us all dance to her tune, the more confused and furious I became. I went from simply wanting to confront past indiscretions and mistakes and start with a clean slate.
to wanting to mess with Alexis a bit first, to ruin her stupid birthday party, to hurt her for being such a self-centered cow. No one speaks. It's so quiet I can hear Nick's breathing beside me and the gentle jangle of her toying with her bracelet. The silence makes me glance out of the window because, yes, the rain has stopped. Annie takes several deep breaths before she continues. The silliest thing I did was hide one of Alexis's suitcases, just to annoy her. The worst was probably giving you all food poisoning. I'm so sorry.
It was easy enough to palm away a couple of the mussels that Celine was cooking and let them overheat in the sun for a while, then put them into the pot where the rest of the ingredients were bubbling. Her voice fades. I only pretended to eat the paella. If anyone could check the contents of one of the pots out on the patio eating area, they wouldn't just find a plant in there. There's also a plate full of paella hidden. Annie's fingers flex, tightening her grip on her hair, but she doesn't look up. I locked Nick in the wine cellar. I knew she had terrible claustrophobia. I feel bad about doing that, but it was a spur-of-the-moment opportunity to sow a bit more unease into Alexis's me holiday. I couldn't let it pass. It worked a treat too, because Nick was really grumpy after that. Sorry, Nick. Nick gives a sharp exhale, but says nothing, too angry to speak. Annie presses on. It was me who stole Catherine's laptop and planted it in Alexis's room. I knew that would really enrage you, Catherine. You're lovely, but a classic control freak. Catherine lets out a low, disgusted laugh through her nose. And the other thing I did was swap out Alexis's sunscreen for plain old moisturizer. Seeing her look like a lobster was deeply satisfying, I have to admit. It's all so childish, I say. Annie looks up finally, and her eyes are red-rimmed. Oh yeah, it was petty and vindictive, and it felt great. My plan worked. One little thing after another going wrong really started to get to Alexis. I wanted everyone bickering among each other, and that's what I got. I was too blinded by anger to think through the consequences of my actions for anyone other than Alexis. But Celine, she falters, starts again. But once I did think about how my actions were impacting on you all, I stopped. Celine looked so upset. I stare at Annie, replaying every word of her so-called confession in my head. The pauses, the slips, the way her voice caught whenever Celine's name brushed her tongue. She thinks she's clever, giving us just enough to distract us. But there's more. I can feel it. You still look guilty, I say slowly. You're still hiding something. Annie shakes her head too fast. I've told you everything. No! My voice is sharp enough to make her flinch. There's something to do with Celine, isn't there? Her eyes widen, a heartbeat of silence. Then she laughs nervously, twisting that damn nose stud again. No, God, no, this has nothing to do with Celine. I lean forward. Every time you mention her, your face changes. You stammer. You swallow words. Why? It's nothing. Liar, Catherine spits. Come on, Annie, we've known you for decades. That's your tell right there. The stumbles, the deflections, that bloody nose stud you're always twirling. You've been holding back. Nick's voice is quieter, but it cuts through. If there's more we need to know, no more half-truths. Annie presses her palms into her curls, shaking her head. I told you what I did, that's all. It was stupid, it was cruel, but it wasn't... Wasn't what? I pounce. My whole body trembles with fury, exhaustion, fear. I don't even know if I want the answer anymore, but I can't stop myself. You've poisoned us, terrorized us, lied to us, and you expect me to believe that's all? That you just happened to stumble into the role of holiday saboteur? No, Annie, you're keeping something back, something big, and it's Celine, isn't it? Her denial comes too quickly, too shrill. No, I swear, Polly, this isn't... Then why won't you look at me? I shoot back. The room turns heavy, as if even the building is listening. Catherine leans forward. Out with it. You're not the only one who lost sleep over Celine. Don't you dare keep it to yourself. Nick adds, almost pleading, we've already lost Alexis and Celine. If you know something about all this, you can't sit on it. We deserve the truth. Annie's hands slide down her face. For a second, I think she'll collapse into silence. Then, suddenly, she speaks in a fragile voice I've never heard before. Fine, you want the truth?
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Celine snapped. I might as well have killed her and Alexis. The words hang there, shuddering in the space between us, and I feel the bottom drop out of my stomach.
Chapter 55. Annie.
2 months ago, Annie was in shock. Hardly surprising, given that she'd discovered that morning that not only was her husband, Mark, cheating on her with some random woman, but that he was the father of Jordan, her best friend's child. And he'd been giving money from their joint account to Jordan ever since he was born, lump sums of several £1,000s for every one of his birthdays. Alexis, one of her best friends. The man-hungry, lying, cheating, sex-crazed. She'd always loved the challenge of stealing other women's men, so why on earth was Annie surprised? But she was. She'd thought Alexis had some decency in her. The therapist part of Annie knew she was disassociating herself as her emotions shut down, and she welcomed her first client of the day. She felt outside of herself as she listened to him talking, and found her mind starting to drift. She sat with a stoic, understanding expression as client after client came and went. She heard their long-winded, laughably trivial issues and wanted to scream. "I don't give a toss about your problems. We've all got awful things going on. Deal with it." The urge zipped through her body as if she had gripped a live electrical wire. Sometimes she imagined punching them in their smug, oblivious faces. They were eating up her time, her headspace, and she needed that space for herself, for the rage and fear that she was refusing to acknowledge. Just that morning, everything had been so different. She'd been waiting for the private detective she'd hired to arrive. She was braced for the inevitable news about Mark's affair. While she waited, Alexis's birthday invitation had arrived. Annie had been thrilled, a week in Spain, all expenses paid, celebrating with her closest friends. Sun, laughter, a break to get her away from Mark and their miserable marriage. She'd almost been looking forward to getting confirmation from the private detective that she wasn't going mad,
And her husband was having an affair. She had felt almost like a teenager again, giddy at the thought of escape. Now it felt like she had toppled into a nightmare, into a world where Alexis was not her best friend, but her enemy. Annie usually kept her phone in her desk drawer, but with everything that had happened she'd forgotten. So it sat on her desk, distracting her every time it lit up with a message in her friend's WhatsApp group. While she tried to nod and murmur through her client's monologue, her mates excitedly swapped messages and emojis about flights, outfits, how they couldn't wait. She read each from the corner of her eye, and each one was a needle digging under Annie's skin. What was she supposed to do about Mark and Alexis? 11 years at least that they'd been deceiving her. 11 years of lies. Her husband had siphoned money away, drip by drip, funneled into a junior ISA for Jordan. Jordan, who was almost certainly Mark's child. It seemed so obvious now. The way Mark's face softened whenever he looked at the boy, the strange glow of pride and longing in his expression. She had always thought it was pity, because Jordan didn't have a father figure in his life. But now she saw it for what it was. And hadn't Mark always been oddly resistant to their kids spending too much time with Jordan? She thought nothing of it. Parents had quirks, lines they drew. But now, looking back, it reeked of guilt. And the arguments, God, the arguments they'd had over Alexis. Mark forever criticizing her, insisting she wasn't a real friend, that Annie should cut ties. At the time, Annie had stood firm. She could choose her own friends. She knew Alexis wasn't perfect. She was prone to being selfish, materialistic, sometimes careless, but she had wonderful qualities too. When it mattered, Alexis was always there. When Annie's father died, it was Alexis who came over with wine and tissues. When Annie's mother's dementia was diagnosed, it was Alexis who drove across town, who sat with Annie through the endless nights. Whatever her flaws, she had proved her loyalty. Or so Annie had believed. Her biro cracked in her grip as another client rambled on, tears streaming about a workplace grievance. "I am 40 years old. My marriage is imploding. My best friend has betrayed me, and I have to sit here and listen to this drivel?" At last, she ushered the woman out and glanced at the clock. 15 minutes until Selin arrived. A precious sliver of time alone. Her phone buzzed again. More photos from Polly.
nostalgic throwbacks flooding the group chat and Instagram. Annie opened them one by one, scrutinizing Alexis's face with forensic precision. She zoomed in until she could see every pore, every freckle, every line. She wanted proof of her duplicity written into her skin. School corridor group shots, netball team photos, Polly and Alexis at 6 years old, wrapped around each other in a paddling pool, all frills and toothy grins. Parties from their 20s, drunken smiles and blurred backgrounds. And then Annie's stomach turned. A photo from that night. Harry's party. The night everything changed. She stared at the image. Herself, Polly, Catherine and Nick, arms flung up in the air, cheering. Alexis wasn't even in the frame. Annie almost scrolled past, but something caught her eye. Polly must have lightened and sharpened the snap she'd taken on her phone of the old print, because in the background, Annie saw something new. Alexis. Her arm slung around Celine, her other hand tilted over Celine's glass. And in that hand, a tiny square plastic bag pouring out white powder. Annie's blood ran cold. She remembered the fear she'd felt that night when she realized her ecstasy stash was gone. She hadn't done any drugs before, but E's were everywhere, being touted as cool, and she'd foolishly bought into the whole "they're harmless" narrative. She'd brought the little bag of tablets to share, for fun,
only to find it missing from her rucksack. She had never told anyone, terrified they'd think she'd sold it to Chris. But Alexis must have taken it. Alexis had spiked Celine's drink, and Chris had died. Back then, Alexis had always needed to win, to have what wasn't hers. Captain of the netball team, queen of the social scene, collector of unavailable men. Would she really sabotage a friend like that? Annie stared at the photo until her vision blurred. After what she'd uncovered, after what Alexis had done to her personally, Annie knew the answer. Yes, Alexis was capable of anything. Celine was the next client to arrive. She came in bright-eyed, her face lit with excitement, chattering about how she couldn't wait for the holiday, how good it would be to have all the girls together again. Annie forced a professional smile, nodding in the right places, but inside she was reeling. Celine looked good, sounded better. They'd made such progress together in the 4 months that Celine had been receiving therapy. Wait until she hears the truth, Annie thought, watching her settle into the chair. Wait until she knows it was Alexis who killed Chris. Alexis who tried to spike Celine, and ended up killing Celine's first love instead. Celine had always wanted closure, had begged for it. Well, Annie could give it to her. She could deliver the who, what, when, and why of Chris's death. Tie it up in a neat little bow. She opened her mouth, ready to spill it all. But then she paused, the words catching in her throat. No, there was a better way. If she pushed Celine just right, nudged her into putting the pieces together herself, then the fallout would be so much sweeter. She wouldn't just hand Celine the truth, she'd let her discover it, feed it to her like breadcrumbs. And when Celine exploded, it wouldn't be in Annie's office. It would be in Spain, with Alexis right there to take the hit. It was all about timing. So Annie began to steer Celine differently. Instead of encouraging her to move on from Chris, she started pulling her back towards him. "Have you thought about contacting his parents? For closure?" she suggested gently. Celine was doubtful, but did as Annie counselled. Their hostility had left her shaken. Annie soothed her, outwardly sympathetic, while inside she was satisfied at causing yet another crack in her friend's armour. She told Celine to reread her old diaries, to dig out mementos from that time. "Steep yourself in it," Annie counselled, her voice warm, professional. "It'll help you see things with fresh eyes, as an adult. You'll recognize how far you've come. You think you haven't, but you really have. You're stronger than you know." Complete rubbish, Annie thought as she said it. But Celine drank it in, eager for guidance, eager to believe. The end justified the means. Celine would get her closure, eventually, and Annie would get what she wanted, Alexis's birthday in ruins. She already knew the perfect moment. On the plane, when they were all strapped in together, nowhere to run. She'd zoom in on the photograph until the truth leapt from the screen.
until Selin saw Alexis for what she was. Then Selin would detonate, right there at 30,000 feet. Annie smiled to herself, her pen tapping lightly against the desk as Selin talked on, oblivious. She couldn't wait.
Chapter 56. Polly now. The air is thick, heavy, and silent. All the words have been smothered out of us by Annie's revelations. To use Selin to get revenge on Alexis was diabolical. My stomach twists in disgust, and I realize my hand is over my mouth as if to stop me from gagging. I can't even look at Annie. Nick is the one to break the spell. All the secrets are coming out now, aren't they? Unstoppable as that flood outside. Annie's voice is pleading. She's sitting on the edge of the sofa, leaning forward, hands between her knees. I know what I did was terrible, unforgivable, but you have to understand. Her curls swing wildly around her face as she trembles. I was so shocked by what I'd discovered. About Jordan being fathered by Mark. My husband. My kids have a half-brother, for goodness sake. Do I tell them, or keep it secret? My heart breaks not for me, for them. Celine was, I thought, going to realize the truth on the flight over and go ballistic at Alexis. Then we'd have a horrible week together, and I'd have the fun of watching Alexis squirm before confronting her myself on the final day, today. I'd tell Alexis about knowing Mark was Jordan's father, and that I'd ruined her stupid birthday celebrations the way she'd destroyed my marriage. I couldn't wait to say that I never wanted to see her again. You certainly got your wish. Catherine's voice is crisp, but her face is tight, a muscle twitching in her jaw. Silence spreads between us. A thought occurs to me, small compared to everything else going on, but I have to check. Did you push Alexis into the swimming pool last night? Annie sniffs. No, that wasn't me. She must have just fallen in and imagined someone pushed her. I've told you everything. And that's all you've got to say, is it? Asks Nick. Leans in, her voice low and deliberate. Fat tears roll down Annie's face, but she doesn't wipe them away. I know it's all my fault. If Selin stabbed Alexis, it's because I pushed her over the edge. If she took her own life as a consequence of killing Alexis, that's on me. It's all my fault. She looks utterly broken. You're unstable, mate. If there is any more, you might as well cough it up now because it's all ending here. This is it. Our reckoning. Nick slowly and deliberately catches each of our gazes. The look Catherine gives in reply should skewer her to the wall. Stop it. Be careful what you say next. It could hurt innocent people. Nick looks confused for a moment, but then nods before continuing. We still don't know who pushed Polly, but I've got a theory. Now we know it was Annie sabotaging the holiday. I hold my breath. Annie or Catherine, maybe even me. Who is she going to blame? My heart hammers against my chest. Her voice is throaty as she speaks. We're all busy blaming each other, but I keep remembering something Catherine said earlier. My gaze swings to Catherine, who is frozen. What did I say? She whispers. That Alexis's dodgy ex was sniffing around her. Nick's smile is grim. You saw Alexis arguing with someone who looked like Antonio the other day, right? Catherine stiffens. Yes. Outside by the pool. I wasn't close enough to hear, but they were going at it. How certain are you it was him? A woman of logic, Catherine thinks before answering. I didn't get a clear look at him, but his build, his manner, everything about him made me think of Antonio. I would say I'm 85% certain, perhaps even as high as 90%. I only dismissed the idea at the time because it made no sense him being here. But given the far crazier things that have happened since, I'd be willing to bet it was him. There's a round of nods as we take this in. Nick's is particularly emphatic. We're so busy pointing the finger every which way but at the most obvious culprit, just because it seems so illogical that he'd be here, Nick says. Yet it's literally the only thing that explains everything. Want to know what I think happened? We all make noises of encouragement. We're desperate for definitive answers. I feel like Miss Marple laying all of this out, but here we go. We all know Antonio was dodgy as hell, right? Oh yeah, Alexis dumped him, once she realized what he was. Said she didn't want to be a mob wife, I say. Yeah, she never told me what he was into, but she was adamant it wasn't drugs, says Catherine. That leaves a lot of wiggle room, Annie says.
Must have been quite bad. Alexis was no criminal, but she could be ruthless when she wanted something. That direct sales business and the way you got ripped off, Polly, is definitely a legal grey area. Nick gives a grim grin of agreement. Exactly. So it's a bit of a weird coincidence that you see someone who looks just like him talking with Alexis, and then days later she's killed. And you, Annie, were talking about mad stalkers earlier, right? Annie nods slowly. That got me thinking again. Antonio, the dodgy bugger, has gone all stalker. If I can't have you, no one can, on Alexis, right? She dumped him about 6 months ago, Annie points out. Oh, that'll be when she took up with Trevor. Catherine's voice is bitter. Nick waves her hands to shush everyone. That's my point, she says. He sees her with Trevor, maybe, and gets jealous. So he follows her here to, I don't know, woo her or threaten her into taking him back. Maybe Alexis was pushed into the swimming pool by him upping the threats. When that doesn't work, he corners her in the wine cellar. They argue. He's getting physical. Maybe that's when you come in, Polly. Something snags in my mind. Not a memory, just a feeling. A sensation of going into the wine cellar and seeing… what? Who? It's right there, almost within reach. But it won't come, like when you're trying to remember a word and it's on the tip of your tongue.
Or when you're reaching for an itch between your shoulders and can't quite get your fingers to it. Nick is still talking. So you interrupt them and he smashes you over the head, Polly. Then he stabs Alexis. Or maybe the other way round, I don't know. And then he locks the door and hides. Why do that instead of running? I frown. Because he's mental? You can't expect me to do all the work. Come on, help me out. Maybe he locked the door immediately after Polly came in, suggests Catherine, to stop her running out and getting help. Annie snaps her fingers. That works, and it explains the locked door because that way… Nick interrupts, clearly enjoying her role as honorary detective. Right, so he locks the door to keep Polly in. He attacks her while Alexis is lying on the floor, dead, poor love. But he's not fast enough, and Polly screams. Which we all hear and come running. Catherine jumps in, her face flushed as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. And then he hides while you all kick the door in and find me and Alexis, I say. A shiver runs through me. You saved me from him. He must have hidden behind one of the big barrels and escaped when you helped me up to the winter lounge because we couldn't lock the door behind us. It wasn't one of us. Of course it wasn't. I grab onto the idea and hold it tight to me. The relief. I'm ashamed I ever doubted my friends, but this nightmare situation has been such a pressure cooker. Finally, we can stop questioning and start pulling together. But, Celine, why stick around to hurt her? I wonder aloud. He couldn't escape because of the flood, says Annie. We tried it and had to turn back, and he probably did the same. So he hid. I know we did a search, but this place is plenty big enough for someone to hide easily from us, says Catherine. And then Celine must have stumbled across him somehow, says Nick. She's breathing fast. He saw an opportunity to frame someone else. He's a criminal. He knows about this sort of thing. So he forces her to write her confession and then he… She didn't need to finish. We look at each other, our eyes bright. It all fits. Perfectly. We've cracked it. We've solved the murders. We've answered every question. We know who did it all. A bolt of elation runs through me. It's reflected in each one of us. The joy of knowing. But then the horrifying realization that Antonio's still here dawns on everyone. Trapped inside the villa with us. He can't escape us. But we can't escape him. To think he fooled Alexis into trusting him enough to date him. Even Celine had said earlier today that she liked him because he made her laugh. All they'd got for liking him was death. And he already tried to kill me twice and failed. If Antonio figures out that we know what he's done, what is he going to do to us? Chapter 57. Polly, now. The idea of Antonio skulking somewhere in the villa is terrifying. I feel brittle with fear, as if I might break apart if I come under any more pressure. He's probably waiting to pick us off one by one. Every creak of timber makes us flinch. Every loose tile rattling on the roof sets our nerves on edge. Even the wind sounds like a groan from something lurking in the dark. Right, Catherine says, too brisk, too loud. We lock this door, keep ourselves safe from Alexis's insane ex,
and sit it out until someone comes to rescue us. The snick of the lock is sharp as a gunshot. She slides the key into the back pocket of her jeans with a finality that makes my stomach twist. Then she disappears into the kitchenette and comes out brandishing a small knife, the one we use to cut Celine down. It's actually for slicing veg, but the way she holds it makes it look dangerous. She must see the look of fear on my face because she snaps. What? If someone's coming for me, I'm not going down without a fight. Perhaps we should all arm ourselves. I look around for something suitable, but can't find anything. I don't think me going at Antonio with a butter knife is going to put fear into his heart. I picture myself lunging at this hardened criminal with one and almost laugh at the absurdity. Almost. But the laughter dies before it forms. Because if Antonio really is in here with us, we'll need more than table knives to survive. Time crawls. None of us speak. Fear clogs the air so thick it's hard to breathe. Every tick of the clock is another reminder we're waiting, helpless, useless, for someone to swoop in and save us, like princesses in some rotten fairy tale tower. It doesn't do much for our feminist credentials. The strain is unbearable. My muscles ache with tension. My jaw hurts from clenching. My eyelids droop, but I force them open. Still, I must have dozed, because when I stir, Annie is perched at the window, staring into the storm, while Catherine and Nick are gone. Thirsty, I stretch, my body protesting, and drift aimlessly through the room towards the kitchenette. From inside come low, sharp-edged voices, Nick and Catherine. Fake alibi. I freeze, lean closer, heart thudding. I'm going to tell them. Nick's voice is steady, calm, almost serene. You can't. Catherine's whisper is raw with fury. Don't you realize what'll happen if they find out? It's time. I want to. You can't stop me. I'm begging you, don't. The betrayal hits like bile rising in my throat. More secrets, more lies. Are we never done with them? I push into the tiny room. What are you two hiding? My voice is sharp enough to slice the air. The sound draws Annie. Suddenly all four of us are jammed in, the space claustrophobic with heat and fear. Catherine looks wild-eyed, her gaze skittering everywhere but at us. Nothing, it's nothing, she blusters. Don't bother. My voice is flat. Just tell us. It can't be any worse than what Annie's confessed to. You reckon? Nick says. Her fingers toy aimlessly with Arthur's bracelet. Come on, let's sit down and I'll tell you my story, my truth. Catherine puts her hand on Nick's arm, holding her in place. Nick, you don't need to do this. Nick looks at her with something like pity. Mate, I do. But it's going to be okay, don't worry. We trail behind her to the sofas, like prisoners being led to punishment. I perch on the edge, elbows braced on my knees, pulse hammering in my throat. Catherine chews her lip to shreds. Annie's knees jiggle up and down so fast they blur. Whatever Nick is about to say, a horror gnaws at me that it's going to change our friendship. She cracks her neck first one way, then the other. Then she begins. You all know what a mess I was after Arthur passed away. I was drinking far too much, like today, only worse. Some nights I'd drive home when I shouldn't have, over the limit, not caring if I lived or died. I was playing Russian roulette, only with a car instead of a gun. It didn't occur to me that I might not be the one who got injured. And one night, I killed someone. It was an accident, of course, but I just drove away. The words hit like ice water poured down my spine. She says the words so simply, but not casually, no. They're clear and full of intent, as if she wants no misunderstanding on our part. I can't believe it. My voice is barely a gasp. How could you, Nick? You, of all people. You know what it means to lose someone. You saw what it did to Alexis when someone left Hitesh to die on the road. I stop. The words dry up in my mouth. Because she's staring at me, her whole face carved with sorrow. And suddenly I know. That was you? Her nod is heavy, weighted with years of silence. I killed Hitesh. I covered it up. I've lived with that secret ever since, and I can't carry it anymore. We're not going to make it out of here. Between the storm, the flood, and the homicidal maniac, we've got no chance. You'll go to prison for this, says Annie. Her voice croaks. Why tell us? Why now? Told you. Think of this as my deathbed confession. I don't want to die with that on my conscience. How would I face Arthur? Nah, you need to know what sort of person I really am. No. Catherine's voice is sharp, wet with tears. She reaches for Nick's hand, squeezing it hard, her eyes blazing with something between grief and fury. You're not telling them the full story. Nick shakes her head. I'm not asking for sympathy, mate. They deserve the truth. Then let them have all of it, Catherine says, her voice trembling but fierce. Then they can judge us both. And Catherine begins to talk.
Chapter 58. Catherine. 2 years ago, Catherine was in her pajamas, half watching It's a Wonderful Life. Trevor had already kissed her goodnight, gone upstairs. He always wanted them to go to bed at the same time, but she wasn't ready yet. Her phone rang. Nick. Catherine groaned. It was too late for it to be anything good. Probably tears, slurred words, and Catherine forced to listen in silence while her poor, grieving friend unravelled again. The run-up to Christmas was a rough time for her. "Mate, where hey?" Nick's voice burst down the line, far too loud. "Having a great night." "The best. Can't remember their names, but someone bought me a drink. I can tell." That set Nick laughing, until the laughter collapsed into a sigh. "Come and join me." No, that's not it. Come and pick me up. I'm at the pub. The thingy. The dancing thingy. The prancing stag. That's it. You know it." She closed her eyes. The stag was 5 minutes away, but the thought of trudging out in the cold, when she could be sliding under warm covers next to Trevor, made her stomach sink. "Nick, it's nearly midnight. Call Rob." "No." He gets upset seeing me upset. "Everything's a mess, mate, now we don't have Arthur." Her voice cracked into a sob. "I've got a hole in my soul." "Hey, that rhymes." Catherine sighed. "Fine, stay there, I'll come." Nick was by the jukebox when Catherine got there, face blotchy, singing Miley Cyrus at the top of her lungs. Tears streaked down her cheeks even as she swayed to the beat. "Come on," Catherine said. "Home, now." "No, spoil sport." "You're drunk. I'm tired." "I'm sober." She staggered, arms pinwheeling. "See? Straight line." She collapsed in a heap, laughing. By Nick's car, Catherine tried to get her friend's keys off her. Nick refused to hand them over. "I'll drive," she insisted. "Booze makes me better, sharper." "Nick." Catherine reached, jumped, tried to prise them free, but Nick's height and netball reach beat her. Nick giggled. Enjoying the game. Catherine's patience snapped. "Fine. Do what you want. You won't get far." Her friend whooped, flung herself into the driver's seat, music blasting, engine revving. They set off, and the bass thumped through Catherine's bones as Nick sang, voice ragged, veering between laughter and sobbing. "Pull over," Catherine tried again. "There's a bus stop up ahead. Swap with me." "Oh yeah, right." Nick's words were slurred, but she turned the wheel. And then it happened. Instead of slowing, the car lurched forward, the engine roaring as Nick's foot jammed the wrong pedal. Catherine's scream tangled with hers. Headlights flared against something, someone. Thwump! A shape slammed into the windscreen, slid down the bonnet, disappeared. Silence. Then both women were shrieking. Nick, fumbling, finally found the brakes. Catherine stumbled out. A body lay on the tarmac. A dog whined, pawing at the crumpled shape that was illuminated by the glow of an LED collar. That golden retriever looked familiar. Harley. Which meant... Catherine lifted her phone with shaking hands, its glow spilling across the road. Hitesh. Eyes wide, glassy, legs bent at grotesque angles, blood leaking dark across the road. Nick was babbling behind her, trying to call the police, swearing and jabbing at the screen as she wobbled around. Catherine slapped the phone from her hand. "You'll go to prison," she hissed. "Rob will lose you. He's already lost a son. You think he can survive that?" Nick's sobs turned into gasps. "But Alexis is a widow either way." The words left her mouth cold, alien, but true. She bundled a protesting Nick into the passenger seat, forcing her limbs in like stuffing clothes into a too full bag. There was no time to talk.
Catherine was focused, in problem-solving mode, and wouldn't listen to argument. She leapt into the driving seat, talking in a soothing voice in order to calm Nick as much as possible as they set off.
Peering through the cracked windscreen, Catherine drove along the narrow, winding lanes of the Essex countryside around Colchester. At a remote lay-by, she pulled over and wiped the blood off the car as best she could, but there was a nasty dent from Hitesh. She turned the car around so it was clearly facing towards Colchester again. "Seat belt on," she ordered. "Hold on." And then she reached the speed limit, no more, no less, and suddenly swerved, hit the brakes, smashed into a tree. Bark splintering, glass spiderwebbing the windscreen, airbag burning her face. A neat, survivable accident to overwrite the damage from Hitesh that would have condemned Nick. Next, she called an ambulance and the police. By the time they arrived, thus providing an alibi for the pair, she was already in character. Calm, composed, sensible Catherine, with just enough fake shock to sell the story she'd concocted. "What happened?" the police officer asked. He kept looking at Nick, who had tears tracking down her face, but at least showed the good sense to stay quiet, as Catherine had ordered. The blue lights of his parked car flashing across all of their faces. "My friend's son died a few months ago, and it's still very raw, as you can imagine. She gets a bit drunk sometimes. I was driving her around, with the windows down, trying to sober her up before taking her home. Her husband's got enough on his plate, bless him. It's all very sad. Anyway, I saw a fox and I swerved and, well, you can see what happened. Stupid of me." His pen scratched against his notebook. He measured the skid marks, could tell the car hadn't been speeding, gave Catherine a breathalyzer test, which showed she had no alcohol in her bloodstream. He nodded, believed her. Because why wouldn't he? They'd got away with it. Chapter 59. Polly now. "Yeah, we got away with it," says Nick, "but I've never been the same. How can I be? But what Catherine did for me, it's more than I could have asked of anyone. She's been a true friend, protecting me from a prison sentence, and from," her voice cracks, "losing Alexis as a friend. But I know the toll it's taken on Catherine to do that for me." Catherine shakes her head. "It was an awful situation with no winners, but I didn't see the point in Nick going to jail. It doesn't sit well with me, but at the same time, she's right. What would I have done in Catherine's shoes? I honestly don't know, but I suspect I'd have tried to help Nick too." I look at Annie, who lifts her hands and drops them. "I'm in no position to judge anyone," she says. "I mean, this is next level, but even so." "So is that why you were arguing about a false alibi?" I ask. The pair of them look uncomfortable. "You might as well know everything. I lied about Nick and I being together when you and Alexis were attacked in the wine cellar." "Yeah, but only to save my skin, again," says Nick. "I was worried that if anyone did suspect what Nick had done, about Hitesh," Catherine stumbles, takes a ragged breath. "Everyone would jump to conclusions and she'd be the obvious culprit. I'm sorry." She hung her head, contrite. Nick gave her a bear hug. "You've nothing to apologize for. It's all on me. Now, don't you feel better with everything out in the open? 'Cause I do." Nick looks at each of us, her smile almost luminous, as if she's lighter for having laid down her burden. "Are you still drunk?" I ask. "Totally sober," she says, although fairly hungover, "but I'm ready now." I raise my eyebrows, questioning. "To see my Arthur again, to hold him. I don't think it'll be more than a couple of hours, and then it will all be over. The pain, the grief, the waiting, just him and me together again." She sits back and gives herself a contented hug, as if she can already feel his arms around her. I want to argue. I open my mouth to, but nothing comes. Between the rising water and the killer lurking in the villa, it's only a matter of time before we all die. I wish I could face it with the peace Nick does, but instead I'm racked with shivers of fear, and all I can do is pull some blankets around me and burrow into their warmth, like a child seeking comfort in their mother's arms from the monsters under the bed. I can't accept the inevitable like Nick. I don't want to die. I think of Catherine with her little knife. Going down fighting isn't my style either. I'll probably run,
hide and sob like a coward. I look across at Annie and almost talk to her about it. She's walked away from the group and is curled up in a corner, holding her book, a murder mystery, but not reading it. Instead, she stares blankly ahead. She usually loves discussing people's reactions and counseling me into calm. But she isn't the person I thought she was, and I just can't trust her. Each one of us is in separate parts of the room now. Once, we'd have huddled together, but not now. Each secret uncovered has shattered and splintered the friendship. Even if we survive, I don't know if the pieces of us will ever fit together again. Exhaustion drags at me once more. I fight it. One by one, the others fall asleep, and the room fills with gentle, heavy breathing that calls me like a lullaby. I can barely keep my eyes open. Each blink is heavier. Sleep claims me, but even there, terror stalks my dreams. A scream shatters the peace. My eyes fly open, and suddenly I'm sitting upright, my heart pounding. Another scream. "Help me! He's here! Oh God, help me!" We're on our feet, all of us looking around the room and then bolting out of the door, tumbling together. Another cry, quieter this time, more desperate. It's coming from near the balcony over by the stairs. Our feet pound on the floorboards.
And then we see Catherine pulling herself up the stairs, trembling like a loose leaf in a storm.
He tried to kill me,
stutters Catherine.
"Antonio, I saw him. He pushed me down the stairs."
I whip around, searching, terrified that I'll see Alexis's ex looming over me. He's a big guy, about 6'4". I don't stand a chance against him, none of us do. But I find my body automatically crouching, a primal instinct making me prepare to fight. Nick and Annie start towards the direction that Antonia must have gone in, about to give chase, but Catherine shrieks. "No, don't! You'll only end up getting yourself killed. Help me up. Please, let's get back to safety." We all rush forward, hands reaching to help her, lifting her, taking her back to the safety of the dining room. She's limping, favoring her left ankle. 3 livid parallel lines have been scratched into her right cheek from eye to mouth. Her tears track along them. It seems to take forever to get Catherine into the dining room, our sanctuary. I look around, paranoid that Antonio will be waiting for us. But there's only our shadows and ragged breathing. "What happened? Why did you leave the room? What were you thinking?" The questions tumble forth from me, Annie, Nick, as we demand answers. We were all supposed to stay in this room, stick together in safety, waiting for our rescue. I needed the loo," says Catherine. Her teeth chatter with shock. "I was going to ask one of you to come with me, but I didn't want to wake any of you. The only escape we've got from this nightmare is sleep." I unlocked the door and nipped out. "You idiot," says Annie. She gives Catherine a small slap on the arm, half scolding, half shaking her back to life. Catherine flinches, whimpering. I know, but I was only going to be gone a moment. The second I came out of the loo, he was there waiting to grab me. He dragged me to the stairs and pushed me down them, but," her hands mime the motion, clutching the air, "I just managed to catch hold of one of the balustrades and saved myself from falling too far. He can't have realized because he was already running away." The image makes me shiver. Catherine dangling, her body weight tearing at her arms, death yawning below. She was so lucky. How easy it would be for him, a man of his size and power, to overwhelm all of us. He could probably do it in one go, since we're all physically and mentally exhausted, at the end of our tether. Instead, he seems to enjoy toying with us, one by one. "Did you get a chance to stab him?" demands Annie. Catherine shakes her head, says that she was so terrified she just froze. I can understand that, so can Annie. "Everyone thinks they'll be a hero," Annie mutters. "But when it happens, people react differently. You don't know how you'll act until you're there." We all agree that we're not going to open that door again unless it's for a friendly-faced rescuer. Annie finds a bucket under the sink in the kitchenette and puts it in the furthest corner of the dining room and builds a screen around it with some dining chairs and a blanket strung between them. From now on, anybody who needs the loo uses that. Our fortress shrinks that little bit more. The night passes uneasily and uneventfully. There's no electricity still,
So we sit in darkness, trying to save our phone batteries in case service returns and we can call help. None of us dare sleep much after Antonio's attack. Every creak of timber, every tap of occasional rain on the glass, every thud of debris against the villa's walls has us flinching. We doze in patches, but mostly we talk in low voices. We may not be the friends we once were, but there's comfort in sharing fears, in dredging up memories. Nick has made her peace with dying, but that doesn't stop her caring for the rest of us. She listens, smiling faintly, as Annie, Catherine and I distract ourselves with plans for when, if, we get out.
"I'm going to give my kids the biggest hug," says Annie, her voice low, "and then I'm going to sleep for about 20 years in my own bed, knowing I'm safe. And from now on, I'm going no further than the borders of Essex. I'll have holidays on Mersey Island in future. Mersey's beautiful. My gran used to take me there sometimes on days out. I've always loved the pastel-coloured beach huts. It always felt so exciting being cut off by the tide." I halt. The thought of the rising water makes me shiver now. "I'm going to have a bath," says Catherine. "I've never been so filthy in my life." We laugh softly, all of us grimy and sour with sweat. Annie glances at her watch. We should be at the airport right now, checking in. There's something odd about the light outside. Dawn has crept over the horizon and... "Look!" I cry. "Sunshine! The storm has passed. The sky is washed clean, the sun climbing." We crowd to the window, as giddy as children spotting Santa, faces tilted to the warmth through the glass. For a moment, we are connected again, hands laced together. Beyond the windows lies devastation. Trees are down, and even one section of garden wall has crumbled away under the flood's onslaught. Brown floodwater churns, engulfing the world. There's no chance of escape yet, but there's a glimmer of hope burning that didn't exist before. "It's got to be good news, right?" says Catherine. Her eyes glow. "Someone's going to come, sooner rather than later." Maybe, but in my head another thought takes root. If rescue is coming, Antonio won't wait to be caught. He'll make his move first. He'll silence us. I bury the thought, unwilling to smother the fragile hope in Annie and Catherine's faces. Maybe he'll just do a runner as soon as he can, I try to convince myself. Everyone seems giddy at seeing the sun, as if the end of the nightmare is in sight. Annie grins, rolling up her trousers. "Might as well get my legs out. "Top up the tan." "Let's hope the sun stays out this time, unlike yesterday," Nick says. "Those bloody rays of sun teased us with hope before the storms swallowed them again." "It's almost blinding after all the dark," Catherine murmurs. She lifts her hand, fingers spread against the light. "Yesterday blinded me too. Celine looked like she was an angel floating in the air, silhouetted against the sunbeams." Poor Celine. The words hang in the air. Silence falls as we think of our lost friend, killed by Antonio. It's Annie who stirs first. "Well, we're alive, for now. Let's make the most of it and soak up this sun." She flops onto the floor, her trousers and sleeves rolled up as far as they'll go. But I'm frozen in place, thinking, realizing, that patch of sun yesterday came when I woke up. "What? I'm serious," says Annie. "Sit with me." "Earth to Polly? You're staring. What's wrong?" I jolt, force myself to unfreeze, plaster on a smile. "Nothing. Just worrying about Antonio." But Catherine's eyes are on me. She's seen the way my lips tremble even as I force a smile, the way I can't quite mask the horror rising in me, because I know, and she knows it. Chapter 60. Day 1 of the holiday, 1 hour before check-in. The business deal that was supposed to go through weeks ago was still being thrashed out. Catherine was bending her whole will to it, devoting every spare second. Again, she wondered if she should not go on the holiday, but Trevor had been so supportive. "Go, enjoy yourself. How often do you get to spend time with your friends?" he encouraged. So she'd agreed and started looking forward to it, even if working up to the wire hadn't left any time to prepare for her breakaway with her mates. It was a chance to let her hair down and have some fun, even if it would have to be managed around a bit of work too. Still, it shouldn't be too bad. She had got most things finished up, and it would just be a question of a couple of emails, maybe a phone call,
but nothing too major. She had left it horribly late to pack, though. She had just an hour before she had to leave for the airport and was only now rushing around pulling out clothes. "It'll be fine. I'll travel light. Once I'm in Spain, I'm going to live in my bikini and drink sangria all day long," she muttered to herself. Actually, where is my bikini? She had to dig to the bottom of her underwear drawer before she discovered it. She held it up. It should still fit, and if not, there was bound to be somewhere at the resort where she could buy one. Although, actually, it wasn't a resort at all, was it? Alexis had hired a villa in the middle of nowhere, in the mountains surrounding Madrid. It sounded lovely, though, and knowing Alexis, it would be super glam. "I deserve a bit of pampering after everything that's happened lately," Catherine thought, as she got down on her knees and reached for the suitcase under her bed. As she pulled at it, she noticed a glint. Something had fallen down the back of the bed, looked like it might be jewelry. She tried to reach it, strained, but couldn't. Lay down flat on her stomach and scooched under the bed a little, feeling blindly towards it and... Gotcha! Into the light, she pulled it, stared at it, flummoxed. It was a single gold earring made of 3 strands, and at the end of each strand was a different-coloured, sparkling stone, red, green, and blue. "That's not mine," Catherine said aloud. "It was too showy. It was familiar, though. It was... No, it couldn't be." The week before, she had met up with Alexis at a nearby cocktail bar to talk about the holiday and have a pre-birthday drink. Alexis had been getting into her head a bit, nervous about it for some reason, and as usual when she wanted level-headed advice, she'd turn to Catherine. "Come on, these are your best friends. All we want is for all of us, but especially you, to have a great time," Catherine had said. "It'll be brilliant. It's been a good 6 months or more since all 6 of us met up. Hey, it'll be like the good old days when we were at school and we used to go away all the time together. Remember the slumber parties we had in the hotel rooms?" "Yeah, you're right. Of course you're right." Alexis had reached up and played with her right earring, as she often did. "They're pretty. Are they new? What are the stones?" "Ruby, emerald, and sapphire. Stones associated with my star sign, see? They were a gift." Alexis had pulled her long caramel hair forward over them, even as she said, "see." Alexis hadn't been to Catherine's home since those drinks in the cocktail bar, so how had her distinctive earring got there? And even if she had been there, she had no reason to be in the bedroom. How obvious the answer was. Alexis was shagging Trevor. Of course she was. Wait, wasn't she seeing some dodgy bloke at the clean green sheen place she'd worked at? That Antonio. He was good-looking enough, if you liked someone who looked like a stripper, and he had a really bad reputation, which was unsurprising. Alexis was often attracted to the thrill of the affair rather than the substance of the person. Knowing her, she'd be playing him and Trevor off against one another, getting gifts and adoration from both. Why have one man when you could have them all? The woman, who always had a plan, was at a loss about what to do. Her brain was totally blank. Catherine packed, got herself to the airport, checked onto the flight. Not because she wanted to go on holiday and celebrate that duplicitous bitch's birthday, but because she was in such a daze it didn't occur to her to do anything else. She was on autopilot and didn't seem to come to herself, even as her friends chatted around her, all toasting Alexis and the wonderful week they were looking forward to. Instead, she stared into space, not thinking, not feeling. When she sipped the vodka and tonic, she couldn't taste the alcohol and had to ask for another miniature bottle to pour in, along with the 2 she'd already emptied into her plastic glass. The food was like cardboard in her mouth. Around her, her friends were passing around their phones, looking at old photos, swapping memories. She tried to join in, but her mind was elsewhere. She'd thought Trevor was pulling away from her slightly because he was nervous about all the fertility tests. But was he actually having second thoughts? Was he going to give up the chance of a family so he could be with that train wreck, Alexis? No, that made no sense. Catherine was successful, organized, together, everything that Alexis wasn't. Alexis could offer him something she, Catherine, didn't have, though. A child. Jordan. Someone to play father to. As lovely as Jordan was, he represented a prime example of the mess Alexis's life was. Catherine wasn't stupid. She'd seen the way Alexis and Mark avoided each other, in that special way only two people who have had sex and regret it do. Catherine was willing to bet her business that Annie's husband was the father of Alexis's child.
She was amazed Annie had never twigged. Always the way, though, wasn't it? After all, she herself hadn't realized what her Trevor was up to, probably because she was too close to notice. It's like trying to look at a picture when you're only a millimeter away from it. You can't see what it is. It's only by moving away and getting some distance that you're able to see the whole picture, she muttered to herself. What's that? Nick, who was sitting beside her on the flight, had asked. You not getting a picture? It's a rubbish film anyway. Total cliché. Ain't that the truth? She'd muttered back. Alexis seemed to be working her way through all of her friends' partners. How many others had she had it away with? The whole flight over, Catherine tried to get her head around her discovery. She thought about telling Nick, or maybe one of the others, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words because then it would be true. She watched her friends laughing and catching up, and felt as if someone had sneaked in and stolen all her emotions, because she could not seem to feel. Where was her rage? Where were her tears? That was how she had felt for most of the holiday. Instead of engaging with anyone, she had hidden in her room, using the excuse of her work, when in fact she'd barely done anything. She didn't tell a soul what she was going through, didn't even contact Trevor, and once Nick threw her phone in the pool, she couldn't get in touch anyway. Instead, she sat watching Alexis. She had no urge to confront her, not because she was afraid of Alexis. No, it was because she was afraid of herself. Leave it. Say nothing, she urged herself. The affair would inevitably soon be over, and then life could get back on track, she told herself. Alexis rarely hung on to anybody for long. Doing nothing wasn't in Catherine's nature, though. Ever since she was a child, she had got what she wanted. Not because it came easy, but because she worked her backside off to get it. Her exams, her place at university, launching her business, buying the house of her dreams, finding the perfect man, who matched her ambitions in every way. She made a decision, focused on it, and worked until it was achieved. Once Alexis is done with Trevor, I'll do what I always do, she decided, letting her head lead her. I will work my backside off. I will do some crisis management and plot, plan, do whatever it takes to make things work the way I want them to. I'll get Trevor back. Failure isn't an option. The decision made her feel calmer. She was back in her comfort zone. It was like any other deal. Sometimes you have to aggressively outmaneuver a competitor, while other times it was better to simply wait it out for the best time to make your move, knowing that the other businesses didn't have what it took to woo your potential client and get them on board. Catherine wasn't going to lose her husband, and the man who would be the father of her children. She was so close to all her dreams coming true. But as the holiday continued, and Alexis strutted around like a demanding brat, Catherine felt her numbness melting, and her logic burning away under the scorching heat of fear that she was going to lose her entire future.
Chapter 61. Day 6 of the holiday. It was the final day of the holiday, at last. Nick lay in bed trying to force herself out of it and into the glorious sun. She just wanted the holiday to be over, and suspected she wasn't alone in wishing she were back home. Every single day there'd been something go wrong. Even Alexis had said last night that she felt the holiday was cursed. Then she'd fallen into the swimming pool and claimed someone had pushed her. What if they had? Nick had seen that someone was out there, watching them. She shivered, despite her phone showing that the temperature was 30 degrees already and climbing, and told herself not to be so silly. Even without the paranoid thoughts, she couldn't wait to get home and into her own bed for a decent night's kip. Annie's bloody white noise machine blasted out every night, and everyone insisted on getting up at the arse crack of dawn. Why didn't they want to lie in when they were on holiday, the lunatics? The last day also meant it was the grand finale they had all been counting down to, Alexis's birthday. So Nick dragged herself out of bed, yawned, had a scratch, pulled on her bikini and shorts like she had every day of the holiday, and then shuffled out, holding an envelope containing Alexis's birthday card. Inside was also a voucher for a spa day at a posh place near where she lived. She found everyone already up, of course, and in the summer lounge, gathered around Alexis. "Happy birthday!" Nick yelled, then started singing, but stopped when no one else joined in. "What's up? Why the miserable faces?" Alexis did that wiggle that always reminded Nick of an impatient pug dog, her mouth screwed up as she made an ew sound. "Tonight's ruined," she gave a little stamp. Annie rubbed Alexis's back. "The chef for tonight has cancelled. Apparently there's a big storm coming in, and the Spanish—" "So now what are we going to eat?" Alexis wailed. "The whole party is ruined. First we missed the festival. Now this."
"We've just been unlucky," said Annie. But there was something in her voice that made Nick look more closely at her. What was her deal? "It can still be nice. I'll make a cake," said Polly, "and I bet there's a decent restaurant we can find in the village. The caterer says everywhere is going to be shut because of the storm." "Bunch of wimps," said Alexis. "There's barely a cloud in the sky. It's a big fuss over nothing." "We can still have fun," said Polly. "But the DJ has cancelled too," Alexis wailed. "We've got this great location thanks to you, and we're all together for your big day. We've all got music on our phones. We can blast it out and have a party like we did yesterday, only bigger and better. Come on, Alexis, it's your birthday. Let's make it a happy one." Nick clicked her fingers and gestured. "Here, give me your phone, Alexis. I'm sure this can be sorted. Cancelling at the last minute isn't on." Alexis frowned but gave Nick her phone, which Nick immediately passed to Annie. "Go on then. You're the only one that speaks the lingo. Give them what for." "Bloody hell," Annie muttered, rolling her eyes. "It does seem like an overreaction, but I suppose Spaniards aren't used to the rain like us Brits, and panic at the first drop," said Catherine. Suddenly, all their phones blared so loud it made them jump. Polly's hands covered her ears. "What the f—" They'd all received the same message. "What does it mean?" asked Polly. "Civil alert, red warning activated," Alexis read. "What? I don't understand," said Catherine. "It's a red alert for extreme weather," said Alexis. "The storm that's coming in is going to be a danger to life." The women all looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Then everyone started talking at once. "I'm out of here," said Nick. Annie nodded. "I'm with you. I just want to get home." Nick was already on her phone, tapping and scrolling. "Flights have been cancelled. Trains are cancelled. Okay, let's book a hotel in Madrid. We'll get an Uber there, stay overnight, and ride out the storm in the city." "The alert says not to travel," said Alexis. "I don't care. I need to get home." Annie almost shrieked the words. "We all do, mate," said Nick. "But it's safer to stay here," said Alexis. "The alert is really clear." It did say that, so why did Alexis look so shifty, Nick wondered. In the end, they all agreed to sit tight, though some were happier about it than others. "I can't believe my bad luck," said Alexis. She glared at the sky. In the space of a few minutes, a line of black clouds had appeared on the horizon, like something out of a disaster movie, and looked to be heading towards them. "My birthday ruined. Money wasted." "You should get it back, though. I mean, the traders are bound to give you a refund," said Polly. She toyed with her evil eye necklace, looking worried. "I hope you're not left out of pocket." "Come on, mate. You can afford it after that work bonus," said Nick. She clapped a hand over her mouth, then took it away and mouthed, "Sorry," to Alexis. Polly looked between them, confused. What bonus? Even as she said it, she realized. "Wait, did you make money from Clean Green Sheen?" "No. Nick's got the wrong end of the stick. You know what she's like." "Oi, don't blame me," said Nick, folding her arms. Annie waded in. "What's going on? You lost money, same as Polly, when that company of yours collapsed, right?" "It wasn't my company. Honestly, Annie, you're so dramatic sometimes," said Alexis. Anxiety settled in Polly's stomach as she saw her best friend trying her hardest to deflect. "Tell me the truth," she said, voice low. "Oh, what does it matter? You know, it is what it is." Alexis flicked her long hair. "I can't speak to you right now, Polly. I feel really hurt by these accusations." She flounced from the room. There was a stunned silence then. "So she did make money?" Annie's voice was wry. "It's none of my business, Polly, but if I were you, I'd be tearing strips off her right now." Polly could see the spark of glee in her eyes as Annie said that. She always did love an argument. "She's supposedly your best friend. Confront her. Tell her she's out of order."
Nick scuffed the floor with her sandal. I'm sorry. She mentioned it a couple of days ago and I didn't put two and two together. Stupid of me. It's not you that should be apologizing, said Catherine. It's the birthday girl. Polly sighed and stood, brushed herself down and cricked her neck left and right. Finally, there was nothing left for her to do but go after Alexis. The others were right. She needed to have a difficult conversation with her friend, because right now, she was pretty hurt.
Chapter 62. Day 6 of the holiday.
Alexis sat in the summer lounge, staring at the water fountain as if it had done her a personal injury. A breeze played through it, which felt chilly against the heat of the sun-warmed air. Looking up at the large square of darkening sky above her, she saw that the weather did seem to be changing, but it wasn't going to be that big a deal, surely. She threw a penny into the fountain and made a wish as it splashed into the water. She shivered, decided to fetch a hoodie, maybe even put some jeans on, actually. Her UK clothes, how depressing. Maybe her friends were right to want to get away from the villa and the mountains to the relative safety of Madrid. Alexis wasn't lying that the red alert advised everyone to stay put, although she'd got her own reasons for wanting that to happen. Her plan relied on them all leaving together, on the flight they were booked on, and she would do whatever it took to make sure it happened. If it didn't, it would stuff up the rest of her life. Like, literally. She stood just as Polly appeared. Her oldest, dearest friend paused in the doorway between the kitchen and the lounge, and there was such hurt in her eyes as she gazed at Alexis. Alexis felt bad. She really did. Perhaps, given the same set of circumstances, she'd make a different decision about Polly. You as peed off as I am about the weather warning? Alexis asked, trying to change the subject before it even started. I mean, look at it. Yeah, it's miserable, and the wind's getting up a bit, but it doesn't look to me like there's going to be any bad weather. The last day of our holiday, my birthday, in case I need to remind anyone, has been ruined for no reason. What? No! We'll still celebrate your birthday, don't worry about that, but… I'm sorry. Alexis blurted the apology, but folded her friend into a hug that encompassed her. Sometimes I'm so focused on me and Jordan that I'm a really selfish bitch. I swear on my life I didn't plan on dragging you into a business that was going to fold weeks later. Alexis sighed. Can you forgive me for being a horrid cow to you about the whole pyramid scheme nightmare? She waited, expectant. Come on, Paul. It wasn't deliberate. Don't be mean to me on my birthday. It was Polly's turn to sigh. I'm pissed off with you, Alexis. I'm not going to lie. You should have told me to get out of it when you decided to. Then I wouldn't have lost money either. I sank every spare penny I had into it because you said I'd make money. Thing is, I don't think you realize how absolutely broke I am. I had to sell my Grand's China dog, the only thing she left me of any value, but that was worth much more sentimentally to me. Selling it was the only way to afford to come here. But everything else is covered. You've only had to pay for a few bits and bobs. If you'd have booked the flights I told you to, you wouldn't have had to pay for the bus from Madrid to the village, so you spent unnecessary money there. I couldn't. I had to work. If I didn't do that shift at the retirement home, I'd have lost my job. So even though it cost me more to do it and then pay for the flight than I earned, at least I'm still employed. Polly shook her head. But none of that matters right now. It's your birthday, so let's concentrate on celebrating you. A delighted smile crept across Alexis's face, which made Polly grin. You know, I'll always love you, even when I don't necessarily like you, Polly said. You're the sister I never had. Love you too. You're coming back on the same flight as the rest of us, aren't you? You have to. And we'll all wear our matching pink jackets. With birthday bitches across the back in Diamante, for a really subtle look for home. Polly rolled her eyes in mock despair. Actually, I do need to talk to you about that. Later. Right now, I need to hug it out. Alexis hugged Polly again. The relief of being in the warm embrace of friendship was physical. Alexis felt her fears melting away. When they parted, Alexis gave a little wiggle. Polly smiled. What is it? I can always tell when you're excited. You can't sit still. I just can't wait for this holiday to be over, that's all. You've been looking forward to this for months, Alexis. It's not because of everything that's gone wrong, is it? I'm sorry for my part in anything that's… Oh, look at you. You're just too good to be true, Polly. What a sweetheart. So, There is something I want to tell you. Alexis clapped her hands together, excited. Okay, so I've got to swear you to secrecy. I won't tell anyone, whatever it is. I'm in love, absolutely head over heels in love. That's brilliant news. Why aren't you shouting it from the rooftops? As soon as Polly said it, Alexis could see realization dawning across Polly's face that perhaps her friend had chosen yet another dud. Before she met Hitesh, Alexis would have been the first to admit she'd had terrible taste in men. After his death, she'd had a couple of silly flings. Antonio had been an absolute sex god, but despite that and the money, dark and dangerous good looks, and the power he exuded, all he'd done was prove to her that Hitesh had changed her forever. After finding such love, she'd never settle for less than that again. So she was a bit insulted that Polly's expression was so unenthusiastic about her big news. Hang on, is it someone who isn't single? Polly asked. Alexis reluctantly admitted he was indeed married. But it's not like that. He's lovely. We're meant to be together, true love. She changed to pleading. Please, Polly, look at my smile. I can't believe my luck to have found someone so perfect after Hitesh. So who is it? You can't tell anyone, remember? And no judgment. Polly screwed her face up. Oh, girl, you're giving me a really bad feeling. It's not somebody I know, is it?
Please tell me it's nobody I know. You're spoiling this already, Alexis pouted. Just remember, I'm really happy. We love each other, and you can't help who you fall in love with, can you? It's not my fault that we've fallen in love with each other. Enough excuses. Tell me, Polly said. Alexis looked around, then beckoned her friend over to the wine cellar, and they went inside. The door closed behind them so that they wouldn't be overheard. Okay, so it's Trevor, Alexis squealed with excitement and jumped up and down, clapping her hands together. Catherine's husband, Trevor, Polly asked slowly. Then she hit the roof. You've stolen money from me, and now you're stealing from Catherine, stealing her husband. She'll never forgive you for this. I don't think I will either. Her turquoise bead bangles clattering together as she waved her arms about angrily. Oh, come off it. I know you don't approve, but you know you'll forgive me in the end. It's not like I killed anyone. Polly, in a rage, was normally like other people's mildly miffed, but right now she was furious in a way Alexis had never seen her before. Still, Alexis dealt with it the way she usually did, by trying to make Polly feel bad. And I have not stolen money from you. I didn't tell you to sink all your savings into buying cleaning products. That's on you. You're being really hurtful. I'm surprised at you. Do you think I'm a pushover, Alexis? Is that it? Polly stepped up so they were close, too close for comfort. Alexis found herself stepping back. Do you think I'm incapable of cruelty? Do you think I can't eviscerate you with cutting words? Because I know all your many, many little insecurities, and it would be so easy to play on them. I could press down on them until they bruised. There are so many ways to hurt you, Alexis. I've witnessed violence and know how to inflict it, thanks to my parents. Don't forget what they did, the time they spent in prison. You've confused kindness with weakness. I choose to be kind. I choose not to be like my mum and dad. Polly looked her up and down as if she was disgusted with what was in front of her. A chill stole over Alexis as her friend spoke again. We all make choices in life, and yours have been so pathetic, so disappointing. I hope it was worth it, Alexis, because you've lost my friendship. I'll never speak to you again. I never want to see you again. Alexis felt tears pooling, felt the heat of her friend's fury. Polly was like a sister to her. For her to be this angry meant Alexis had really messed up. No, no, no. But Alexis refused to show how hurt she was. Instead, she doubled down, leaned into Polly, her face twisted in anger, hurt and confusion. Fine, she spat. After all the help I've given you, you do this? I never want to see you again, you ungrateful bitch.
Chapter 63.
Day 6 of the holiday. Alexis was trembling with shock after Polly stomped away from her. Okay, she'd been too cowardly to admit to Polly what was going on with the business collapsing, and she understood why Polly was annoyed now that she knew, but her reaction had been way over the top. Her friend just couldn't seem to see it from Alexis's point of view, and understand that any tip-off to her might have meant word getting out to the wider public.
That would have been disastrous financially for Antonio and the other owners, and Alexis, because at the time she had been shagging Antonio, which was how she'd got that big bonus in the first place. Polly would calm down and see sense, eventually. Surely, Polly always did. The argument had left Alexis feeling a bit wobbly. She was hungover from the previous night when someone had pushed her into the pool, and she hadn't got around to eating yet because the phone had been pinging with messages from people cancelling and complaining about the stupid bad weather. Alexis made a decision, an important one. She was going to have breakfast and then put on some warmer clothes and then wait for Polly to apologize. She came out of the wine cellar and started towards the kitchen, reminding herself firmly that none of this was her fault. It's not down to me to look after Polly. I've got my hands full looking after myself and Jordan. Maybe if Polly pulled her head out of her pink fluffy clouds and lived in the real world for a while, she'd have seen the writing on the wall like I did. We all make decisions in life, and we all have to live with the consequences. The more Alexis thought about the exchange, the higher her shoulders climbed with annoyance. She knew it was to shut out the guilt echoing in her brain. Once things settled down, and she, Trevor and Jordan had set up home here in Spain, she'd worry about sorting things out with everyone. As she crossed the courtyard of the summer lounge, instead of sunlight pouring, it was rain. Big fat drops detonated on the paving stones, slowly at first, then gathering pace as she made her way towards the kitchen, hoping it was empty. The women she had grown up with didn't feel like her friends anymore. How had her life become so batshit crazy? One lie layered on top of another and another, until they had become a brick wall that she couldn't seem to find a way through. Still, it'd be worth it in the end, because those bricks of lies were going to build her new life. "Alexis!" a voice called, sounded angry. It was Catherine, marching over to her and looking down her long, equine nose at Alexis, her impressive nostrils flaring with anger. "We need to talk, now." "Catherine, I'm a bit busy right now, can you—" "Don't try and fob me off. You know exactly what this is about. Trevor? Chris? Jordan? Or surely not the other thing. It could be one of so many secrets." Her face was stormier than the thickening clouds above. Alexis was getting a bad feeling. "You and me, talking, now." "All right, mate, keep your voice down." "Don't make me, Alexis." "Well, clearly whatever has you so riled is important. Let's go in here, in private." She steered Catherine through the wine cellar door and closed it behind her, and relaxed a little. At least down there the others would be less likely to overhear them. The last thing she needed was everybody listening in on this conversation and being all judgy about it. With a nod of her chin, she started down the stairs, Catherine following. "You know what I'm going to say, don't you?" Catherine said, hands on hips. Alexis fronted it out, shook her hair out like she always did, and pulled what she hoped was a no idea kind of face. "You know I can't do anything about the weather, Catherine." She waited for a slap to land across her face. Instead, Catherine did the very last thing that Alexis expected. She started begging. It was actually so much worse than the slap she'd braced for. Alexis had never seen her old school friend so pathetic before. I always thought Catherine had some backbone, and here she is just like throwing away her dignity, thought Alexis in horrified fascination. Could be worse, though. At least she's not crying, just whining. "Don't steal Trevor. I love him. We have plans for the future. I'll never get over this. It will destroy me." "Hand on heart, I've no clue what you're on about," Alexis lied. "How could you do this to me? I thought we were friends. When people have criticized you for being shallow, I've defended you." "Excuse me?" "I've always been there for you, Alexis. You know damn well I have. I've kept your secrets when other people might have blabbed. How could you betray me this way? How long has it been going on?" Alexis shook her head, feigned ignorance, and part of her was impressed with herself for sticking to the story in the face of such emotional blackmail. But Catherine wouldn't be fobbed off. "How long has it been going on? How many times have you shagged in my bed? How long have you been laughing at me behind my back?" "Hey, you're totally out of order accusing me like this without proof?" "Oh, I've got it. Here, want your earring back." Catherine flung the dangly earring at Alexis, who just managed to catch it. Where did... My bed, Alexis. I found it in my bed, right where you lost it. As if the betrayal isn't bad enough, you came to my home and you did that. Thank you very sodding much. Alexis could feel the blood draining from her face, leaving her feeling cold. Yeah, deny it now. Catherine's confidence returned when she saw Alexis could no longer refute the truth. She leaned forward, poked her finger into Alexis's chest. You know what? You're not worth the anger. I don't care what's happened between the two of you. I just care about moving forward. As soon as this holiday is over,
I never want to see you again. Don't call, don't text. You're going to give me your word, right here, right now, that you will never see Trevor again. You'll never so much as send him a Christmas card. Got it? Alexis licked her lips. I am so not ready for this. She had known, of course, that everything about her and Trevor being together would come out. She wanted it to. But she'd sort of assumed that Trevor would do all the talking and bear the brunt of Catherine's anger, and that she, Trevor and Jordan would avoid the awkward fallout by starting their exciting new life together in Spain. Then, once things had calmed down, maybe Alexis would get the chance to explain that this relationship was different for her, that she'd found something she never thought she'd feel again after losing Hitesh. After all, you can't help who you fall in love with. Surely Catherine would get that, right? It'd be almost selfish of her to stand in the way of true love. Alexis hoped that Catherine would one day, maybe not immediately, but one day, get over it and be able to see that she and Trevor were a far better fit for each other than Catherine and Trevor. But if she can't, that's her problem, not mine. I'm not going to do that. Her voice was hard. Yes, you bloody well will. I can't do that, because I love him. And I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but he doesn't love you, Catherine. From the way Catherine blinked rapidly and swayed, that hit hard. But she needed to know, so Alexis underlined what she was saying. Trevor loves me. You lying bitch. Really, Catherine, you're just looking for a baby daddy. And you don't need one because you're a strong, independent woman capable of raising a child alone. I did it, and if I can, so can you. For some reason it seemed like the wrong thing to say. Catherine flared like someone had poured petrol over her. If you don't leave him alone, I will tell everyone what you did to Chris. Alexis's blood ran cold, but if in doubt, brazen it out. Her laugh was sharp as a shot being fired. Ooh, scary. The death of Selin's boyfriend is ancient history. Nobody cares anymore, and even if someone does give a toss, it's your word against mine. And given the fact that you're obviously bitter about your husband choosing me over you, well, you're just going to look like you're making up lies to get at me. Alexis prodded her in the chest with every one of her next words. No one's going to believe you. Don't you dare talk to me like that. I can't even be in the same room as you right now. I can't look at you. As long as I live, I never want to see you again. And with that, she walked out. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Alexis called. She leaned against a large wine barrel and breathed a huge sigh of, well, not relief, but something pretty close because, all things considered, that could have gone a lot worse. What a bitch, Alexis said out loud, shaking her head. Fancy trying to blackmail me about Chris. Total desperado move. At least the truth about Trevor and her was out there now. The next few hours would be tense and scary, thanks to the long flight home in inevitable awkward silence, along with her anxiety every time she thought about going through customs. But once she was back in Trev's arms, everything was going to work out okay, she told herself. She just had one more phase of the plan to get through, and then she'd be home and dry. Because her move, her amazing new life, was being partly financed by doing a favor for her ex, Antonio. As well as paying her handsomely for it, he'd offered her his Spanish villa for her birthday celebrations, which was when she'd had the idea of roping her unwitting friends into helping her pull off what needed to be done. The girls had absolutely no idea that the goodie bag she had given each of them was part of something illegal that could get them all a hefty jail term, or that they all had to stick together and get the same flight home. If they, or anyone else, discovered what she was up to, there would be awful consequences. Still, the risk was worth it for her new life. Chapter 64. Day 6 of the holiday. The breath Alexis drew seemed to shiver up from her flip-flops. She did it again, then again.
felt calmer and more centered. She'd had to retreat down the stairs and hide in the wine cellar to have a little cry, the stress of everything getting to her. A fear that it was all starting to fall apart seemed to stalk her, hiding in the shadows behind the wine casks. She took another set of soothing breaths, then smoothed her clothes, fluffed her hair, and reminded herself that it was her birthday, and she had done everything to make it special for all the girls, not just herself. Even if it was at Antonio's expense, they didn't know that, and they were being so mean to her. She just had to hold it together for another day. They were due to fly home in the small hours of tomorrow morning, so in less than 24 hours, it would all be over. Thank goodness. This had to be the crappiest birthday ever. "Alexis," came a timid voice. Can we talk, please? I really need to ask you about, something." Alexis screwed her eyes shut and swore silently to herself before arranging her face into a more suitable expression as she turned around. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was Selin, one hand on a large wine casket, picking nervously at the wooden rim. "Can it wait, Selin? I'm having the day from hell and—" "Why are you crying?" Now Alexis was looking at her properly. She could see Selin's mascara all streaked down her face from the tears. She was hysterical, shaking and crying and barely able to speak. "Why couldn't you have been honest with me? You tried to spite my drink, but Chris drank it." Selin was crying so hard, her words were hard to make out, but Alexis heard enough to make her feel edgy. Why had Selin suddenly realized the truth about that night? Had Catherine told her? I've relived that night so many times. I know every second of it. You were with me. You hugged me. And then Chris came up and nicked my orange squash. It was right after that he started acting weird. But I always thought that if he'd taken anything, it must have been while he was in the loo. But it was you. You slipped something into my drink. Why? Alexis had no energy left to dress it up. Her voice was exhausted and flat when she spoke. "We were teenagers. We were different people then." "Yeah? 'Cause all I see is someone trying to lie and bluff their way out of a corner like some kid caught out." "You're hysterical. You won't get me to shut up," Selin said. "There's proof. There's the photo." "Crap. What photo?" She changed her tone. "You're right. I was a coward then and I'm a coward now. But please, Selin, think of Jordan. If you report me, he'll lose his mum. I've apologized a million times, but it makes no difference. You haven't even said it once. Not once have you said sorry for taking a life." "Okay, well, I'm sorry, truly." She'd thought them all staying in the villa together would be such fun. Instead, it had been a disaster from start to finish. Alexis had been thinking she would get back in touch with everyone once they'd all recovered from the shock of her setting up home abroad with Catherine's husband. But now she didn't care if she never saw them again. She'd outgrown them. Distracted, she tried to shoo Selin up the stairs. Selin, always so easy to brush off, so timid and insecure. She didn't move. Instead, there was a crazed look in her eyes. Selin grabbed up the sharp sommelier knife that was kept down in the cellar in order to cut around the seals of bottles. Alexis almost laughed at the absurdity of seeing timid Selin with a weapon. But she lunged forward. Taken by surprise, Alexis simply stood there as knife and flesh met. Alexis looked down in horror. There was blood. Selin had stabbed her. The stress of the day, the terror of the moment, the hangover and lack of food, the build-up of days and weeks and months and years of lying, all came crashing over her. She dropped to the ground in a faint. Catherine was shaking, adrenaline pumping, heart thudding as if she had just sprinted uphill after that confrontation with Alexis. Anger, hurt, and something else. Embarrassment. What the hell had she been thinking, walking away like that? Just losing her ability to speak and stomping off as if Alexis had won the argument. She'd waited all holiday to confront Alexis, to formulate what to say, but it had all disappeared from her head the second it was just the two of them. Catherine had spoken in front of CEOs of multi-million-pound companies and never dried up, but she'd lost it in front of her so-called friend. She had always prided herself on being sharp and astute, yet she hadn't seen the most obvious and cliched of things, the affair. And now there was this nonsense about them loving each other. Come off it, as if Trevor would leave Catherine for some tawdry tumble. All right, so he'd been a little distant lately, a little cool, but Catherine knew he didn't mean it. Not really. She wouldn't give up on them. She could make this work. There had to be something she could do. The thing she had learned in business was that there was always a way out. You didn't give up. You kept battling, and somehow there was always a way forward, always a way to win. But what if there wasn't? She had already lost Alexis. She sagged into one of the comfy armchairs in the winter lounge as the thought hit her. All these years of friendship destroyed over a man. Already she missed her friend and grieved the loss of her like a death, and simultaneously hated her. Catherine was glad she had pushed Alexis into the pool last night. She wished she had drowned. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Catherine had been sitting on one of the benches, looking up at the night sky and wondering what the hell she was doing with her life. She was usually someone with a plan, but everything had been blown out of the water by what she had found while packing for this stupid holiday. She had been too stunned to pull out, too certain she must be misunderstanding what she had seen, and so she had come on holiday anyway. What an idiot. The stars had offered no solutions, and so Catherine had stood to go to bed. And then she had seen Alexis tottering around all alone by the edge of the pool, still with a cocktail in hand, though half of it was being sloshed onto the floor. Catherine had acted without thinking. She had just wanted to punish Alexis, and so had walked straight up and pushed her from behind. She hadn't even been quiet about it, but Alexis had been so wrecked she hadn't noticed. Alexis had dropped straight into the pool, and for a moment she'd not moved. Knocked out? Too drunk to respond? Whatever the reason, Catherine had stared at her so-called friend's motionless body, face down in the water, and it had felt good. Then Alexis had started kicking and spluttering, and screaming blue murder. Catherine had jumped in and saved her from drowning, feeling guilty about what she'd done. Now she wished she hadn't bothered. Catherine ran the conversation she'd just had with Alexis through her head again and again, a horrifying loop she couldn't stop. Then she realized something. Her subconscious was trying to draw attention to a detail she had picked up on but barely registered. Alexis had looked shifty at one point in the conversation, like she still had secrets. Maybe there was something Catherine could use. Perhaps she could blackmail Alexis into keeping away from her and Trevor. Whatever it was, it probably wasn't big enough to weaponize, but it was worth a second chat with Alexis. Catherine would wheedle it out of her somehow, because Alexis wasn't exactly a genius. It wasn't great for the ego, thinking the only way she could hang on to her man was through something so underhand. But a win was a win, even if victory was achieved in an ugly way. Catherine stood and made her way back to the cellar. She eased the door open, moving as quietly as she could, because if she was going to catch Alexis up to something, she needed to make sure no one heard her coming. There was arguing coming from down there. Alexis and Selin? Yes, Selin, who surprisingly sounded pretty angry. She crept down the stairs, keen to hear more. Was there anything useful she could find out? At the bottom of the stairs, she slipped behind some of the big, old, empty wine barrels stacked up for decoration. Catherine crouched, listening to the two women argue. Odd. It seemed to be about Chris. Ah, had the truth finally come out? Well, at least Selin didn't know about Catherine's own involvement, egging Alexis on with that bet and then stopping her from confessing what she'd done. Catherine peered through the crack between two of the casks, and in the soft orange lighting, she watched the two women. Selin was hysterical. She must have really worked herself up so she could have the courage to confront Alexis about Chris. Selin moved out of Catherine's narrow view between the casks. When she returned, there was something in her hand. A knife. Selin almost stumbled forward, rather than stabbed at Alexis. A tiny bloom of blood spread across Alexis's dress. Alexis dropped to the floor. Catherine's heart beat faster. That stab didn't look like there was any force behind it, yet it had felled Alexis. Selin stared down at her hands in horror and threw the knife away. The clatter of it was the only sound besides her sobs. Then she ran, footsteps vanishing up the stairs, the door slamming shut behind her. Should Catherine go after her? No, it was never a good idea to confront someone who had just been waving a knife around. She didn't want to be the next person to get injured. She crept from her hiding place and walked over to Alexis, lying prone on the ground. Her former friend didn't seem to be breathing. Heck, was she? She was. Alexis was dead. Chapter 65. Day 6 of the holiday. Oh God, Alexis was dead. One of Catherine's oldest friends lay lifeless at her feet. It did make Catherine's life easier, though. With Alexis out of the way, there was no love rival. Trevor would stay with Catherine. They would have children together. She would get the life she had envisaged. Best of all, she hadn't even had to do anything to get this win. It was an ill wind that blew nobody any good, she thought. As if in agreement, the wind outside howled, rattling the windows and patio furniture, making the rain smash down. The storm was coming. Did Alexis's eyelids just flutter? No, it had to be Catherine's imagination. It wasn't. Alexis groaned, stirred. She wasn't dead. Now that Catherine looked properly, she could see the wound on Alexis's chest was barely a cut, although it was bleeding a fair bit because it was on the ribs. Alexis must have fainted. How melodramatic, how typical of Alexis. And now all of Catherine's problems were back, crowding in on her. Catherine was a problem solver. She always did whatever it took to achieve her goal, and so she found herself moving forward, crouching over Alexis. One hand pinched her friend's nose, the other clamped over her mouth. Alexis's eyes flew open. She was struggling, moaning, bucking beneath her. Catherine straddled her, forcing her hand down harder over Alexis's mouth. She could feel the desperate suction of her friend's lips dragging against her palm, the frantic pull of air that would not come. Alexis's eyes locked on hers, scared, confused, begging, and then she stopped moving. Something seemed to shift inside her, and Catherine knew she was gone. Problem solved. Celine, always paranoid, would probably assume she was the one who had taken Alexis's life. Catherine threw her head back and breathed a sigh of relief. A gasp behind her. She turned, horrified. Polly was standing at the bottom of the stairs, eyes wide, mouth open in a scream that had not yet broken loose. Catherine wasn't thinking now. She was acting on pure instinct. She jumped off Alexis's body and strode straight over to Polly, who was still frozen, staring. Catherine snatched up one of the bottles of wine and saw the exact moment Polly's body finally obeyed her screaming brain. She spun, planting a foot on the bottom step. Too late. Catherine swung the bottle high and smashed it down on her friend's head. It wasn't about murder. It certainly wasn't about Polly. It was just about taking action to solve the problem. Blood poured from the gash across Polly's skull, but Catherine didn't pause to allow her emotions to kick in. Her mind was racing, her crisis instincts fully engaged. The woman who was great in emergencies, who could find solutions for any issue her job threw at her, had taken over completely. Now that Polly was dead too, Catherine could frame her for Alexis's death. But how? She took off her black cardigan. Without hesitation, she went back to Alexis, seized the sommelier's knife, using her cardi to hold it, plunged the blade deep into the dead woman's chest, right down to the hilt. Then she pulled it free, curled Polly's fingers around it for a second, before tossing it between Alexis and Polly. That should do it. There was no time to finesse things. Any second now, someone else might come down the stairs. So far, the cellar had been busier than Piccadilly Circus. First, Celine and Alexis, then Catherine herself, and finally Polly, who might be next. Running back up, she pulled her black cardigan back on. There was a small blood stain on it, but it disappeared into the dark material. She stopped at the top and glanced at the lock, remembering an episode of Death in Paradise she'd once watched with Annie. Not her usual thing, but Annie had always loved a murder mystery. There had been some trick with the key, if only she could recall it. Checking her pockets, she found Nick's flimsy receipt that she'd dropped, messy as ever, and Catherine had picked up, cleaning up after her as per usual. She slipped the key out of the lock and eased the tightly screwed-up paper into the keyhole on the inside of the door, just enough to balance there. Then she pushed the key into the lock from the outside. Perfect. The paper stayed put. Anyone peering through would see only black, as if the key was still on the other side. She closed the door carefully. No one was watching. A quick twist, and it was locked. She pocketed the key, ducked behind a pillar, and clapped a hand over her mouth as she screamed into it, muffling the sound in the hope it might sound like it came from the basement. Annie raced down the stairs with Selin in tow. Interesting. At the same time, Nick hurried from the kitchen. As soon as Nick appeared, Catherine stepped from her hiding place and joined everyone. And in the rush and confusion, no one noticed. Catherine studied Selin, took in her trembling, cowardly expression and her confusion, and knew she wasn't going to speak up. "Did you hear a scream?" she asked. Nick nodded, looking around. "Where did it come from?" "The basement." "I'm not sure," Catherine replied. Annie was already trying the handle. "It's locked." She hammered on the door. "Let us in. Is everything okay?" "Where's the key? It should be in the lock, like usual." "Maybe it's the same person who locked me in," Nick said, her mouth a grim line. "And they took it this time." Annie bent, peering at the keyhole. "The key's on the inside. Someone's locked themselves in." Nick banged on the door again. "Who's down there? Come on, let us in." "Unlock the door," Catherine cried, thumping her fist against the wood. "Come on, you're scaring us." There was no reply. Of course there wasn't. Things couldn't have gone better if Catherine had planned them. "Let me have a look," Nick said, shoving Annie aside. "Yeah, you're right about the key, Annie.
We might have to kick it down." "Who do you think we are, Cagney and Lacey?" Catherine scoffed. A peal of thunder rolled overhead. Selin yelped. "Afraid of the storm," she whispered. The sound outside really was unsettling now. The wind roaring through the courtyard, trees thrashing. A roof tile slithered down and shattered on the stones below. The rain was coming so hard it made jumping jacks, and puddles were already huge. Annie swore. "You're right, Nick, we've got to kick this down. 1, 2, 3. They kicked together. The door didn't budge. Problem-solving Catherine stepped in. She grabbed a fire extinguisher, hefting its weight, and with Nick's help, used it as a battering ram. The lock burst free, splinters flying, the door crashing open. Nick, carried forward by her own momentum, nearly pitched headlong down the stairs, only saved when Annie snatched her top and yanked her back. They charged into the cellar, shouting in shock at the sight before them. Too busy, too distracted to notice Catherine. She lingered at the threshold, just long enough to slip the key from her pocket, tug the scrunched receipt from the lock, where it dropped to the floor, and slide the key neatly back into its home on the inside. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 66. Day 6 of the holiday. The two bodies were lying on the already puddle-filled floor, and Catherine's plan had worked perfectly. Everyone thought Polly had killed Alexis. There was just one problem, one massive hole in the scenario. Polly wasn't dead. Catherine was in shock when she saw Polly's eyes open and heard her speaking. There'd been no time to check her pulse, not when Catherine had to move so quickly for fear of who might come down the stairs next and discover her. It had seemed obvious to her that Polly was dead when she had such a massive head wound. The fact she didn't appear to remember anything bought Catherine some time, but her analytical, problem-solving brain had already assessed the situation and concluded that Polly was going to have to be got rid of. Otherwise, eventually, her memory would return, and then she'd point the finger. And Catherine wasn't going down for murder. No way. Which meant she was going to have to kill again. She wasn't happy about it. Killing Alexis, and everything that had happened afterwards, had been spur of the moment. Now she was making a calculated choice. But her survival depended on it. She hadn't come this far just to fail. Polly had done nothing to bring any of this on herself. She'd always gone out of her way to be kind to other people and wouldn't hurt a fly, literally. Catherine had witnessed her countless times catching flies indoors and then setting them free outside. But this was about survival. She had no choice. But after they'd all retreated upstairs, her problem became that everyone was so scared they spent all of their time together. How was Catherine going to get to Polly before her amnesia cleared up and she remembered what she'd seen? And then there was Selin, confused as ever. Catherine could see her trying to work out what on earth had happened, the way she even doubted the evidence of her own eyes. Catherine couldn't comprehend what it must be like to have so little confidence in yourself. At least if Selin spoke up, it would sow further confusion,
given that it didn't tell the whole story. And besides, she wasn't likely to when it was totally illogical. It would just get her into trouble. So Catherine was confident she didn't need to do anything with Celine. No, it was Polly who was the fly in the ointment. She couldn't get Polly alone because the poor innocent woman was being too closely watched by everyone. And she couldn't kill her in front of people, though she did try to think of a way. Poison? Nothing to hand, except maybe some cleaning products, if she went downstairs. But Polly might smell the bleach or whatever before drinking it. And besides, wouldn't that really hurt? Catherine wasn't completely heartless, she hoped. Whatever she did, it was going to have to be fast, before Polly's memory returned. Every second that passed brought Catherine closer to discovery and disaster. And so she resorted to whipping the women up as much as possible, trying to wind up the tension and sow suspicion. "Who's going to be next?" she cried. She did everything she could to get everyone to suspect each other, to create arguments. Accusing Polly of reaching for a butter knife, as if she was somehow going to stab them all to death with a knife that was no sharper than a spoon, was a particularly nonsensical one. She'd even pretended she'd seen Antonio and blamed him for everything, when really it must have simply been a doppelganger, because why would Alexis's ex have been at the villa? It had worked, though, for a while, but Polly kept getting these tiny breadcrumbs of memories returning. How long before the whole thing rushed back? The need for Catherine to take decisive action was becoming more pressing with every passing moment, and she kept reminding herself that in life as in business, there were only winners and losers.
So Catherine chose to send Polly peacefully into the arms of death by slipping her sleeping pills she'd stolen from Annie's room. Annie, who from the beginning of the holiday had banged on about lack of sleep, her stupid white noise machine, and her sleeping tablets that she'd smuggled into the country in her bra. Catherine had made Polly a cup of soup with added crushed sleeping pills, seen her friend taking mouthfuls of it, and watched her go to sleep. Everyone would assume that Polly had succumbed to her head injury. All Catherine's problems were solved. Unable to watch one of her dearest friends slide into a coma and consequent death, Catherine had left the upstairs dining room and bumped straight into more difficulties. She had thought that Celine would keep quiet about her own part in attacking Alexis. Anything else wasn't logical. But of course, Celine wanted to confess all. Why did she always have to be so terminally honest? Although at least even that had played in Catherine's favor. Catherine had been the first person Celine had bumped into when she came out of her room, determined to spill her secrets to someone. Celine had started to talk, but had somehow read Catherine's own guilt in her, which was very worrying, because what if someone else did the same? Catherine was proud of the way she'd been able to think on her feet, though, strangling Celine with the curtain tie and stringing her up, then ripping off the bottom part of her friend's letter, the bit that included Celine's confusion about Polly, and which might have got the others thinking again. All that was left of the letter was the key part, that Celine believed she had killed Alexis. Catherine had just finished creating the tableau of hanging body and suicide confession note when the sun broke through the storm clouds, just for a moment. As Catherine had been blinded by the sun and Celine's body silhouetted against it, Celine really had looked like an angel in a Renaissance painting. Then the moment was gone, and Catherine slipped from the room. She'd only just got to her own bedroom when Annie shouted from the dining room that Polly had woken up. Catherine had punched her pillow, growled her frustration through gritted teeth, then arranged her face into a look of happiness and run to greet her Lazarus-like friend. As she watched Polly, who looked well rested from her long snooze, Catherine had tried to work out what the hell had gone wrong. She'd seen Polly have the laced cup of soup, but eventually she worked out that the massive tree that had come down with a smash that made the whole villa tremble was to blame. They'd all run to the window to see what had happened, and Polly must only have had a few mouthfuls before that. She must not have finished it when she sat back down, most likely because it had gone cold. Catherine cursed her bad luck. Once again, she was in danger of discovery. Polly's memory was a time bomb that could explode any minute. Worse, she kept insisting that Celine had been murdered. Catherine racked her brains, trying to think of a way of shutting her up once and for all. Electrocution? She knew nothing about electrics. And then the power went, which made it impossible anyway. Could she drop something heavy on Polly? What?
From where? It felt a bit Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Then Catherine had seen her just casually leaning over the balcony, virtually asking to be given a quick shove. Over the balcony she'd flown. What Catherine hadn't taken into account was the floodwater cushioning her victim's fall. Not only had Polly not broken her neck in the swan dive, she hadn't even had the courtesy to drown. That woman had more lives than a cat, and now Polly is looking at Catherine in a really strange way, with fear in her eyes. She knows.
Chapter 67. Polly, now. For a moment, there's silence. I don't know what to say, what to do. Danger makes my nerves sizzle, skin tingle. You were with Celine when she died. Did you? You killed her, I whisper. What? Catherine scoffs. Annie frowns, but I press on, forcing my voice to stay steady. The sun came out as I came round from passing out, before we found Celine, and it disappeared in moments. But you said that you saw Celine caught in its rays, looking like an angel. That's only possible if... Realization dawns in Annie's face. If you saw Celine hanging before we found Celine's body, finishes Nick softly. Which means you were with Celine before the rest of us, I say. Catherine's eyes flicker, her expression patronizing. You've had a serious head injury, you have amnesia, and you're half delirious with fear and exhaustion. Do you really trust your memory of the light? Well, Polly? Nick turns to me. The air changes. Annie surges forward, fists clenched. You bitch. You killed Celine. I should have seen it. She and Catherine grapple. Nick cries out in shock, frozen. For a moment I am too, just as I'd feared I would be if it came down to me fighting for my life, because I've remembered that Catherine has a knife. Then I'm rushing forward with Nick. Don't! There's something commanding about Catherine's shout. It brings me to a halt. In the sudden, tense quiet, Annie's breathing is ragged, Nick's hand half raised. Catherine is the only one composed. Her arm locks around Annie, the knife gleaming steady against Annie's throat, the fine tremor of her pulse beating against the blade. Please, just stay calm and listen to me. I don't want to hurt anyone, Catherine says. She sounds so reasonable it makes me go cold. Okay, you've caught me. I was there when Celine died. So use me, punish me. It's the smart thing to do. What does she mean? She plows on. I'll go out there and draw Antonio away. Deal with him. You lock yourselves in here and stay alive. That's the rational solution. It makes a certain sense, until it dawns on me. Is Antonio even here? Of course he is, she snaps back. Too quick. You're the only one who has seen him, Nick says, shifting her weight. Don't move, Catherine barks. You rush me, Annie dies. Simple. So let's be clever about this. Annie struggles, but Catherine only presses the blade fractionally closer. A bead of blood swells on Annie's skin. See? Cause and effect. I don't bluff. My heart pounds, but I try to keep my voice steady. Catherine, I whisper, inching forward, palms open. You don't want to do this. Yes, I do, she corrects me, almost gently. I hesitate to ask. Don't want to know, but I need to. Why are you doing this? What's Annie done to you? And Celine? She was sweet, kind. Why? Celine wanted to die. She was racked with guilt. Weak. And why was she so weak? Because of you, Annie, and your cruel manipulation of her. You used her as a weapon for your own revenge. You're the reason she attacked Alexis. No, that's not true. I remember now. I argue with Alexis. I walk away, and then change my mind and head back towards the wine cellar so that I can talk to her calmly. To get to the bottom of why she's trying to drop us all in it, because knowing Alexis, she must have got herself into real trouble. People misjudge her. Even those close to her can write her off sometimes as shallow. But she's kind, as well as misguided. She's generous as well as self-absorbed. So whatever she's doing, there has to be a reason for it, and hopefully I can help her. I go back into the cellar, and there's Alexis on the floor. And standing over her is Catherine. Her hand is over Alexis's mouth and nose, smothering her. Annie makes the choice for us. With a sudden, violent twist, she bucks against Catherine's grip, forcing the knife hand higher. Catherine hisses, readjusts. In that split-second pause, Nick strikes. She seizes Catherine's wrist, both hands clamping down. I dive for Catherine's other arm,
The three of us crash sideways, a chair splintering under the weight. Someone cries out. Annie rolls free, gasping. The knife clatters, then vanishes in the tangle of limbs. Hands scrabble, another gasp of pain. I grab a vase and don't hesitate, lifting it and smashing it down on Catherine's head. She slumps to one side, her eyes unfocused. They come to rest on Nick. All of this, none of it should have happened. If I'd just driven you home that night, Hitesh wouldn't be dead. Alexis wouldn't have been single, so Trevor would still be mine. Alexis and Celine would still be alive. Her gaze shifts to me, sharp as a pin. You'd all still have your perfect little lives. We wouldn't be here like this. I thought I was fixing things. Her voice wavers, fragile. But every time, I only made them worse. Nick gives a grunt of agreement, staggers sideways and crumples to the floor, holding her side. There's blood on her fingers. No! She was stabbed during the scuffle. Looks like I'll be seeing Arthur sooner rather than later, she says quietly. Annie is applying pressure to Nick's stomach wound, trying to staunch the blood with tea towels. The blood keeps seeping through. Hey, don't cry, Nick croaks. I'm good. It's all good. She winces. Hurts like a bastard, though. We're going to lose her. Another friend gone. The sun outside seems to taunt us, promising safety that will come that little bit too late. Catherine is tied up with curtain ties from the bedrooms, despite being dazed from the fight. Suddenly I hear something. It can't be. I've imagined it so many times. Can it be real? It is. The low hum of an engine. I rush towards the balcony, unlock the bifold doors, and shove them to one side. Jump up and down, shouting to get the attention of the bright yellow inflatable boat, with the words Protección Civil emblazoned on it. It cuts through the floodwater. There are a couple of men inside wearing high-visibility jackets and helmets. Stay together, keep low, one of the men calls in accented English. We'll get you out. Nick lets out a laugh that trembles on the edge of hysteria. I thought we were done for. But we're not, we're safe, at last. The officers call for more colleagues once they realize the awful situation inside the villa. Soon, Nick and Catherine are gone, on their way to hospital, with Catherine having been arrested. A few minutes later, Annie and I step into another boat. That's when I see it, cerise pink, bobbing against a floating plank. My chest tightens. My hand shoots out instinctively. It's my bomber jacket, Alexis's birthday bitches, emblazoned across the back in Diamante, and my name going down the left sleeve, also in Diamante. It's the gift from Alexis, from the very start of the holiday when I thought of us as an unbreakable gang of lifelong friends. How much we've lost. Everything's changed since then. I scoop it from the water, clutch the sodden satin to my chest, and the tears come. One of the officers gives me the weirdest look, glaring at the jacket, but I don't care. I hug it to me and wish I could go back in time, to ignorance, to happiness.
Chapter 68. Polly.
Some months later, I am back in Colchester now. Same flat, same neighbours clattering bins on a Monday morning, same strip of sky I see out the kitchen window when I do the washing up. But nothing feels the same. It's as though Spain has followed me home, seeping into the walls, whispering in the corners. Catherine is on remand in an English prison, waiting for her trial. I still can't marry the two images in my head. Catherine passing me a cigarette on the beach at 17, Catherine holding a knife to Annie's throat, the girl I laughed with, the woman who killed Celine and Alexis and who tried to kill me. I haven't seen Annie or Nick since the funerals, not even for a coffee. We haven't sent so much as a text. The WhatsApp group that once buzzed constantly with messages back and forth is now silent. We were welded to each other for years, and now it's as if they are ghosts that I imagined. I miss them, though maybe what I really miss are the people I thought they were, the people we were before everything crumbled. Perhaps one day we'll be able to spend time together again, once we've healed. Even after we'd made it out of the villa, there were still more surprises waiting for us. Catherine has confessed to more than Alexis's and Celine's murders. She's also lied and told police she was driving the car that killed Hitesh, and that Nick was asleep, oblivious in the passenger seat. She took it all on herself. I tell myself she did it as some small act of redemption, a good deed to balance the scales. But then I remember her face as she held the knife to Annie's throat. How in control she'd been, her voice as cool and flat as glass, as she'd said, "Cause and effect." I don't bluff. I think of that and the cold slides over me again. Which is the real Catherine? The one that is kind and thoughtful and organizes games nights, and who has lied to police about who was responsible for Hitesh's death? Or the one who is killed in cold blood?
It seems the answer is more complicated than I ever could have imagined. If we hadn't managed to subdue her, what would Catherine have done to us? That's the question that haunts me. I light a candle and do my gratitude meditations that we did survive, though. And that policeman who rescued us, it turns out he wasn't looking at me strangely that day because I was sobbing over a pink jacket. No, it was the jacket itself he was staring at. The glitter. He suspected the diamante was real diamonds. And, unbelievably, he was right. They were conflict diamonds that had been smuggled out of Africa as rocks and into Europe where they were cut. The officer made the connection because the villa belonged to a well-known criminal, Antonio. Apparently, Alexis's ex was being watched by local police working with Interpol because it was suspected he was linked to a drug and diamond smuggling ring as well as a number of other crimes. The police officer who rescued us was part of the team who'd been running surveillance on Antonio and had hoped to get a chance to gain access to his villa without raising suspicion. Turns out Antonio really had visited Alexis at the villa at the start of the holiday. She'd approached him months earlier, desperate for quick money. She wanted a new life with Trevor and Jordan somewhere abroad and needed all the money she could get. It was why she'd sold me down the river on the direct selling pyramid scheme, which apparently was one of many money laundering operations Antonio and his goons ran, and why she and Antonio hatched a plot together. Alexis and Antonio played us for fools, lining us up as unwitting mules. A birthday trip turned smuggling operation. The villa, the champagne, the goodie bag filled with luxurious treats, even the matching jackets. The plan was ingenious in its awfulness. Smuggle the conflict diamonds from Spain to the UK by stitching them onto our jackets as gaudy decoration. A gang of women, a little tipsy on champagne after a birthday trip. Who'd look twice? Once through customs, Alexis would no doubt have found a reason to collect the jackets back. All so easy, and all done in plain sight. The syndicate has been smashed apart now, and Antonio is in prison awaiting trial. And I got 25,000 euros as a reward from the Spanish police for unknowingly helping to destroy the criminal gang's smuggling syndicate and finding the diamonds. A reward for surviving, for noticing the sparkle in the water. Enough to pay off my debts, enough to keep the lights on, and no longer stress about affording food. It's a relief, but if I could turn back time, and instead of receiving the reward, somehow save my friends from the terrible decisions they made, I would. I try to think of what point I would travel back to, but each life is so intertwined. Perhaps stopping Alexis from spiking Selen's drink in order to win a bet would do the job. Perhaps if we had all been there more for Nick after Arthur's death. Outside, a gull screeches, dragged inland by a coming storm. I draw the curtains, afraid. I think of the girls, of Selin, of Alexis, of everything we left behind in that drowned house. Yet despite it all, I look at the flickering light of my little candle and think of the laughter we shared. The good times, the swapping of clothes and sharing of gossip, the joint history, the knowledge that a supportive voice was only a phone call away. I give thanks. Then I pick up my phone, stare at it, and create a new WhatsApp group. I miss them so much, it hurts. They weren't only my friends, they were my family, and my fingers move quickly, tapping out a message to Annie and Nick, pouring out my longing to see them again. We've known each other for so long that surely we can move past everything and begin to forgive one another. I read the message through and delete it. The end.